Perfect time. We were just getting started.
Good morning.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Glad you are here. We are going to start our day like we always do. So let's have somebody, you can either open your journals to the vision, mission, theory, and theory of action, or from up here, but can we have somebody read out loud our vision? Remind us why we're here. Indy, go for it.
When engaged citizens and aspiring school board members are empowered with the knowledge and skills they need to drive systemic change, every child will have the opportunity to succeed in school and beyond, and the entire community will be positively impacted.
Thanks, Indy. All right, how about our mission? Gay, go for it.
As School Board School, we are activating a diverse network of engaged citizens and aspiring school board members to create significant and sustainable change in their school system. We prepare participants with the skills, mindset, networks, and experiences needed to be ready to serve as effective school board members and community advocates.
Thank you. And one more, how are we doing this? What's the theory of action here? Jessica.
We offer interactive learning experiences with content area experts and create a community of engaged citizens who believe that every child can achieve and that it is our collective responsibility to build and support school systems that allow every child to thrive. To be effective in this work, we believe school board members and citizen advocates must be grounded in a strong sense of purpose and have a deep understanding of the most important issues affecting students and their community. They must listen to the needs of the school community, understand their roles, support their district and school administrators, build coalitions, and work collaboratively to pass and implement meaningful policies.
Thank you. All right. And again, today with our content area experts, we'll introduce them in a second, but I tell y'all, this is like a master class today. I'm so excited to have these folks here. And I was laughing, I just looked over at Cheryl during this part where we have support their school and district administrators. Like we have two of our former district administrators here. So we're gonna be talking today about just how important that is to get any work done. Is that all of you as potential school board members and also as just education advocates in the community, how we support them who are doing the day-to-day work. Okay. So then, let's talk about what we're doing here today. This is a bunch of objectives, so we'll just kind of go right around the table. Maybe we'll start with Alex. Can you read our first objective for today?
Understand the difference between the board's role, which is governance, and the district administration's role, which is management.
Great. Nona.
Believe that when board members and administrators understand their roles and adhere to the distinction between governance and management, they can maintain a healthy relationship, get their work done, and improve student achievement.
All right. Pam, next one.
This is especially appropriate for me to read. Know what to do when a board member breaches the protocol and bylaws.
Great. All right. That's great. And those are kind of a group, right? We need you to first understand what the role is, right? Like we got to know what your job is first, and then understand why that's important, and then what do you do when people step out of their lane?
Well,
Great.
you don't call them out until you know what their role is.
This seems important. Great. All right, go for it.
Understand what community engagement looks like for the school board and for the administration.
Great, and for you all to know, last time we were together, we picked our group projects, and community engagement was by far the most popular one. So we have two different groups working on that right now. So that'll be an interesting one for them to learn about. Sean, go for it.
Understand the board structure, including how it gets its work done and how board members and administration work together and communicate.
All right. Great, and then Jessica?
Be introduced to the central office organization chart so that they begin to understand the district's structure.
Very good. And you can see that's like a humongous document in front of you, so we will dive into that a bit. And then we will transition at about 1:30 into the second part of our day. And so, yeah, go ahead and read us the second part here.
Believe that being able to fundraise is important no matter what role they take on in the education system.
All right, and our last one, Indy.
Develop a plan to reach their school board school fundraising goal.
All right, thank you. And we'll have our contact from IOB on the big screen up here, Skyping in with us from New York to help us with that work. All right, so big picture what we're doing today, and then like we talked about, I was gonna say warned you, but that sounded like really ominous. Like we talked about last week, now that you have a draft of your personal vision for impact statement, reminding yourself why you personally are here today. So go ahead and flip to your vision for impact statement. There is a spot for you to write it right there, but if you didn't write it on that first line before coming today, flip back to last week so you can see what that draft was, and just turn to the person next to you and we'll real quick give you guys each about 30 seconds to just read yours to your neighbor. Go ahead and do that now. We'll give you about 30 more seconds, so if one person has already read, flip over to the second person. Alrighty, let's come back together, focus on the large group again. Alright, so thanks all. We are going to dive right in today, so wanted to start by just talking a little bit. Wanted to acknowledge that you all had a lot of pre-work for today, and the reasoning behind all that pre-work was, what we were hoping is that that would lay a lot of the context for you all, so that we could really use our guests who are here today and all of their experience and expertise and use our time with them. So instead of me spending 15 minutes trying to describe what the sunshine laws are, you can read what the sunshine laws are, and then we get that 15 minutes to hear how are they applied and what is the experience of our guests with the sunshine laws.
Just about ready to call you.
Well, welcome. We're glad you're here. Perfect timing. All right, so speaking of our guests, I know you have their bios in front of you, so I'm not going to go through their extensive bios, but again, y'all, we're so glad they're here today. We have Mary Ronan. If you didn't notice on your way in, I'm just going to embarrass Mary right now. If you didn't notice on your way in, this building is named the Mary Ronan Education Center. So, this is the building you're sitting in, is named after this woman right here, and we named it after her because of, her decades of service to CPS, and as most of you probably know, she recently retired after 9 years serving as our superintendent. I would joke with her sometimes that she's like a unicorn, right? Like, or tell me another superintendent of an urban district that served for 9 years and continued being so effective. So we are so happy Mary's here today. We also have Cheryl Brodnack. So Cheryl, when she left the district, was one of our assistant superintendents. She also oversaw all of our pre-K to 3 learning. So all of that preschool expansion that was happening, led all the preschool promise work, and also before that, when the 3rd grade reading guarantee happened, and there was this whole like, oh my goodness, what are we gonna do? That was Cheryl, who led the whole district through that work to things like 98% of our kids passing the 3rd grade reading guarantee. So pretty remarkable work, and as it says in your bio before, that was one of the most effective principals that we have had in the district. So that's Cheryl. Eileen Cooper-Reed, I already feel like needs no introduction because David last week kept referring to Eileen as his mentor. Then I stepped in and was like, she's my mentor. And then like we heard from all these other people, no, she's my mentor. So Eileen's kind of a legend in these parts. Was a school board member and school board president a number of times while she was on the board. And then Rick, who will hopefully be joining us soon, also was a school board member and a school board president. I think it's just interesting. We all served at different times. And so hearing different perspectives, because one of the things we talk about often is that you cannot choose the people who sit next to you on the school board, right? The community chooses those people. And so we had very different boards and very different board members, and what that meant for us working together, trying to build a board culture, trying to get that work to move forward is really interesting just to hear from lots of different people.
May I say something?
Yes.
The best thing that I ever did was hire her.
There you go.
She was board president when I was superintendent,
Exactly.
so it was lovely.
Indeed. All right, so want to talk just a little bit before we dive in about why. You know, I always try to ground you on why we're having this session. So again, when I was doing the research for this curriculum, one thing that came up time and again, both in the research, kind of like what's written out there about what distinguishes effective board members from those who are less effective, as well as when you look at community organizers. And then also in just the qualitative research, when I would get on the phone and call people who are district administrators and school board members, people who are like parent advocates, time and again it came up. I don't really understand what the board does and what the administration does, right? Like that came up over and over again. And so that's why we knew we had to place this really close to the beginning of your learning. Because that's the foundation of everything. If you're gonna try to figure out what do I wanna do to make an impact, you've gotta know who does what and what those roles are. And the other piece of this was like really figuring out, well, why does that matter, right? What happens when you don't stay in your lane? And so we always try to roll all of our conversations up to who we're working for, which is our kids. So how does that all impact student achievement, right? So who does what? Why is it important to stay in your lane? And then how does that impact student achievement? And then kind of wrapped up in that was also these questions around not understanding how your district was set up. So that was one of the things I know when I was on a board that I always felt frustrated by was that people would come to us usually when they were at their wit's end. And they would say like, oh, I've tried this and I've tried that and I'm not getting anywhere. And it always felt so bad because I was like, yes, that's because those aren't the right people to be going to. And that really was hard because if we could just make sure the average person understands how the system works, they can just get to who they need to and get their problem solved so much better, more effectively, all of that stuff. And then also in that is just issues of communication, right? So like, how does the board and the administration communicate? How do they get their work done? You know, so that came up a lot too of this like question around like, does the board do all the work? Or does the administration do the work and then the board just checks it? Bless you. Do they do that during board meetings? Like people just didn't quite know like how that all worked. Can you just call the superintendent? You know, what's that relationship like? So we really wanted to make sure we were laying all of that out. So where this comes into play here is it is especially important when you think about right now what's happening is we have a school board race happening. And so this happens all the time. And again, if I go back to my experience, I kept sitting down with people who were interested in running for school board, and I would hear about what they said, why they were running. And I swear to you, 9 times out of 10, I'd have to like tell that person, I'm so glad you're passionate about that, but that is not what a school board member does, right? So like one person who was all about like, we have too much testing, and I was like, heck yes, I agree with you. So please run for state rep, right? Like that's who gets to make that decision. And so this came up again because I had a friend just email me last week, and she said, I just had a school board candidate knock on my door, not gonna tell you who, but she said I was really concerned because he was talking about how his platform was that he was gonna give vouchers to every family in Cincinnati that they could use at any school, public or private, that they wanted. And now this friend of mine is an education professor. So she said, like, I knew, you can't do that. Like, it's not your job. And so she said, I pushed back on him, like, first of all, that's not your job as a local school board member. That's not where that decision happens. And second of all, like, you can't make a private school accept every family that comes to them. Like, that is what public schools are, right? Like, and so how are you gonna do that? And she said he had no understanding what the job was. And so what she was saying was, you said, you know, thank you for educating this rooms full of people, because then they can go out and educate their family, their friends, their colleagues, their peers, because, you know, she said people might vote for him and assume, like, I'm down with that. And then he can't get that done, right? And so one of the things that I think we see often is that when people are making these promises that aren't actually in the role of the board, they kind of have two options once they're elected, if they're elected. One is either they have to actually admit to the public, I didn't quite know what I was running for, and I can't actually do that, and not fulfill a campaign promise, or they have to step out of their lane into the administration's lane to get something done.
Which is typically what happens. I'm sorry.
There you go. Yes, and Eileen's right. That's typically what happens. And it messes with all of the operations of the district. So we're going to dive into that some. So wanted to lay out there real clearly why we were doing this now. Yes, Dorico.
I was going to ask, so are you saying this since school board candidate forums are coming up, we need to be there to put them on the spot during the
Yes.
forums? Is that why
This
you're
is
saying that?
yes. This is exactly right. So So Darika's already jumped ahead till about 4 o'clock today. What I'm going to tell y'all is yes, like one of the things we want you to do at the end of the day today is after you've learned all this today, we want you to think about what questions are you going to ask current school board candidates. All right? So yes, this is exactly what we want you having in your head. Thank you for laying the groundwork. All right. So like I said, we're going to talk about this stuff till about 1:30 today. Then we'll take a little break and we'll transition into our fundraising stuff. We'll, like always, finish up with some logistics and try to save some group time. Before diving in, we set this context every time, but you all know, we say over and over again, what you get out of every session is what you put in. So thinking about how you listen, what questions you ask, that'll determine what you get out of today. One parameter I want to set as you're asking questions of our guests, listening to them, really thinking about approaching the folks who work in CPS or worked in CPS with humility. We know, I think nobody knows more than these folks what's really happening in CPS, both the places that we've seen significant improvement and the places we still have significant improvement. But I hope that the more you meet people who are doing this work, the more you'll see what I saw, which was we have some of the best folks in the business working in CPS, who are working really hard, really smart, really passionately, who love our kids dearly. And so just approaching it with the understanding that your experience is of course very valid. I do not want this kind of parameter that I'm setting to squash the questions you have, but just thinking about how you ask those questions with the understanding that you haven't sat in the seats that they've sat in, and really thinking about, kind of how we'll approach the folks who work there. Same thing, we're gonna go do school tours, and we think about those principals and the never-ending job of a principal. Same thing, those principals probably know, they do know better than anyone what's going right at their school and where they still have miles to go. So really kind of just thinking about that context as we dive into this work. So we are gonna start today with our first objective. I'm gonna go real quick through this because this was actually your homework. So again, don't wanna repeat what you already know, but we're gonna start by talking about governance versus management, all right? So what you all read about was that governance is the what, right? So that's what the board does. The board is responsible for the what. The administration is responsible for the how. So anytime you're confused and you're like, wait a minute, is this something a board member should be doing? Go back to that real easy. Board is the what, administration is the how. So the board's and the administration together should be kind of co-setting this vision and the direction of the district. And then the board is gonna establish the policies, they're gonna approve the funding, those kinds of things to get to that vision. But the administration's the one who's doing the day-to-day work of implementing and making sure that we're reaching that vision and mission. And so I'm not gonna read through all of this because I know you read through it, but really remembering, especially when it comes to people, the board is gonna recruit, hire, evaluate the superintendent and treasurer. They're not responsible for anyone else. It is not the board's job to step into the territory of district administrators, principals, teachers. That is all under the administration, right? They hire and evaluate everybody else. So, what versus how? We gave you a couple quick examples, right? So, for example, the board, the elected officials who govern, they're gonna pass a policy about high schools of choice. And then the administration, those are the folks who are hired to do the day-to-day work. They're gonna have to figure out how to implement that policy. Everything from communicating to the community, to staff, what our policy is, to creating all the IT systems, all of that stuff. And that again is where I think we see a lot of the gray area and also sometimes not so gray area where people overstep bounds, right? Is once we have done this part, the what, it is not our job to do the how, all right? So that is just like a quick overview. What we're gonna do is we're gonna have these three folks kind of slide right in here because we're gonna spend the next like 15, 20 minutes with them just talking about an example of the board making a policy and the admin implementing it from their time. And this is what we're calling our clean example. So this is how it's supposed to work. We will get into next how it often worked. We want them to come on up and they will choose an example. We chatted beforehand about a bunch of different examples. So they'll choose one and they'll chat with you about their example.
Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'll go ahead and start with one. Updating board policies. there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of board policies. And, in my 9 years with the district, a lot of them were old and outdated. And also these days, the Ohio Department of Education, they're much more involved at the local level, and in my opinion, probably more so the folks at ODE certainly meddle in the affairs of the local school board. But, so they mandate that the board has to have a lot of policies. So the way that worked is, they were numbered from like 1,000 to 9,000. So, as the superintendent, the 1,000s were the board, like their bylaws and how they proceed, so they reviewed the 1,000s. Then there were the 2,000s, let's say, that had to do with curriculum, and the 3,000s had to do with facilities. So, we assigned those to the director of curriculum, the director of facilities, to go through, make changes, revise, or recommend that some of the policies were outdated and need to be deleted. Then, we brought those to the board policy committee that met once a month. There were 3 board members on it. So then the board had an opportunity to look and see, is this appropriate? Do we agree with the changes? Then once they were finished with their review and said, okay, we think this policy is ready to go, then that got moved to the board agenda at a Monday night board meeting and got approved. So it started with the administration reviewing and updating, doing the heavy lift there, board reviewing, making sure it was appropriate in committee, and then from the committee going to the full board for approval, and then of course it's communicating it to everyone in the district, and we have a website with all the board policies on.
Is that like a yearly occurrence? Was that as needed?
It was, well, it used to be as needed, but then we realized we kind of get behind, so yes, we started to do, although we thought we could do it in a year, but there were so many of them, it took several years to get through them all, so it's kind of on a rotating basis, you just keep looking at them, because every year there's something that has to be, updated, or the Ohio Department of Education says you have to have this policy and post it. So then all of a sudden, you're having to do that. So it's a several years process that just keeps going. So that's one that works very, very well.
It did, huh? I guess it did.
Well, Eileen was there at the beginning, it was kind of rocky. But then once it got going, because we had hired an outside company to do it, et cetera, but now it's kind of gotten on the
Right.
routine. It
Well,
really has.
And the way that it happened, the way she described it was accurate. The problem was that the board couldn't decide who they wanted to use. And the administration had recommended a company that a whole lot of other school districts were using. So it made sense to hire them, and ODE liked them and stuff like that. And then there were some board members who said, well, we don't like them. Okay. So what are we gonna do? So we ended up still using them, but there was a lot of interchange between board members and the administration about who we were gonna use. So that's just a kind of an aside that's attached to, but the process itself is as you described it.
And once we got past that, and how should I put it, after maybe the board member who didn't like that company left the board, it just became, the problem was resolved, and it's just on a rotating basis, and it's going much smoother. But yes, a decade ago, that probably wasn't the case.
But what I think is important with that piece is, right, this is kind of evolving work and a continuation of work. And so, even though it was a rocky start, right, by the time that I came in, this was kind of just a normal process. So when I was, assistant superintendent, for example, I had buckets of preschool and pieces of curriculum. So a lot of the heavy lifting had been done probably previously. So my job then was just to continually kind of keep it cleaned up. So for example, when 3rd grade state legislation came out about 3rd grade reading guarantee, the state said you needed to have a board policy around that. So then my job was to figure out, kind of the how this would start working in our district, and then eventually that would turn into a policy with the board. But it was easier for me probably because a lot of things had already been filtered and updated previously.
So So
Can
you
I ask
took,
just a quick question? When board members do disagree, and it comes down to they're still disagreeing, is it majority rule? I mean, how do you finally, other than somebody dropping out? I mean,
Well, the bottom line is that you vote on
Okay,
contracts,
and
you
then
know, so,
whoever
yeah, so the
majority-
contract is done. That doesn't mean it goes smoothly after that, though.
Right.
That
There's a
means that
reason-
they, that
yeah.
means that they can go ahead and start their job, you know, that's what it means.
There's a
So-
reason why there's an odd number of board members,
Exactly.
4 to 3
Okay.
sometimes. But as an administrator, you hate when it's a 4 to 3
Yeah.
vote, just because you know it's probably not gonna go smoothly.
so question, so you were saying that there was a policy that needed to be made for what you needed. So did you create the policy, or you took it to them and said, I need a policy made, I need your team to
So
make it?
again, the board establishes the policy, my job was to figure out like the how of this would work. And so this one was a little unusual, right, because it was started really a different way with the state
So
saying
the
we
state
had-
gave us a template, you need to put this,
Yeah.
sometimes
Okay.
they're so thoughtful, they just write it for
Yeah.
you. It really is overstepping the bounds, you
Yeah,
know,
that's
the
so
local
true.
control. But that's what they do, so it's
Right.
like, oh, well, gee, look at this.
Yeah.
So do we elect the, Ohio State Board of Education? I can't
Yes.
remember.
Mhm.
We do?
Yes.
Okay. But we never know who they are, right?
You'll meet your
Well,
representative, she's coming to a future.
let me
Oh, okay.
change that.
Some.
Part,
Cause I
There's
know
a-
they
there's
have names on the ballot,
a-
I don't know who any.
bingo. Well, there's half are appointed, well, actually, one more than half. I believe the appointed ones, there, I think there's 11 and maybe 9 elected. And the governor has say on who's been on the state board.
Yeah.
So even that's political. And it's not just this governor, it goes back, I mean, they're all guilty, Republican, Democrats, they all started meddling, and now it's a very, very political position. And more of them are appointed than elected, so it's messy at the state level.
Then it gets messy, and it gets to you.
Yes, because if there's disagreement up there and politics at work, it just all filters down.
But the board may adopt policy, but the board doesn't write policy, the administration writes the policy, recommends it to us, you know, so generally speaking. So even with the state, if they wrote it, you know, they would make recommendations as to how that would change. So the people who do the work of the how, even policy, is the administration. They write the policies, recommend them to us, we decide whether we like them or not, or they're reflective of what, you know, what it is needs to happen, and then we pass, adopt them. So can we just go ahead and introduce?
Yes. This is Rick. So, you know, I was saying earlier that we were gonna have Rick joining us as well. Also former board president. And so, did you all overlap? I mean, Rick, did you overlap serving?
Yeah, yes.
Yes,
uh-huh,
okay.
yes.
Yeah, so Rick was there first, and you guys overlapped, and then right when Eileen left is when I was elected, so a little chronology.
So the secret is the only reason I got on the board
yes.
is because of him.
I never met that woman.
Wasn't it that people were like, you should run, and Eileen was like, I'm gonna find anyone else to run besides me, and finally she's like, I guess I'm running. Yes.
I couldn't find anybody, he said, well, your turn.
Yeah. Yes.
And honestly, you need to realize it's a difficult job, you aren't compensated, and, I mean, you are literally volunteering and to make difficult decisions.
And thankless, and to be,
Thankless, so
people
you
be
just,
mad at
to
you
give
all
them
the
both
time,
credit.
cause they don't like what you do, they don't understand what you do, but they don't like it either. So,
And there's a different day with every decision.
exactly.
That's it.
Yeah.
Is there any like groups that look at kind of like best practices for policies and so you can already start with something that's quality out there versus kind of like reinventing the
Yes, we hired a company that had a lot of sample to answer your question. Just because you need policies for everything, you know, like money, how that all is done, just you'd be surprised. In fact, you should look on the district's website, there's just thousands of policies.
Except that what I will say to you, there are also places where there was one district that had 5 policies, 5 board policies, and everything was under those 5 board policies. So it was really clear whether or not you were going to be able to carry them out or not. I thought it was fascinating to because we were in the midst of having thousands of policies, when I looked at this, it was someplace in Iowa, a city in Iowa that had like 5 policies. They said, okay, do your job, administration, and they monitor it. So, also the Council for Great City Schools is a absolutely wonderful resource, and they are really helpful in educational policy. Because they have the districts from urban districts across the country.
This is 100 largest
Across-
districts.
yeah, mhm, across the country. And so they know where the policies are, where the policies are buried, and they can actually put together teams that can help you take a look at your policies and whether or not they're useful.
So I think we're gonna pause here, because this is a good explanation of how it's supposed to work. And we're going to play a little game. So I should have told you before at the end of each section, we're gonna do a little check for understanding before we move on, make sure we got what we were supposed to get, and then we're gonna move on. So, pausing right there on governance versus management, here's how it's gonna work. I'm gonna pose a question to you all. You're gonna turn to your neighbor and take about 20 seconds to figure out the answer. And then, so in this case, what I'm gonna be asking about is I'm gonna pose a question, and then you're gonna decide, does it belong to the board? See those happy smiling people over there? That's the board. So you're gonna decide, does it belong to the board? Over there is a picture of this building, so does it belong to the administration? If you don't know, as you know in this group, you're always welcome to say, I have no idea, right? Like, we're all here to learn. If you have no idea, this like cute little shrugging guy is where you're gonna stand, right? Like, very non-intimidating guy. So I would pose a question, decide if it's the board, administration, or you don't have any idea. So that's not for this one yet, because this one we're trying to be, okay, we're starting with things that are clear. We're gonna get murky later, don't you worry. All right, so just a little reminder, board is governance, that's the what, administration is the management, the how. Like I said, go to the board, admin, or you just don't know. Okay, so first one, who determines an individual school's specific dress code? Think about, is that a what, is that a how, who does it belong to? Think for a sec, turn to someone next to you, tell them what you think, and then I'm gonna tell you to stand up in a second and go, actually just as soon as you think you know, go stand wherever you wanna stand.
That kind of means whether they're wearing khaki pants or uniform pants.
If there is a uniform, if they're not uniform, yep.
You just knew it, it's great.
I hope we're not wrong.
Okay, so it looks like we got 100% of folks who think it's the administration. Anyone want to tell us why the administration's job? To determine an individual school's dress code. Alex, go for it.
Right. Well, the word determines, okay, that's the key word there. So I think that answers everything.
But that's a how, right? I'm going to determine how something happens.
Although I would love to see on like city cable just a conversation with the board about spaghetti strap like tank tops and like someone had, yeah, like all of that, just like the whole description of like the board trying to be no wait what?
What are we missing? I'm sorry. Yes, so you guys are right. The board has a policy. The policy is 5511, dress and grooming. So that's an overarching policy. And then each school is gonna decide, what does that mean, right? So determine their own dress code. So like Mary's saying, some schools are, blue shirt, khaki pants. My kid's school does not have a uniform, like all of those things. Determine at the school level.
And they work with the Ellis teams.
Yes, they're LSDMCs, very, yes, important. All right, next one. Who decides if the consideration of controversial issues has a legitimate place in the instructional program of schools? So talk to someone and decide where you should go. So basically, can teachers talk about controversial issues? Who decides that? Talk to someone near you, and then
Because we.
and it's always okay to say I don't know.
My name's Sean. Can I be murky already?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
like.
wait, you cannot be murky yet. You either don't know or administration.
Right?
Yeah. I'm really glad that I wore a fundraiser.
This is a trick question.
Alex is like, I'm gonna protest the question.
We gotta cut it out.
Okay. Okay, so this one is actually the board. Does someone from this group want to tell us why they thought this was the board's job? Okay.
I had to talk it out.
Okay, yeah. That's what we're here for.
I think what stuck to me was instructional programming. That's not an admin's position, that's board.
Okay.
They do the programming and then whatever.
So they're gonna set the big picture.
Yes, they do the
And
big
then
picture.
the actual implementation of instructional programming is at the administration. Okay.
I
Yes.
don't know if this is an appropriate way to think about this,
Okay.
but I was thinking like, with that first question, that's a very visual thing, right? I can imagine walking into a school, seeing like the very specific results of that question being answered, and to me, that's an administration thing.
Yeah.
Whereas for the second one, like, this is, again, you're saying like a bigger picture question, but this doesn't tell me like what an individual school is gonna do with regards to like talking about evolution or something.
Right.
Schools.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Like, what is it gonna look like for teachers to implement this? Whatever
Like
that.
okaying a conversation or a context for thinking about something, but.
Yep. Yes, so y'all are right, this one is the board, there's a board policy 2240 called controversial issues that basically says if the job of a school district is to grow great citizens have to know how to talk about controversial issues, and so it is a legitimate part of the instructional program. It's a very cool policy, you should check it out. And that is thanks to a previous board that wrote that one. All right, here's our next one. Who decides the priority order for enrollment in high schools? Right, so, and just so that some folks who have not reached the high school with their children yet, all the high schools are high schools of choice, right? And so if some high school has, 500 seats in 7th grade and 600 kids apply for those 500 seats, how do we determine which kids get first dibs at those seats? So who decides that kind of priority order for enrollment at high schools? Knock it out, knock it out.
Yeah, because I feel like it's like the board would say like, high schools of choice for or would that be something where they would say like, sure, because this is a how, right? Like, how do you do it, right? Like, this is, we are determining how to, I don't know, that's really hard.
And that question is very like specific.
I'm with you. I feel like it's, yeah, the how part is what makes me think. Well, we'll find out. But I'm wondering if they created a policy. We're like the slow walk thing.
I was like, I'm gonna slow walk over there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright. Now, I'm gonna admit, I was just saying to Cheryl, this was a really tricky one that I put in here, because originally, when I first started on the board, this was the administration's job. The administration came to us and said, this is not our job to decide this, right? We have parents calling us being like, wait, what? My kid didn't get in because but so-and-so did? And they had like no guidance from the board about what you should be telling parents who should have priority. So we spent the better part of a year figuring out what the priority order will be, and this is now part of board policy. It was just not what the administration should be doing. The board decided in their revised version of the high schools of choice interdistrict enrollment that we were gonna align it with the equity policies. We were gonna make all of our enrollment policies more equitable and more transparent. And to do that, the administration needed guidance. And so that was things like, we wrote into policy that if you were part of a program in elementary school, one of our CPS programs in elementary school, you had first dibs at that in going to middle high school, right? So if you were in Paideia Elementary School, you had first dibs for Schroeder or Paideia High School. If you were in Montessori, etc. The first dibs always went to siblings. This was, the administration gave us guidance on that, of like, you do not separate families, right? And so these were kind of the questions. It got so messy, right? Like, you think about, there was Kids of teachers, where should they be? Kids of teachers who live out of district, where should they be? All of that, it was so messy when the administration was trying to do it that they had to have guidance from the board.
And then it was our job to figure out how to do the software to try to sort all this out in the big lottery in the sky, so it
Yes.
was a lot of work.
Yes, one of our board members nicknamed our director of all of the IT stuff Big Brain. So if you ever meet Sarah Trimble, you'll figure out why. Like, it is stuff like this. Like, the logic problem behind that is more than I can comprehend, but then writing the code that then like puts that logic model into practice is phenomenal, and that's the job that she does. There was a hand back here, Renee.
Yeah, so I came over here because I was going through my head yesterday,
Yeah.
policy, right? So, but recently, you know, a lot of administration isn't following, the schools following the board policy. So that's why I was thinking, well, maybe the schools are setting the policy. Like, or not setting the policy, but they're
That's where
determining.
Yep, so that's where implementation comes in, that's what we always talk about, is how do you get, I think.
That's why I came
So,
over
so
here.
if that starts happening a lot, that's an indication the policy needs to be looked at. So,
Yeah.
so it needs to come back and perhaps, you know, see what's going on. Cause it may not be in implementation, it may be in the, maybe there's a problem with the policy.
Right.
You know, and so that's one of the ways that you know that a policy might need to be, changed.
All right, we got one more. Who chooses how many AP classes to add and which AP courses to add at each school? Who chooses that? Is that the board or the administration? We just don't know. You can talk to someone if you want to talk it out.
Where is that?
Within the confines, because the schools are all
I like it, I like it. Alright, I like it. So who wants to, Sean, you were explaining how will you tell us what you were saying about why this one falls to the admin?
Sure.
How did you figure it out?
Yeah, the middle to the word decides was connected to the board, and so when it was something being decided that the board is doing that now, as we pointed out, there's implementation issues, that doesn't always happen, but the board is at least deciding these aspects, what determine or choose, where there's some kind of choice or variation, and that is more where administration gets an opportunity.
That's exactly right, that sounds great, yes. And I think one of the things that we try to do on the board is not do a blanket thing that, you know, every high school has to have these AP classes, right? So we talk about equity is not equal. And so what is your specific school need? So you're absolutely right. We have this equity policy, and then how each school is gonna implement that. Which courses would be attractive to your student population? How many can your school handle, that kind of thing? That is determined by the administration.
I might add though that there was a time when there were high schools without AP.
Yes.
And there are high schools with AP, which is absolutely inequitable. You know, and so one of the things the board did say, no, and so how are we gonna change that? Then they made the recommendations to how that would happen. So.
Yeah, and Susan talked to you a little bit about that at the superintendent's debrief. All right, feeling good. Let's move on. Everyone go ahead and grab a seat. Okay, fine. I'm gonna do a quick intro to the next section, and then we are gonna.
Use the restroom.
I didn't follow the group on that. I'll go with
Okay, so if we look back at our objectives, you can either look in your journal or we can look up here. We have hit our first one, that we are starting to understand the difference between the board's role and the administration's role. So we're up to the second one here, that now that we kind of are understanding what that difference is, we gotta talk about the why. Why is that important to having a healthy relationship between the board and the admin, and to ultimately getting work done for kids? So that's where we are at now. So why do you think that's important, that board stays in their lane? Why is that important? Anyone have any thoughts? Yes.
Because when you step all over each other's toes, nothing gets done.
Exactly. That is a very concise way of putting it. Yes, Sean.
I think the other part is that if the board has passed a policy and then the administration is trying to implement it and the board keep getting in the way, then you're actually gonna probably have less implementation because they're gonna be feeling like they don't have flexibility or freedom to actually implement this. So what the board member was intending is gonna not happen, but I think the board member is so urgently wants to see this happen that they just, micromanage a process.
I think it's right. I think that is hard. I think as board members, we could probably say that too. Like, you work really hard to get some stuff passed, and it is hard to then say, and now I'm out, right? Like, I have to turn this over. So that's exactly right. And everybody up here can provide lots of examples of when these lines were crossed. When we were together planning for this session, it was like, we're trying to think like, oh, some of the clean examples, and later, sunshine law violations. Oh, these were taking us a lot. This one we were like, oh yeah, remember when this happened? Oh yeah, remember this happened? Remember this? So unfortunately, this happens more than we'd like. And I will say sometimes, not purposefully, there is some gray area. But oftentimes it is people trying to kind of get stuff done or get their agenda done, which ends up with board members in the wrong lane. Dorika, yes?
Yeah, it seems like that can happen often on both sides, and it can be easy and messy for the simple way that policies are made. If some of the policies are coming from the schools and the district, and the board just approves it or reviews it and didn't have any input in it, and then other policies where board created policies and then going down, you're both creating policies.
Yeah.
You're both doing, that's how it looks on the outside in, not in any position, but it looks like.
Basically, we adopt policies, we don't necessarily create them, I guess is what I would say. And then maybe that's a nuance, but the bottom line is that we're not there every day, we don't understand the kinds of things, so we need to have the recommendations from the administration to understand, because it's where it's practiced that'll give you the meat of what a policy should look like. And the practice is at the school site, for real. And we're far removed from that, so yes, we'll have the discussion when they bring it to us. But the bottom line is that we adopt policy, we don't necessarily create it, because we're not the educators. This is an educational system.
Correct, no. In the examples that we just used, the dress code would be an adoption of the policy. You didn't adopt the policy without saying how high school choice happens.
That came from an issue that the administration raised.
Right.
And then, and then we were involved, but again, and I should be clear, Dorika, thank you for stopping us to talk about it. Like, this was also, yes, the board is talking, but the administration is at the table in all of these committee meetings, right? So committee meetings, we'll talk in structure in a little bit, are 3 board members, and then the superintendent assigns liaisons for the administration's office. So as we were having those conversations of high schools of choice, what should that order look like? We were taking in some of our input that the community had been giving to us, but what was really driving the conversation was Mary had her staff there who were dealing with the problem, who were the ones who raised it. That was the IT team, that was customer service mostly. They were the ones who were at the table saying, these are the issues we see most often. How are we gonna solve for those in the order that we have here? And that order, y'all, it went back and forth. I don't know, Mary.
We had to have diagrams and pictures of what we were talking about. It was just so complex.
Yes.
So really, it's a co-creative process. It's really more of a co-creative process, but we're responsible for adopting whatever we decide is the right way to go, and then they have to implement it. And there's no perfection even in any of that.
Right.
The implementation, just like I talked about a minute ago, that you'll find that you'll adopt a policy and then you'll find out that didn't work. I mean, that's not working well with the school site. And so it's typically when problems come up that you have to take again and revisit or co-create the particular policy.
Thank you.
Well, I was just thinking with all this discussion that, we have such a big district that there is frustration on the parents' side too, because all of us, if they are the kind of parents who either don't have the time or inclination to get involved and be informed, then a policy is set, and then the parents, some of the parents, are very outspoken about, well, why, then that's when they want to know. And so I just was thinking about, the parents' perspective in this, that just adds to it.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that what you're hearing still is the ideal from this group. And there's the overriding issue over every activity, every decision is elected and the administration is hired. And having to be elected causes people often to step outside of what should happen in a sort of vote pursuit. And so that will just cause a mess every time. And when you talk about parents and their lack of understanding or maybe not being aware of how something got developed, there's a lot of activity sometimes to make sure that's the case or to pander to something that could be quite popular in the community, but without that understanding of the implication administratively or from a systems perspective, it just can't be communicated easily because there's the regular, yeah, but this is where the votes are, so I'm gonna really push for that, and it just may not be the right thing. So, in all of these examples or anything that you come across, if you're lucky enough to get to do this, it really is never that, well, rarely. It's rare that everybody is actually after the best possible solution, and you're sharing this with the experts in the administration who know exactly what the issues are, and you're putting together a mix of all of this intel and coming up with some great policies that don't confine them, and everybody's happy. It is just very difficult to even get to the place where that's the intent.
And I think to Rick's point too, oftentimes what we had to remind ourselves of on the board is oftentimes the loudest voices are not the majority voices, right? So oftentimes the loudest voices are the people who understand power and privilege and how that all works. And so we had to remind ourselves often of who are we working for, and what is the end result if we go with the loudest voices, not the majority voices. But I think this also brings us to this next point here of our objective is knowing what to do when a board member actually breaches the protocol and bylaws. And that was, I know you guys were reviewing kind of the bylaws for today's session. This was one of the ones we had you read. This is again, this is what we would in an ideal world, this is what it would look like. Not always how it happens, but what it says is that the board will address problems, breaches of protocol, compliance with law at the nearest date to when the problem happens or the breach happens, or matters of law have occurred, are discovered and are made known to the board. And so that's the first part, that it should happen quickly, right? Don't let it fester. And then the board members will first address the problems peer-to-peer, right? So if my board member did something that I know is a breach of protocol, before I bring it to everybody, before I call that person out, I'm supposed to go to that person. If it's not resolved, then the full board is notified. But for major breaches of protocol, or if there's like a legal issue, you're supposed to go right to the legal counsel for the district and get their advice first. A really important one, and we're gonna talk about this a little further when we get into sunshine laws later, but one of the things that makes a board member's job really hard is everything happens in public. So you can't meet an executive session to discipline that board member, it has to be in public. And so this is the way that it is written. What we're gonna talk about in just a second is how it happens in practice, okay? So let's keep this in mind. One of the places that this comes up most often is when board members wanna talk to the press or wanna talk to the community in like community meetings. So one thing we want to emphasize to you all is that there is a difference between being a board member and a city council member, right? Like city council, Greg Landsman can go talk to anyone he wants and say, this is Greg Landsman's opinion on this thing. He can go to any community meeting he wants to, etc. When you are a member of the board, according to our bylaws and protocols, only the board president speaks for the board. Unless the board has given you permission to speak, because you have to speak as one voice. That is what's up here. So this was also written into the protocol and bylaws. The very first thing, the board president functions as the official spokesperson of the board. Correspondence, so letters, emails, board president writes, copies the rest of the board. From time to time, individual board members might have to make public statements, but that's when you get permission from the rest of your board. So for example, when we changed board policy, I know we talked about before, the magnet enrollment policy, obviously there was tons of press about that. I was the policy chair at the time, and our board president had asked the board, and the board agreed that I would be the spokesperson just because I was the one who had done, dove most deeply into it, so could answer the most questions. But this is an area where if you see board members kind of talking to the press or holding little community meetings, a great question to Dorika's point of what should we be asking candidates, also what should you be asking current board members is, oh, did the board give you permission, or how is this, related to the full board's work? Because we talk about a lot, that we want to hold our elected officials accountable, but if you don't actually know their jobs, it's hard to hold them accountable. So one of the things we're hoping coming out of today is that you all will help be a source for the current board and the current administration to help hold folks accountable. Yes?
Is there a loophole, like we know the people who are doing it for status and all that, but then there are also those of us who would just still like to be involved in the community, which I know we'll get to that, but is there a loophole where you can just say, I am here on behalf of myself and not as a board member, or are you always a board member?
So that's a really good question in such murky territory. I often see board members will say, I'm not speaking for the board, I'm speaking as, Elisa Hoffman, et cetera. You're welcome to say that, but the community's gonna see you as a board member.
And that's why I'm not running, that's why I'm
Because Pam's like, I wanna say my own thing. It is a very important point though. And I think as you all are considering, what's my role? What am I gonna take on? One of the things we talked about a lot last year, I'm hoping we'll have a lot of conversations about, is the difference between kind of being an activist and a community activist and being an elected official. Those are two very different roles, and you gotta figure out which one you wanna be. Rick, you have something?
One of the things that we shared a lot, Eileen, who I never met before, we talked regularly about, first of all, the brilliance of something like this, so thank you. But the fact that not all of you will run for board membership, and some of you are already clear that you won't. We talked often about how great it would be to have citizens that were organized and knowledgeable about what our role is and the job is. This whole thing that you're getting here is most valuable when it is carried and embraced, and then therefore turns into activity by the community, separate from board members. It would be a lot easier for people to be held accountable for when they intentionally go outside of their roles and responsibilities. If there's community to say, no, that's not right, as opposed to the public presentation of board member, you're wrong, and what you do. So it's very valuable for all of you who don't plan to run, that you have this information.
And this has been passed since we were on the board, since I was on the board. It's an aspiration. It's always gonna be an aspiration, because you're never gonna get there. Because, people will call you as a board member and just wanna talk to you. And you think, and I wouldn't talk to them, whether I was a board president or not. Now if they ask me about something specific, I said, wait a minute, I need to go talk to the administration about that. But basically, I work for the citizens, so I'm not gonna not talk to them. So there's a difference between having those kind of conversations as a board member and having ones where you're actually kind of making pronouncements. And the same is true kind of talking to the media. And you can kind of respond to this, Rick, but when I was board president, there were a number of other board members who spoke to the media. I really didn't care about that so much, because I understood that my job was to speak for the board, and I spoke for the board. And whatever they did, there was really no way to get around letting people say what they have to say. I don't think there is. And then the citizens kind of have to make a choice about what they feel about that. So none of this is clean and easy and cut, and yes, you were wrong, and you shouldn't do this, and it's all a matter of balance to me. I mean, it's all a matter of balance, and to have the aspiration for it to be that way, I think is wonderful. It gives you guidance when you think you really ought to say, I better let the president of the board talk about that, you know, but that's really just, for me, a guidance that every board member needs to take responsibility for and be responsible for.
Can we dive into a couple of examples and then maybe that'll answer some of the questions? So when we think about examples of these times where it got messy, right? So when board members, administrators overstepped those lines and it got messy, give us some of those examples, and then Rick and Eileen, from a board member and board president's perspective, what did you do? And then for Cheryl and Mary, from the administration's perspective, what do you do? Because we also want to be clear with you all that it is a really tricky position to put your administration in, because oftentimes they feel like their job is on the line, right? Like ultimately these board members vote on their contracts. And so really not good stuff can happen when board members use that as part of their, I want to get this done. And so for the administration, it is kind of tricky of what do they do when they know a board member is overstepping their bounds. So we all want to throw an example out there and we can talk it through and we'll see if that answers some of the questions. I know we had other hands in the air.
I mean, this is just a quick one. There was a board member who'd come to me with lists of names of people she wanted me to hire. She had come from a suburban district, she had teacher friends, and then when I wouldn't hire them, she'd go to the HR director. So, you know, that was very uncomfortable for the administration when you've got a person wanting you to hire all these people who were her friends. So that was certainly out of line.
And so what do you do in that situation?
Well, that was the problem when I declined and said they're gonna have to go through the appropriate process. She just went to the HR director or an assistant superintendent. So this person was very skilled at working the system, and it is very uncomfortable because we work for the board, and this same individual then would give me a list of people she wanted fired because they had said no when they didn't hire or do whatever she wanted. So I mean, that was a very uncomfortable position. So that's an example of a board member acting inappropriately.
This is a very small thing.
Right?
I just have a quick question. So, is the rest of the board aware of that? Like, do you make the rest of the board aware that this is happening?
You know, it would depend. I mean, this was just one of the numerous others. On this one, no, we just didn't hire these individuals. Because at some point in time, you don't want to, it is awkward because then you're running and tattling, but there were other times that you did have to go because it was so egregious. Another example was we were negotiating with MedPace about land and property, and a board member wrote up the contract without the lawyer for the district and general counsel being involved, and it just appeared magically in a committee meeting one day. Now that one, I did have to go to the rest of the board and said, I don't know where this came from.
Because the rest of the board in that scenario, we were
And
all
the
like,
board's
what?
all they're looking at
And
me.
then, like,
I'm
did you
going,
all go negotiate this? And Mary's looking at us like, whoa, yes.
I know nothing about this, and that's what, so that was a really bizarre one where the rest of the board was involved, yeah.
Yes.
The general counsel of the district hadn't been involved, this board member just wrote up the contract.
How long did that board member last?
Board member's still here.
What's their name? Just.
I mean, there's a process of elimination.
Right.
You can figure it out.
But I think to your larger question, right? So when this happens, and I'm sure Cheryl has examples of this too, because there are board members who would spend time going into our cabinet level, people's offices, and kind of advocating for the things that they want, leaving, I don't know if you want to talk about that, like, and then what you do with that information when that happens.
Well, I mean, that happened quite a bit, especially around the preschool piece. I mean, and it does put you in a very awkward position when you're administration, and especially when you're an assistant superintendent, right? You know, my direct report is my superintendent, and we can be very clear that from my seat, right, as an assistant sup when I was there, that is my responsibility, right? That's who I'm directly working with on a daily basis. And then there's the board piece, but I had board members that would seek me out and, you know, advocate for certain buildings to be designated for certain types of programming or extra preschool seats. There were times I was even asked to attend meetings, and sometimes those meetings, I had board members that would say they would want me to accompany them to those meetings in the community where they wanted to advocate for, you know, certain types of programs or buildings to be designated for certain types of things. And so it gets very muddy, and to the point earlier, some of that was like, well, I'm not going on behalf of the board, this is just a community where I know people, but then it's very tricky, right? Because I know that I have responsibilities as part of my leadership team and working there, but I also know, right, there's this whole board piece, and technically I'm hired by the board, and how do you tell a person in authority, you know, no. So it gets very tricky with those pieces. There's been times where we learned things on the media. A board member would be on TV announcing certain things that had not been discussed nor decided with administration to make recommendations to the board, and the board had not adopted that policy or determined anything. And so, you know, imagine you're surprised when you get up in the morning and things are being announced and you're like, wow, it's tricky.
One of the reasons I ran for the board was because I was supposed to have breakfast with the then superintendent, and he was late. You know, when he came in, he apologized profusely, and you know, I said, no problem. He said, yes, there is a problem. I said, well, what is that? And this was before I was on the board. And he said, I learned on the TV this morning that 400 teachers were being ripped. You know, and he learned it because a board committee had met, and they had the media there, and had that discussion, and so he found out about it then. And I was floored and livid. And I said, oh no, this is absolutely ridiculous, you know. So that was one of the main reasons I ended up running for the board. I said, that board cannot continue to operate that way and have this district in that kind of jeopardy.
And when we talk about the importance of staying in your lane, part of our objectives was so that there is a healthy relationship between the board. This is what we're talking about, right? Like, if your superintendent can't trust the board members, and the board members, if they're thinking there's other stuff, then that impacts their ability to get their job done. And so I think one of the things that is important to that relationship is, and we have two board presidents here, is that they, when the relationship is working as it should, meet weekly with the superintendent, and that gives both board members insight into what's happening from the superintendent's perspective, but it also gives the superintendent a way to say, okay, so my assistant superintendent just came to me saying, there are some of your board members coming and advocating for preschool stuff, and it allows the superintendent to have a way to communicate this stuff so then board members can address it with their peers.
Right. And luckily, Mary and I were able to do that, I think, pretty effectively, because I was president 4 years. So we had established a relationship, and I did meet with her weekly. You know, and so when there was that kind of problem, she would say that to me, and then I would address it. You know, I could address it directly. So some of the things happened before I was on the board, but that's really the way that we handled it, is that she let me know what was happening. And either I helped, you know, if it was one of her staff, you know, I would say, you know, tell your staff, you're their supervisor. We are not this. We are your supervisor. You know, so just keep it clear and let them know. And if I needed to, I would talk to them. You know, if I needed to, I said, look, you don't have to pay attention to what board members come and tell you to do. And I know it's difficult, but I at least wanted to reassure them that that was not the way that the board was operating as a whole, and that may happen individually to them, and it did, and it continued to. So it wasn't something that was going to stop, but at least they could be assured that they could do their jobs and do their best to not allow that kind of pressure to stop them from doing what their job was.
It's also important, as you're hearing this, to not get in a place. This occurred when I first joined the board. They had a practice of board president rotation. It was someone's term, and you could end up with someone who really they were board president. And they wanted to be board president because they wanted to get rid of that superintendent. And they wanted to do that because they would not do what they told them to do individually. The board president role, as you continue to hear all of this, is so critically important because, as Eileen said, these are ideals that they're rarely lived up to 100%, and it's how you handle it that keeps it from turning into mayhem. And if a particular board member gets away with going outside of the rules, then it'll be a real consideration for another board member, and before you know it, it is total mayhem. So it's how that board president manages all of this is very, 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 very critical, and it absolutely reflects on the entire board. You don't get to say, yeah, but that's that board member. When there's mayhem, all of you need to go. That is how the community sees it, and it probably is a little true. Because the self-management piece of the people who will get elected, who will pay no attention to this stuff, it is extraordinarily critical.
And it is hard for the other board members to get work done. So to Rick's point too, like when I was serving, I served under a board president and vice president who met weekly with the superintendent, and then they would write up for us what was happening, where they were going that week, what was happening. So we all felt very informed as the rest of the board. I also served under a board president and vice president who, the board president at that time wanted to be able to meet with the superintendent on her own to advocate for all the things she wanted and kind of say they were, the board's decisions. So told the vice president that they weren't having meetings. The vice president found out they actually were, and then instead of being like, oh yes, you should come join us, she just canceled all the weekly meetings with the superintendent. So no one was meeting weekly with the superintendent. Like that obviously makes to Rick's point, makes mayhem, right? Because now as a full board, we no longer have that kind of weekly communication to understand where are we with this thing, where are we going. It is that board president role is a very powerful role. In that they are the direct line of communication with the superintendent and the rest of the administration. Cheryl, did you want to add to that too?
I just think though equally as important is on the administration side, right? It's equally important to know how your superintendent's able to work with or among the constituents on the board. For example, in these cases, one thing I can say is, when I was working with Mary, I mean, we knew and trusted that we could go to her with certain things, and we knew that there was a relationship where she could then get it to the appropriate person, the board president. And so if it's a situation in which there's mayhem on the board, and perhaps the board is at great odds with the superintendent, think about the trickle-down effect of that has internally.
As the board goes, so goes the district. I have to tell you, that's why it's important to have a good board. It is. That's why it's hard to be a board member, because it really is important. If you don't set the tone at the top, because you represent the community, so if the community's in chaos, then so will the district. So it doesn't go the other way. It actually goes that way.
All right, I know this is such a great conversation. We're a couple minutes behind, so let's take a couple questions, and then we're gonna do another game here. But I feel like this is the murkiest one, so it's gonna probably take. Yes, Renee.
So how do you guys feel about the current public board, CPS board members on social media? So how do you guys feel about social media and how they communicate with?
I don't know. I didn't use it. So I used it during my campaign, but after that, it was just to inform. So I think it's fine to inform people, what you're feeling. Matter of fact, that's probably the best way, unless you think you're making a pronouncement again. But so I don't really have a negative feeling one way or the other about social media. It has more to do with what it is on it,
right,
and how they're using it. And that's true for any of the things that a board member does.
The time when I was on the board, social media was not as active as it is now. I believe, though, that it needs its own conversation. It needs policies adopted around it today, because it is not particularly clearly covered in the current So social media can really get everybody in such trouble. Ask a couple council members.
Jessica's had her hand raised for a little while now. What's up?
So if these members are sort of breaking these rules and they're getting reelected, what is the punishment? What is the reprimand? Like, how do you stop it if here's a rule, but you don't have to follow it? How do you stop that behavior?
Can I tag on to that?
Yes.
Mine's a little bit like that too. My question is, before several times you said there's a policy that exists, and then at the administration level, there, you find that there's a lot of people going around it for whatever reason, then it comes back to have another look at the policy. So several times on these bylaws, you've all said, there's no way to like make this really work. So shouldn't this bylaw then be relooked at?
Well, and it is, and in fact, that does happen. So we've done board protocols every year. You don't, a board protocol doesn't stop. It's also evolutionary and maybe regression in there. Maybe regression. But the bottom line is that, so the process of even going through that is helpful. In other words, if you're gonna review the protocol, that's when you have that discussion, why you might wanna change it, what it needs to be changed to. So that's probably, in my mind, the major way to address the issues that you're talking about is an ongoing basis. And in board development, by the way, which we haven't mentioned, which I guess maybe we talk about later on. So there are some proactive ways to address these, and because remediation is always trickier than development to me. You know, where we think we get real good remediation because we put words on paper, but that doesn't mean that it's going to work that way. That's what I was trying to say. But going through revising the bylaws of the protocol, which we did every year for the board protocol, because we would see something wasn't working. And sometimes that's just a reminder, and people then get to say, then the whole board gets to say, here's what's happening, and here's why we need to change this, why we need to make sure it's only the president who's talking to the media or that. So that's where you have those kinds of discussions.
I would also, to your question, that is honestly why I kept saying to Eileen, got it. Because there will be the dastardly board members who will keep being elected.
Yeah.
Because so much of what they do, they're all adults. This is a character and personality presentation, not a sort of practice or board activity presentation, and they are who they are. So it doesn't matter how often you go over the protocols or anything like that, they're going to break them. They are there for self-service. So it is a matter of always being aware of others who can run successfully and operate in a way to counter them, because it's when they become a majority that you really have a main problem.
Yeah, when he convinced me to run for the board, but the board, awful. That board was awful.
So here's my But my thing is just like, is it because they're not being compensated, but just like with any of us, we have performance reviews and we have a disciplinary track. How is that not able to, because I'm sure this is not the first time you've heard that, but is there not a way to implement that if you commit this, if you do this, if you do this, and by the third time, this is what's gonna be in place, and by the fourth time, like, that's in my contract as an employee, why isn't it in the board?
I mean, there's no way to recall a board member unless you all vote them out,
Yeah.
right? And so
Yeah.
we can hold each other accountable. And when we were planning for this session, we were talking about different board cultures. Like on my board, it really was one-to-one. You would go to that person, you would talk about it. If it didn't get better, you bring other board members involved, right? Like that's how we acted. And Rick was like, oh yeah, no, that would not have worked in my board. And he was like, we have got to publicly and loudly shout it out in order to get our board under control.
That's right.
Different boards have different cultures, but the other thing, and I can't emphasize this enough, is like when we talk about like as voters and constituents holding our board members accountable. I mean, Rick and Mary did this session for us last year, and they can tell you, I mean, there were times that we were just laughing because people in the class started raising their hands being like, oh no, wait a minute. A board member just asked me to help revise the board policy on LSDMCs. You mean that's not allowed? And we were like, yeah, no, that's not allowed, right? Like, no, like, unless the board had said, let's bring together a group of constituent, and so people were like, wait a minute, and so as you all start to understand more what the roles are and aren't, that is also how, like, these guys were saying, like, they can't do it on their own, we need a community to help hold folks accountable.
And there's a judgment to be made by how much time you spend addressing stuff, because people just keep on doing, will keep on doing stuff, and you can either
Great point.
go over there, or you can say, okay, my
That's right.
job as president is to help this board move forward. How do I do that? Understanding is never gonna be perfect. But I'm gonna handle the egregious ones, and I'm gonna handle them with the superintendent, so that I'm informed and can stay informed about how I can help that process. So it's really about how do we move this forward, and not how do we necessarily punish a person,
And not necessarily punish,
No,
that's what I'm asking, and I
no,
know that's
I'm
not what
with
you're
you.
saying,
I'm
I'm
with
saying,
you.
how is that
Yeah.
not a part of their contract when they're signed to say, I'm taking on this road, like, how is that not, cause that will help.
It basically
You all
is.
not have to deal with
It is, but it doesn't mean you can enforce it well, easily.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. But they're elected officials, they represent the community, and they keep, I mean, look at the country. People keep on,
Let's hold on to some of our other questions. We will also have lunchtime to talk with folks too, but just to make sure we get to some of our other objectives, we're gonna do another game this time, because you're gonna be sitting a little while. I'm gonna put a scenario out there. I should say, we didn't have to make up any scenarios. These are all ones that have it. So then if it's an okay thing to do, you're gonna stand up and give a thumbs up. If this was not okay thing to do, you'll stay seated, give a thumbs down. If our little shrugging guy comes into play again, just, you can go ahead and just, give us a shrug. So, our first question. The board has not decided yet how it's gonna use one of its newly acquired buildings. The press calls to ask about it, and a board member who's not the board president is interviewed on local news about the use of the space. Very good. Everybody got that one. Yes. So, not okay, right? So, two things are wrong with this one, right? Board hasn't decided yet, so there should not be anyone talking about it. And number two is the board president is the one who should be speaking for the board. This was one where, yes, like, we had literally left a meeting talking in an executive session about how we haven't decided what to use this building for. I turned on the news and see one of our fellow, superintendent hasn't, wait, what? We're using that building for what? Like, the board hadn't decided we were using it, and now a board member is out there saying, this is what we're using this building for.
I feel like I know what building you're talking about.
I mean, it is, and then it catches everybody, right? Now what is and this was, it fell into Cheryl's world too, because that's what they were saying we were using it for, and now she's getting calls saying, wait, what? This is gonna be a preschool? I mean, it's a mess when board members do this.
And media never cooperates with the rules.
Yeah.
Never.
They don't care.
They
They'll
are
find
always
whoever will talk.
pursuing, they know the
Whoever will
rules,
talk.
and they will intentionally go after other than the board president, because it turns into bigger stories, and they, don't depend on them at all.
Yep.
Can I ask a really quick question
Oh,
about
yes.
this one?
Yeah.
This is me being naive team
Yeah.
player. Why? So why did this board member, if in session it's like unknown how you're gonna
That's what
use
she
it.
wanted to use it for.
Okay, so just like that's what she was her.
So
role.
she-
And
so
so
to-
if she says that, then it's more
Yep.
likely.
So to
gonna
Rick's
happen.
earlier point, there are some constituencies that board members want to make sure they're ingratiated with. This is what she wanted to use it for. So once you put it out there, and she didn't say, this is just me speaking, once you put it out there, it is very hard to pull
So
that
she
back in.
knowingly says
Oh,
it.
yes.
Mhm. Interesting.
Interesting, that's one word for you.
I know, right?
Yep.
I know, I kind of be like,
Yeah. So, a board member wants to know if there's an appetite in a community for Montessori classrooms, so she asked a community member to convene some parents and holds a listening session. Hasn't informed the other board members she's doing this. Right. Anyone want to say what was wrong with this one?
Didn't tell me.
Right. Exactly. We love to get the community's input and stuff. This has to be, and we're gonna talk, the next session is gonna be about community engagement and how this board member could have done this in a way that is according to our bylaws, so you'll see in just a sec. Another one here, community members call a board member because they have a pre-existing relationship with her to voice their concern about a topic the board's discussing. She listens to their concerns, lets them know she'll share the concern with the board. All right, yes, why is that one okay? Who wants to tell us?
Because it was kind of what Eileen was saying, where it's like you're not gonna turn down the public because that's who you work for, it's your community, but you're also staying in your role, like, I'll talk to the board about it.
Exactly. Yes, that is literally your job, is to listen to the constituents, right? But then you don't make them a promise. You say, thank you, I'm gonna bring it to my board. Yep, and you don't start trying to solve their problems. Yep, and we'll get into that
The
in just a
community
second.
member feels listened to.
Yes.
So that's critical.
Yes, exactly. All right, now how about the board is set to approve new hires at the next meeting. A board member is concerned about one of the new principals and goes to the superintendent and explains his concern. Yes or no? All right, you're right, this one's also a no. I know there's some folks like, oh, what do we do here? Okay, so why is that one a no?
You said that the board president was the one who communicates with the superintendent, not the other board members.
That is true, we're gonna get to lines of communication, that's true, but also, is it a
board?
right, so, board members, we approve in mass, we approve hires, we don't talk about the specific hires. If you have a concern though, like, so say this board member had a legitimate concern, right? Like, I heard from a parent in his other district that XYZ happened, this is what executive session is for hiring, and we'll talk in a second about that, about employment of, a public official, and you can call an executive session for employment of a public official and you bring that information there, because again, like Mary said, when you're just sliding lists across, that is not okay. There's a time and a place to talk about it. All right, I highlighted here, that's because only the administration is in charge of making those hires. Okay, so, whoops, went a little too far. Okay, so the next thing we're gonna talk about is using this concept, right? Now that we're talked a lot about governance versus management and where those lie. One of the places it gets kind of murky is in community engagement, right? And we all want community engagement. The board does, the administration does, everybody wants community engagement. It's also one of like the things you hear board candidates talking about most often. But maybe not fully understanding what their role on the board would be when it comes to community engagement. And I will fully admit, I was one of those board candidates who talked about making sure you were listening to families and communities and did not know all of the nuance that goes into how that would actually happen as a board member and whose job was what. And so we know there's overlap, right? That there's times that both the board and the administration are going to be doing community engagement. I think one of the things to keep in mind is there is almost never a time that the board is out there doing community engagement without the administration. Can anyone think about why that would be important to have the administration at any community meetings you're having? Why would it be important? Renee?
Well, I would imagine that if you're at a certain community meeting and they would ask something specific about a school that's in the neighborhood, the administration could address that concern, how it works.
Yes, to Eileen's point earlier, it's not our day job, right? The administration is we're not gonna know how to answer their questions. And so if you're having a community meeting about, transportation, okay, well, we need the director of transportation there, right? Like that's not, we're having it about a community meeting about anything. The board isn't gonna be doing the work, the administration is, so they really need to be the ones to be there. Now, sometimes the administration's the lead on the community engagement, sometimes the board is. So one example, when we were hiring a superintendent, when Mary made it public that she was going to retire, now that was obvious, that falls into the role of the board, is to hire your superintendent, and we needed to do a community engagement to find out what our community wanted in that next superintendent. But again, we don't go arranging that. So we worked with the community engagement team, and they set up the meetings. We worked with our general counsel to make sure that we were legally following all the processes. So all of those things are going to happen, but we have to have the administration at the table. They are the ones who are doing that work. One of the things that's also really important to think about is those board business meetings, right? Those like Monday night meetings that we'll be going to next. Those are called board business meetings because those are a time to do business. Those are not community engagement meetings. I think that's so hard for the public to understand because that is kind of the most visible and public time for board members. And so when you see that 3 minutes hearing of the public, one of my fellow board members had said to me, because it's so hard when like someone stands up there and tells you something, like I think that person wants to engage, the board wants to engage, and what a more seasoned board member said to me was like, it's called the hearing of the public, not a conversation with the public. Because this isn't a time for that community engagement, which just means though, that the board has to have other times to engage with the community. So with that, we also wanted to talk a little bit about the difference between community engagement and constituent response, right? Because community engagement, there's overlap there between who's doing what, and lots of the times, like I said, the board and the administration will be at community engagement meetings. But when it comes to constituent response, that is the administration's job. And that is one of the hardest things though, because most of what you get as a board member when you're just like out and about, when I'm at, Kroger trying to buy a thing of broccoli, or like, when I'm like at my kid's basketball game, most of what you're hearing is actually constituent response. So that's things like, they have a concern about their principal, or, those kinds of things. That very clearly falls into the administration's role. So, we would get that a lot in email, or you'd get somebody in public telling you, like, oh, our principal hasn't gotten back to me. That is when you pass it over to the superintendent, and then you let the person know that is the administration's job. Now, to be clear, if suddenly we got 10 emails about the same principal, now that is likely going to start to be part of the board's work, is what is happening, what's going on there, and we would call an executive session to talk about that principal.
But that's more oversight than addressing it. It's oversight of how you're gonna handle this. Here's a problem that we're hearing a lot about. How do you propose that we address it?
That is the difference, it's the oversight. Yes, we're not gonna be directly involved. I'm never gonna go to a principal directly. I'm not gonna go to Cheryl directly and say, it's one of your principals that you're overseeing. We pass it off to the superintendent, and then she takes care of it from there. And what Mary would do that was great is, if it came in via email, we send it to our admin, and she would send it to Mary, and Mary would always copy us when she sent it to her assistant superintendent, who oversaw that, and that assistant superintendent would close the loop and let us know, I spoke to that parent, here's what the resolution was, so that we could be in the loop about it, but it was not our job to solve it or to go do anything with that.
And there were times when once I got that, I might re-email the constituent and say, I'm glad that I hope you got this settled to your satisfaction.
Yep. So we're going to talk for a few minutes. Yeah, this group is going to throw out there just a talk through how the board and administration might have worked on something big in the community together, what the kind of the role of the admin was, what the role of the board was to getting that community engagement. Which example, y'all? I know we came up with quite a few.
Yeah, I think the easiest ones for me were the budget policy ones.
Okay.
When we were doing, when we had to adopt a budget, before we did that, we had a process, and there was a timed process, so we knew when we needed to get things done, and when we needed to get input from the public. So when we were on the board, we would have meetings in 4 quadrants, and essentially, and board members would be present, but it was essentially to explain the proposed, either do one of 2 things, either to ask them what they wanted to see, and then they would do workaround tables with board members, with other staff, or to show them the proposed budget and ask them for their feedback on it.
Community members, right?
This is what, we would usually have them in schools. We would have them in a school in each quadrant, and then anybody who came would parents or whomever, family, community members would come, and they would have input into the budget process. And so that was one of the easiest ways. They ran the meetings, the administration ran the meetings, but we were there for support and to hear what it is that people were saying out in public.
And we did share time on the board together, but a period when Eileen was not on the board was when we determined a really big deal with budgeting, which is equalize. We provided equity with budgeting. And when I joined the board, the specialty schools just received more money than a neighborhood school. And it was blanket across the district, and it had been that way for a while. And it was due to a period when there was a lot of flight from the district. The district wanted to do something about that and created the specialty schools. They were at elementary level and high school level. but they never then moved to making it something where they were looking at the entire district and ramifications of it. So we equalized budgeting and made it per student. That was beyond just the annual spending decisions. It was a policy and a structural change that had major ripple effects and had a lot of fear with people. And it required additional funds, so there was a levy tied to it. It was a huge process, and it could never have been done without a level of engagement that was well beyond the normal spending decision one.
And probably one of the biggest ones was the facilities master plan, I think. And we're really the only district in Ohio that did the entire district within the time frame on budget. You know, and included a lot of community engagement, so that every school had a design team that was made up of community members and school staff and the architect, every single one of them. So at that level, we heard little complaint, because people were involved in what it is they were doing, you know, and in creating their schools and their neighborhoods, you know, so that was huge. So the kind of engagement that happened during the facilities master plan was humongous, and it needed to be done at every level. And the place where, of course, we ran into the problems were board issues was who was doing the work, and, you know, and was there enough minority representation in the awarding of contracts? And so the NAACP ended up showing up, you know, pretty often at the board meetings, pretty vocally at the board meetings to raise those kinds of issues. But there was engagement every step of the way, and that, I think that's why we were able to complete it, and complete it as well as we did.
And again, that engagement was so intentional as tied to the work. Ali mentioned an issue earlier of the loudest voice is not necessarily the majority, and there was a lot of work to make sure that we were listening to more than just the loudest people. And that we wanted to go to just plain folks. And in that way, we used the media a lot to make sure that the word was out and that we were hearing from people who typically did not get involved publicly.
What years are you talking about? What year?
They spanned, when I joined the board, it was already in conversation. I was on for 8 years. Eileen and I
Started
shared.
with the facilities master plan, like
What year?
2003 probably, because there was a failed levy, I think, in 2, and then it was back on the ballot in 3, then there was the planning for it. So it started like in maybe 2004, some of the first buildings.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be a decade-long plan. It probably went 13 or 14 years because you're dealing with the state, but it was massive. It was $1 billion put into the community. We have in the end 55 new or renovated schools for the children in the district. And I'm glad you brought that up, Eileen, because when we were out there doing the community engagement, and everyone was so interested in what the school would look like, and we talked to the community because they all looked different. They weren't cookie cutter, because I know when I first came into the district, in fact, I taught in this building, it was Mary Junior High. It looked the same as the Crest Hills building, it looked the same as AWL, because they had bought the plans from an architect and just changed the color of the brick or the way it was situated on the plot of land. So with the facilities master plan, we tried to make the schools blend in with the community, and probably more important, why we had them all in the room, picking out, you know, what color the carpeting was gonna be, et cetera, et cetera. Then we started to talk to them about what kind of resources do you need, and that's where that whole community learning center idea started. And each community talked about what they wanted and needed to see. So now we have extra resources in the building. We have health centers, dental clinics, just counseling, a lot of other services for children that the district really couldn't afford, because when we were building, we reached out to, well, actually in some cases the hospitals came to us. They are putting their staff in our building. We're giving them free rent and utilities, but they're co-located. And some of that was driven by the recession because, you know, when this went through the recession years, it was a 14-year plan where no one had a lot of money, so everyone came together because we could never afford pediatricians, nurse practitioners, and all the additional services we get, but those individuals are now in our building. And we figured out how we were gonna bill and sort it all out. So that was probably an unexpected consequence of the facilities master plan. Started off being about buildings, ended up being more about children and services.
At a time of recession, when there was a need for that kind of coordination.
Kind of the perfect storm.
And we were being cut annually by the city who was providing funding for nurses. It was magical.
Yeah, it was amazing how it was just
Yeah.
the perfect storm of good things.
And I really do think it was because the community was, even when they were mad, they were engaged. The community was absolutely and totally engaged in that process.
And the state had rules, even before when the plan for Cincinnati began, the state was talking about the funding, so all that had
It was
occurred
tobacco
before I
funding.
even.
Yeah, it was the
started.
tobacco lawsuit, that's
I
where
was,
the funding came
yeah,
from.
I was gonna say, I was at the back end.
I was a principal, so those were happening.
But you know, it's funny, history's repeating itself, opioid
Yeah.
lawsuit funding, isn't it weird, you know, almost 20 years later?
And because I have a degree in architecture and a passion for the treasures in this city, and one of the best things, in my opinion, that we did, well, separate from the school-based learning centers, was to appreciate what we had and have battles with the state to protect our architecture. That was not the standard way that the state bureaucracy looked at it, and a lot of this was tricky.
It means keeping the old beautiful
Yeah,
buildings.
to protect you.
Withrow
Protect
Hughes.
Withrow.
And Rosenberg is really, I mean,
Yeah.
that was quite a feat. And it was
Yes.
done by that entire community, even the folks who didn't
Yeah.
normally agree with one another, they were able to come together and go with the, CPS to the state and say, here's what we
Yes.
want, here's why we want it. Can't we make this work? And it did, you know, so that was a great way of engaging the community and receiving them.
Yeah, the
So-
state wanted you to just build a cinder block building on 5 acres.
on
And
5
it's
acres.
like, first, and because it was, well, you know, most of Ohio is rural, but that was my wake, and when I became a superintendent. So suddenly you have a bunch of lawmakers from rural areas, well, why wouldn't you just buy 5 acres in a cornfield, build a cinder block building? And we're like, but we're urban, but see, there aren't that many urbans in the state, so we're definitely in the minority, and they didn't understand that, and they said, what was, if it was over 66% of the cost to build a new building, you have to tear it down and build new. Well, all those renovations were 66% because you're saving beautiful old buildings, use hid tile roofs. So we had to pick up a lot of that cost locally and argue with the state all the time because they didn't want to renovate it, they just want new builds, tear it all down, build new. And you just can't do that in a city. But that was a struggle.
Let's talk about, again, getting you guys up a little bit, community engagement. That was a great example, because you guys can see, like, there's no way that plan was gonna happen, A, without engaging the community, but B, without there being clear understanding of what's the board's job in that engagement and what's the administration's job in that engagement. So let's get you guys up again. This time, we're gonna give you some scenarios. If you think it's the board, go back over to our smiley happy board. If you think it's the admin, go over to the admin. If you don't know, we got our cute little shrugging guy. But this time, there's gonna be some times where that's both the board and the admin's responsibility, and you can come stand over here. All right? So, our first scenario, someone stops you at your kid's swim team practice to tell you that the lawn outside the high school in their neighborhood's rarely mowed in the summer and it looks a mess. Again, we didn't make any of these scenarios up. So, everybody up and go either, do you think that's the admin's job, board member's job, or board and admin? Go for it.
When someone stops you, what are you?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, someone stops you like a board member.
Okay.
Yes. So let's just say someone stopped me and said this.
Because they did.
Yeah. I did not go to Withrow and North myself. I will tell you that was not the solution. But yes. Okay, right. Okay, so most of you are saying it's the admin. Who can tell me then, what would you, if you were a board member, what would you do with this information? Do you go directly to the director of facilities and ask them to get the lawn mowed?
No.
What do you do? As a board member, what would you do? You could tell the board president, or tell the superintendent, exactly. So you email the superintendent the concern and ask her to let you know when it's been resolved. Okay, and this goes to another one of our bylaws about board staff communication that's important for you all to know. The first line is really what this is all about. The basic line of communication between the board and the staff will go through the superintendent and treasurer, except for these couple of times. Okay, so as board members, we could, talk directly to the superintendent or the treasurer about kind of, bigger board matters. You don't go to anyone else. I don't go directly to Cheryl. Except a couple of times, and we don't have to read through all of this. The most important thing to know, though, is that so the superintendent is going to assign liaisons to each of those committees. And then if you're working directly with one of, usually it's an assistant superintendent or somewhere else in the cabinet, on something in committee, those committees will say, okay, we're assigning a next step out of this committee for Lisa and Cheryl to talk about X, Y, Z and bring it back to this committee. So those are the times, because the superintendent had said that this is her job on the committee is to be the liaison, we could go directly to each other. Otherwise, you go to the superintendent and she's gonna give the assignments out to her team.
For the mowing example here, like, is that, you're going directly to the superintendent, you're not going to the president of the board?
Right, so that's an okay thing to do. So as board members, you're allowed to go to the superintendent. And it's again, just to try to be efficient with communications. I think it might say something in here too, like that you don't wanna try to, I think it says like, take away your rights of freedom of speech. It's really just that like, Cheryl can't have 7 board members telling her things to do, that she reports to the superintendent, right? So the superintendent, if I'm gonna email her and say, I'll say the lawn needs to be mowed, right? I don't know what else the director of facilities has. I don't even know if he's the one who says, that's who mows the lawns, right? So it's not our job to give assignments to the cabinet, but we are, as board members, allowed to talk directly to the superintendent or treasurer.
But usually, so the words you're using are talk and go to, and that's really not what happens. What you do is email.
Yes. Yes.
That's what you do.
Yes.
You just email her, and then she can take care of it.
Yep.
Because she'll.
Makes it easy, because then I just flip
Right.
that email
Yes.
to whomever.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, your question, is it okay to like CC all the rest of the board members so they're in the know that you said this to the superintendent?
Yeah, on something little like this,
This
you
is
don't need
pretty
to.
trivia. I wouldn't copy all.
Yes. If there's some big issue that someone came to me, yes, I want all my board members to know. But if it's something easy like this, we need a lawn mowed, yes. Okay, so we have another one.
Is there a
here.
point
Oh.
where you're also like, it's the middle of summer?
Oh.
Like, it's not a thing that I'm going to actually pass on, because I don't think it's important, like,
That constituent, it was very important to
Right.
that's why it happened.
Because it was the middle of
So,
summer.
exactly. Yes.
So like,
Yes, yes. So, all right,
you go
so
on vacation for 2 weeks, let it grow.
Yeah, yeah. I love that John's like, you just roll your eyes at your computer.
I'm not running, but yeah.
Yes, okay. Yeah. So a parent you know from your child's preschool emails you to say that their child who goes to a Catholic school is assigned to a bus that's late almost every day. She's called the bus company, they said to get in touch with CPS, she emailed and called the director of transportation, it's not getting any better. What do you do? Whose job is this? I'm a board member, a parent calls me and tells me this. What do I do? Whose job is this? Is this the board member's job to take care of, the administration's, both, or you just don't know? Whose job is this? I don't understand the bus.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, that's a good question. If you don't understand about buses, we're gonna talk about that too. Yep.
I think so. I think CPS is in charge of transportation.
Ooh, see, you guys are asking a lot of the right questions. Yep.
There's potential.
There's a lot of work.
Yeah, you're asking the right questions. So whose job is this? Okay, so unfortunately buses is one you get, you hear from the most. This is actually the admin's job. So this is a tricky one, right? Because a lot of you are walking by saying, but it's a Catholic school. So as a board member, it is not my job to solve her problem. Right? So this, again, when you just want to think about it, it's like, am I about to try to solve some it is not my job to solve the problem, so I forward that email to Mary. So you don't go directly to the Director of Transportation, I forward it to Mary. And she's going to send it to the Director of Transportation, and I'm gonna ask to be copied on the response so that I know when it is resolved. But a lot of you were asking the question of like, but this is a Catholic school, why is this person calling you? Mary, will you explain this?
Public school systems in the state of Ohio are required by law to transport for all private schools, Catholic schools, charter schools. So our transportation grid is huge. We're probably spending $7-8 million transporting everyone in private schools. It's our responsibility. And it's a very difficult situation. A lot of the schools, we double route all our buses, so if were wondering why the district makes you start at either, 7:45 or 9:15, it's because it's a lot cheaper if the bus and the bus driver, plus there aren't enough bus drivers, can run 2 routes. But a lot of your private schools, everyone wants an 8 o'clock start time. So you don't have enough drivers, you don't have enough buses, it costs so much more, and we can't do anything about that. We have lobbied the state to say, wait a minute, they should be double routed the same way our schools are. So it's just a real problem, and it's a huge grid. We had some charter schools who wanted to go to school on Saturdays. Well, that's a whole extra day of the week, and we're required to transport. So there's just some incredible expenses that folks don't know that the district has.
And that includes things like vacations, like they don't have to
Take the same vacation, same
time
schedule, anything.
Nothing. Same start date, same, yes.
It's really expensive.
Sarah.
So in our defense for being here with thinking
Yes.
us both, I think though, wouldn't that also tie in with the board's responsibility to negotiate a contract with the busing company that adequately transports all no?
What if you've heard from a significant number of parents at your
Yeah.
child's school?
It's very much a systemic issue right now, so that's why we're here.
Okay, so Sarah just got to the next question. So, yes, so this is the difference between being an individual concern and a systemic concern, right? So at this point, this is when it's both, right? So these things, what would you do with this information? This is where you would ask the superintendent at a board meeting if she can report back on if this is just an isolated problem at this school, or is it a district-wide problem? Because like Sarah was saying, do we have to negotiate a contract with another bus company? What do we need to do? It might get into the board's territory. And I will say though, this is one where it is a very good idea, if you would like to, like we said, have a good relationship between the board and administration, to give your superintendent a heads up that you're gonna bring this up. You do not want to catch your administration off guard. A lot of times it's because they want to have some information available for when you make this assignment, to say this is what's happening, to figure, so if it's an assignment like this, all different kinds of
That
assignments.
is an important point, because I would, any superintendent would like to be able to address what is happening, what's occurring, but if you don't tell me ahead of time and you ask me at 8:30 on a Monday night, and I don't know you're gonna ask me, all I can really say is, I'll get back to you. And that, that doesn't satisfy anyone, so yes, the board was always good at saying, I'm gonna bring this up, so I had a chance to prepare and have some information. Now, for instance, this year, the district had some issues in transportation. I can assure you that it wasn't, that was discussed with the board. The superintendent was talking to the board about all the issues, why it happened, et cetera, et cetera.
So clarification.
Yeah.
What makes it go to the board is when there's a complaint from numerous people. I think that's what got me on the last one, was that I saw the numerous calls, it was an individual, not a group of people.
So is this just one bus that keeps being late? Is it just one family that maybe lives in a hard place to get to? I don't know, so I'm gonna pass it off. If suddenly we're hearing from lots of people that buses, that's when it's as likely a district-wide problem and we need more information.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to see how many examples I have here. Okay, yes, so a group of parents is asking to move high school start times later. You need to determine if this is, you being the district, need to determine if that's the right course of action. Is this something the board's gonna take on their own? The admin will take on their own? The board and admin will work on figuring out together if we should move high school start times, or you just have no idea?
Is this one high school?
Nope, so we wanna move all the high schools in the district, we wanna move their start times. Who how would you engage the community in this conversation? Woo! All right, yes. So why is this that the board and admin would have to do this together?
So we need data, we research data, somebody who's
Yeah.
what's going on in the school now.
Yeah, so you're gonna need some data, so the board members aren't gonna have that, so we're gonna need that from, yeah. Any other reasons why you'd want?
It's gotta be implementable.
Yes.
And that's the administration, but you-
Exactly. I know the administration hates it when we're like, that's a great idea, and they're all like, that we can't. Yeah. It's gonna be a great idea, but what are we doing? Yes.
I mean, you just save a lot of time by going on the news and saying, we're gonna start all schools at 9 o'clock. It's better for teen brains to have a later start time, like, right? Like-
Yes, exactly. You mess up a lot when you go out on your own. Yes. So exactly. So this is about engagement. It's not constituents response, right? It's engagement. And so it's gonna probably take a board policy or some governance actions to change this. And it's definitely gonna involve the administration to implement it. All right, let me see if I have any others, or is that my last one? Nope, that's it. All right, so let's have everyone head back to your seats, and we have, I think, two more sections before we're gonna have some lunch.
Oh, Lisa, while
Yes.
we're going back, can I interrupt? And when I
Yes.
retired, the district was probably spending 42 million on transportation. 42 million, and I'm sure it's more now.
So one of the things to remember is that though we're the public schools, we're responsible for the education of every child that lives in the district, whether they attend CPS schools or not.
Yes, state law.
Yeah,
State law.
and so what that means budgetarily is that when we're asking for, when we have to go back and ask for levies, that we're not really just talking about CPS students. We're talking about every student in the district.
And the
So.
unfortunate part is, nobody knows that.
That's why you did not say that.
That's what, and that's
I
why,
know that.
that's why I'm reiterating it, because that's like the
Yeah.
best kept secret.
Uh-huh.
You know?
I have a question about that then. Is there an age or grade limit to the provision? Is that through high school? Is that
K
through
to
graduate?
eight. You're not required high school, but if you don't do it at high school, your attendance.
I'm not just talking about transportation.
Yeah, I was
Good.
gonna
So
say.
the age
I
of-
had a transportation question.
It's K to-
If
yes,
the
K
student
to-
lives in the.
It's K to eight. It's K.
What about
it's K to
homeschool?
eight.
So it would be great if Mary could talk a bit about Eileen's broader point. It's not just transportation. It is educational services. It is support.
There's auxiliary services.
That's 2 to 20.
Homeschooling, yes, all of that.
Yes.
For children that would need special support.
So Cheryl can tell you about preschool and kids who need special support, right?
Yeah,
Is that's,
so I mean, if a child's identity, that's 2 to 21.
yep.
We have to provide the psychologist to do all the testing at all the private, parochial, charter schools. And we're 90 square miles, so we're huge, and all those children, we have to provide those kinds of services.
And we're happy to do that as long as people understand when they're voting that
Yes.
costs, that it costs to make that happen for every child.
Yes, and it comes through our budget, so our budget looks huge, but
it's-
we can't touch that money. It just flows through us out the door to the charter, to auxiliary services and the Catholic schools. Because remember, we had one board member who used to vote no, it'd be going through, let's say for St. Rose, a computer lab, books, teachers, because all that has to be approved by the board members, so the money can flow out of our treasurer's office to those schools. And he'd always vote no, but legally, you have to, it's not, we're just a flow through. But think about that, that adds tens of millions of dollars to the public school budget that's not yours.
Used by.
So when the media does the simple math of, the district has this number of students and here's the budget, and they do the simple math of that and mislead the public that this is what every child is receiving.
And this is what
you
we're
will
doing,
know that.
13,000, no, that's not what we're doing for CPS students.
So short is answer you can give. How long has that been in place, and what was the logic behind, why is this a thing? I know you said we're happy to do it, but where did this even come from?
It's a state law.
Elected officials.
State, federal
We
law?
have very generous, how shall I put it, the former superintendent of the archdiocese who came from Colorado, lovely state, I said, how'd you end up in Cincinnati? He said, Mary, I came to Ohio because I knew they have very generous funding for parochial schools.
Just to answer my, cause I know
That
the
was-
response
that
to
was
this
the
is, my thing was, what was the logic behind their thoughts? Like, what are you doing to our entire district?
Very generous support for non-public schools. Same way with charter legislation, very loose and encouraging it.
Let me give a little bit different response.
Okay, be good.
Be good, Eileen.
Be nice.
Don't be nice. The state constitution requires that you provide a fair and equitable, or whatever the language is, for every child in the state of Ohio. They have school districts that are supposed to do that. CPS is supposed to do that for every child that lives in a district. That's the simple answer. You know,
Eileen's
and that's
a
why,
lawyer.
and that's why it's done.
Yes.
Now, how the funding,
Yes.
Yes.
how
Yeah.
the other
Political
legislation comes in is a
answer.
whole nother,
Yes.
issue. So that's what I'm saying, it's not that we might do it, but people need to understand that. So when somebody calls me and says, as a board member, and says, yeah, you've got that levy on it, and I'm not gonna vote for it because I don't have any kids go to public schools. I said, did you go to public schools? And they said, well, yeah. I said, well, guess what, somebody paid for your education. I said, so, and if they say no, I said, we still paid for some of your education. You know, so be clear that we're responsible for everybody, and it's really a matter of people understanding that can help us, you know, make way.
But you're right, it's a well-kept secret, and it's
That's
hard to
why
explain.
I think you were gonna get to that. When you think about the levies that are passed, what sort of constituent response and community engagement is done? Just, I think, to visualize, these are all of the dollars. This is the service area when you think about the district. This is what goes to a CPS school, and this is what goes to a non-CPS school.
We've done that.
You try to have pie charts, and you try to show.
And let's keep that because we're gonna have an entire session on district finance and budget that Jennifer Wagner is going to do. And one of the things she'll bring in is this breakdown here. And so I think we'll talk about that. Dawn has had her hand raised for a while. So Dawn, what did you like to ask?
I was just gonna ask, I think Mary said 42 million for transportation, is that
And
correct?
that was 2 years ago, so it's probably up a couple million by now.
Okay, my question was, so what percentage, I know you don't know exactly, but would go to private transportation versus public of that?
For the parochial, when I left, it was 6 or 7 million, and then there's the charter on top of that, and that was harder to peel out.
Yep. And I think there's there are even though it's state law, right, there's also, that's state law in a number of states. How it's written into law here, it puts the burden of the cost on the district. So for example, in New York State, that's also a state law that you have to transport every child. But they also have as part of that law though, that the district gets to decide the start times of every school in that district, because that's where the cost comes in, right? And so when you have schools that are just gonna do their own thing and their own vacations and their own this and that, it makes it really, really difficult. Let's take, one more quick, yeah?
Are all school districts, covered under this, under the state?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
you
even
think-
the smallest school district, let's say Forest Hills or Forest Park, they too have to.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
And now
it's everyone, you know, and
Okay.
it's probably one of the biggest things, when we would go to Columbus, you know, that was my awakening for me, since most of the state's rural, they really don't care about the urban districts.
That's
But
the big thing.
that is a huge problem, you know, you've got your 8 urbans, and you've got like 21st ring out of 613 school districts, so they're not exactly listening to you. But we figured out, that's the problem, 613 districts, that the rural districts struggle too with transportation, and it's because they are so big and they have the miles that they have to travel. So that was one area that we were able to coordinate with the rurals and the urbans together, saying there's not enough funding for transportation and it's killing us. So you had to look for areas where you could have a rural coalition, because chances are they'd be listened to while you wouldn't be there by yourself as an urban really listened to. But
So
yes,
that's
they
a-
struggle too.
So that's something the administration would do, but not the board.
But I think both, we used to, board members and administrators would try to go and lobby. It's a, you know, that was probably one of, I never cared for it that much, because oftentimes, you know, it's a 2-hour drive to Columbus, you get there, and invariably, even if you have an 11 o'clock meeting, usually the elected official isn't there, and you're talking to their 22-year-old staff member who's writing down transportation, you know what I mean? And saying, oh, they'll be here any minute, you know, looking at their watch, and then oftentimes the elected official doesn't show up. So it was just, it took a huge amount of time for all of us to try to do that. And I don't think we did it terribly effectively.
Let's take one more question from Drika, and then we'll move on
Just
to.
wanted to make sure I gathered everything
Yes,
that you said.
sure.
When the budget comes in, Cincinnati Public School Board has the budget for every single student that's in
Will
the
The
district.
state
The state.
determines the formula,
Yes.
and you'll see that when you become a school board member.
Yes.
None of us know how much
Yes.
money we're going to get.
Well,
It's an amazing formula.
Yeah.
I remember one year, they don't, nobody, really, I don't even, they're
Nobody
probably,
alive.
no, yeah, there's 600 613 treasurers, some of them can figure it out, some of them can't, the rest of us can't. And they don't even release the formulas. One year it was March. So, okay, think about it. The year ends June 30th, you can't be over budget, but now it's March before they gave you these complex formulas and you didn't even know how much money you had to spend, so you were praying, because between March and June, you don't have a whole lot of leeway. You can't send teachers home, and what are you going to do? That was the worst year, and that's really the problem. The state keeps changing the formula, it's incredibly complex, and they don't release any of this for months. And so your school year starts, and you can go 6-7 months without being able to pin down what you have.
Right,
We'll
but I'm
get
not
into the-
concerned about the amount of money right now.
Okay.
I'm just trying to follow.
It's
the
per,
money.
it's number of.
So if the money comes in
Yes.
to CPS board, that takes care of transportation for every student? Does it also takes care of lunch and food and all of that for every student here? But then CPS board only takes care of the public school students.
So we're gonna get into
And-
like
but they
literally
give
an
the money
entire
for
session.
all the
Yes.
students.
So we'll have a whole.
So 100% of the money comes in here, whatever percentage, let's say it's 40%, goes out to other people, we only have say over the full 60%, and we have to
Yeah, so there's some that's
handle
the
the other
pass through.
40.
Yes.
But we don't have any talk with them because our board only talks to the 60%
Right.
superintendent
Right.
and not the 40%
That's right.
superintendents.
Right.
That's right,
Yeah,
you're
I'm just
charter
trying to
program.
see-
Yeah,
Charter
yeah,
program.
follow
Yeah,
my- make
totally.
sure that I
Yeah.
understood.
You have that right, yep. And we're gonna get into like this, what, definitely is the specifics of this, we'll have a whole session with our treasurer, to ask much more specific questions, but you're right, like, we don't have control over what happens with that part of the budget. Like, that's either state law told us where it had to go, or those schools are saying, like we said, like, state something wants this, we have to just approve it.
But we're on the ones, we're the ones that's on the line for it.
You
though.
got it, you
Hey,
got
I
it.
graduated from saying
Say
something.
something. All right, so let's go into, we wanna talk, just a few minutes, cause this is a really important one as well, about, you guys read about sunshine laws and executive session and all of that. This one is really important for a lot of reasons. Right here, I'm not gonna read this because you guys read it over, but these are the only reasons you can go into executive session. So, the most common ones are the first couple, we call them employment of a public official, purchase of property, or pending litigation. And then bargaining, that's like collective bargaining with your unions. Those are the most common reasons why you call an executive session. I think the thing we want you to really understand here is that, like, just because you don't want to talk about something in public doesn't mean you can squeeze it into an executive session reason, right? Like, that is the quickest way to run afoul with the law. So this does make it really hard to do the work of the board, because there are some things that maybe just don't feel appropriate to talk about in public, but you have to. Or even if you just think about timing wise, right? Like, sometimes that something will come up and you want to talk about it, but you don't have a board meeting for 2 weeks. And one of the other things to really keep in mind here is that email and text are subject to the sunshine laws. As unfortunately a number of our city council members discovered, they are.
And
So,
school board members know
yes,
as well.
yes,
Yeah.
and this happens a lot, where you'll be texting, and we'll go through some examples of this, and it seems, this is one where I'd say it's usually not intentional. It is just very easy to slip into this territory, right? So again, something comes up, you want to talk about it in a normal business setting, you would email the person, or you might get on the phone with your whole team to talk about this thing that's happening. That is all, you cannot do that as a board member. It has to be happening in public, in a meeting. So sometimes you might have to call an emergency meeting, or if it's not actually emergency, you gotta kind of wait until the timing is right. But it's really important for a number of reasons, and one of them is because it will hopefully build trust with the community, right? That you're not making decisions behind closed doors, that you are making these decisions in public. So that is definitely something we want to keep in mind. Indeed, you have a question?
Super fast question.
Yeah, go for it.
Basically, like, when you're calling an executive session,
Yep.
how much do you have to say about what it's about?
So you just say, we're calling an executive session for the employment of a public official,
Okay, got it.
period. Yep, and then in executive session is when you discuss it, yes.
Does it actually say a meeting? I mean, could you, for instance, use social media and as a public forum?
Say that, tell me what you mean by that, John, talk further.
So if there was something that you wanted to discuss in public, you have, I mean, like Twitter is public, like
Yeah.
it's entirely public. If you have a conversation via Twitter,
Good
like
question.
it should be kosher, right? This is all.
Yeah,
this is
no,
all
you
public.
have to have, so there are rules around what a meeting is, so that would be outside of the rules. So like, for example, even if there are, so say I was out of town, but I wanted to call into a board meeting, I can call into that board meeting, but I don't count as a quorum, because I'm not physically there, and I can't vote on it, what they're talking about, because I'm not physically there. Yes, so if you did that, that would be running afoul of the sunshine laws, because it has to be, if there are more than a quorum, so if there are 4 or more board members and they're discussing something, it has to have been noticed to the public at a predetermined time with the topic that's being addressed. So even if you're talking about it in quote unquote public, in the Twitter sphere, that is not, you did not call a board meeting at a predetermined time, and yes, Eileen, did you wanna jump in there?
No, I just wanted to make it know that it is mandatory that your meetings be open unless you have a reason, and those are the only reasons. You know, and so I'm still not sure that I understood the discussion, because it doesn't constitute a meeting if somebody's just putting information out.
So
Because these are things that you want to have,
Yeah.
these are things that you want to have in private for a particular reason. It's usually a protection, a legal protection of somebody, or something, or the sale of property where you don't want developers to know that you are looking at property so that the cost doesn't skyrocket and things like that. So those are the reasons that you have executive session for. That's the only time when you can have the kind of discussions you need to have that are not public.
I think you mean something like a live chat.
Yeah, like,
Right.
or no,
Can
like,
you
could
do
you just,
that
all 7 of
instead
you
of
be
a
tweeting
meeting?
about a topic and that's a public meeting?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's.
No, and even things like, we asked our legal counsel at one point if, could we, like, all call into one spot so we could have some sort of like, the community can all call in and we can all call in. And our legal counsel was like, it is so clear in, like, the Ohio Revised Code about what constitutes a legal public board meeting, that no, like, you can't even do, you have to, it's to be a prearranged time, open to the public, in a, like, actual physical space. Yes, and so that is what constitutes a public meeting, and these are the only times that you can discuss something that is not in public.
And cherish that clarity, because it
Yes.
doesn't exist everywhere.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Yep, Ronnie.
Do you foresee that changing? Like you mentioned before, how social media maybe wasn't what it was, but now it is.
Yeah, and I can
So-
repeat what I just said, cherish the clarity of what a meeting is.
Yeah, I get that, but like, the same thing for LSDMC meetings, you know, if we have to vote on something and we've got, you know, not a scheduled session, we have something that comes up with maybe Mercy Health, for example, and we have to figure out
Yeah.
if we're gonna bring them back or not to our school. And we can't get enough of our LSDMC members in for the vote. I'm like, why can't they vote on the phone? Why can't they sit in on this meeting on the phone? We're holding up something super important because somebody can't be sitting here. That to me seems like archaic.
I think when I said consider social media and how active it is and everything, it is not to use it to replace something else. It is to add it to the process of that something else.
Sure.
So your ability to get information from people, how people feel about things with social media is separate from the fact that it's still not a meeting.
I was
And
just
if we
using.
could look back on
Yeah.
our conversation about board member shenanigans, imagine if a meeting could be, I mean, you don't want them to have the ability to be doing all of this separately from what a real meeting is.
I
And do
think
you all
what
need
a
to
real
be
meeting
physically
is
in one
defined
space?
differently
It'd be
today.
state
than-
law,
Yeah.
and
I
maybe,
hear what you're
you know.
saying.
Actually, we have one of the, we do
Yeah.
have one of the
I
most
hear what
strict, we have one of the most strict laws in the country,
Yep.
in Ohio. And yes, I do think that it begs to have some flexibility, particularly at certain levels. You know, so, because the only reason you have to do that is because it's
Yes.
it's because you've been empowered by the board as, you know, as, an extension of the board, if you will. You know, but, so I do think that begs to be looked at.
It can be looked at, but how do you know who's there? Roll call.
We're gonna do virtual.
Visual chat.
Visual chat.
Yeah, and I think there's some kind, like, so, I
This
think there's.
impacts me intensely. I don't have any of that technology.
Right,
How is
so-
that fair?
So good, yes.
Yeah.
Buildings aren't
I
accessible either.
I just think that there needs to be a discussion about it.
I just want to point out it's a broad conversation.
And I think Ronnie's bringing up a couple of important points, one of which is, because I know a lot of you are in your school's LSDMCs, and last year, this was like a moment for a lot of the folks in the room, that this sunshine, these Open Meetings Act, sunshine laws, it applies to the board, it applies to the board committees, and it applies to subcommittees. LSDMCs are subcommittees of the board. So LSDMCs also need to be noticing their meetings, they need to be open to the public, they need to be public minutes published, and these are the only reasons an LSDMC could ever have a meeting, talk about something not in public. And that was a really important awakening moment for a lot of folks. And I think, Ronnie, you bring up some good points of like, do we need to catch up with technology, with where we're at? Eileen is telling you it is one of the most restrictive laws in the country. These are all things that, again, if you are in one of these positions, thinking about like, what are the things that you want to take on, right? Like, did that transportation thing get you mad enough that you want to figure out how to get a group of people together and lobby at the state level, bringing in New York's code to your state rep? Is this part of as an LSDMC member, do you want to get the other LSDMC presidents together and say, we would like it to be written into state policy that yes, this still pertains to the board and the board committees, but when it gets down to school level committees, we think we should be able, like, those are things that absolutely, we hope that coming out of these things, you'll feel empowered to do.
Maybe you could convince Mary to provide transportation for LSDMC members.
Yes, if she was still superintendent.
So I mean, I think this is definitely a difficult one. I mean, there are definitely times, I will say, all of these folks up here can talk about the district getting sued for having walked into this territory accidentally at times. And so it is a very important one because it ends up not only taking time but also money from the district because there's a whole lot of legal stuff involved. Who sues a school district? Mary, would you like to say something? Yeah, so a lot of people, but I think Mary was talking about one in particular that kind of had all of us drop our jaws, but that is unfortunately not atypical. It's not just our school district, but many school districts. You know what example I'm talking about the person who sued so many times that eventually.
She's like, there's so many.
There was a lawyer, and I think he used our district as like his college fund for his children. So he would do an open records request, which happens all the time. And this is really the reason why you have to be so careful about what you put in writing. You know, about a decade ago when newspapers were still vibrant, they would have education reporters. And I learned my lesson when this reporter would request like all my emails for the past year, and our computer people would have to go through and turn over reams and reams of emails. And then the awful part was if a board member had emailed me, they'd get sucked in, a principal, because suddenly, see, you know, when people are copying you, because obviously they were digging for something, and sometimes I didn't know what, sometimes I did. So I learned early on, be so careful what you put in writing, and in fact, even your voicemail is in private. So at the end of my tenure, I would just say, call me. I wasn't gonna say, call me about the fight on the bus, or call me about, you know, some staff member misbehaving, because that was public too. And see, we keep everything, I think the federal requirement is like 7 years, so we have to store all that information. So it is best just to have one-on-one conversations at the end. I just go from office to office, because I couldn't use email, I didn't wanna use the telephone. Now, it's gotten better only because the newspapers are going under, they don't have designated education. So that was the only thing that saved me. Towards the end, it's just because they were too busy, but back in the day, they did that on a regular basis. They did it for board members, they wanted all your communication, and it takes a ton of staff time to go through and produce all of that and send it down in boxes to the Inquirer office.
So is this only like your work email, or is this your personal?
It's our work unless we use our personal for work.
And then we had the case around the levy, that Eileen's
Because
alluding
I don't want
to.
y'all on my personal, because I love memes, and they're not always appropriate.
Yes, well, and that's what we wanna say too, is every time that if you email someone, obviously a board member or
Clean
district
it up.
administrator, but
Yeah.
even when you email your
That's where I
principal
was
or
going
your
out.
kid's teacher,
As an advocate.
those are all subject to sunshine law, so making sure that everything you said, I mean, as board members, our legal counsel told us like day one, he said, if you don't want it on the front page of the Inquirer, don't email it or
But
text
you
it.
forget and you start
Well,
doing
yeah.
it, and
Yes.
all of a sudden, and taken out of context, an
Yep.
email can certainly reflect poorly on you.
Yeah,
What about text I'm sorry.
Yes, text messages
Like-
too.
Oh, text messages,
Everything.
everything. And like I said, a voicemail message, that's, oh my
Yeah.
God, because you know how when you start to talk, you don't even think of what
Yes.
you're saying and leaving a message.
And sometimes it would be like I'm saying, it's often like well-meaning, right? So like sometimes if I would call Mary, I know how busy she is, and so I would want to give her the context of why I'm calling.
Right.
Hey Mary, I'm calling because blah blah blah. And I learned pretty quickly, like, oh no, like Mary said, I would just say, hey Mary, give me a call when you have a minute, right? Like that, because you don't. And it's not like we were doing anything shady. It's just because out of context, they will grab anything and everything, And again, like with the magnet school stuff, I can still remember one of the lines because my husband kept reading it, thinking it was kind of hilarious. In one of the articles, so again, most of my emails had been asked by the Inquirer because I was the head of the policy committee, and that included these memos because I was constantly keeping the board informed of what we were working on. And I remember one of the lines was, "This board seems to be obsessed with the word equity," and I was like, what? Like clearly they did like a search for like in those emails,
Like a
what words get, like you can make that like graphic of what word comes up on top of it. And I was like, wait, is that a bad? Like, yeah, I was like, shouldn't our board be obsessed with equity? But yes, and I mean this because again they had requested all of the emails and that stuff. Yes. So we're gonna move on in just a sec. But Jessica, go for it. What do you?
So when they sue,
Mhm.
is the money coming essentially from the students? It's
Yes.
like money that would go
Yes.
to students?
Yes.
Oh,
From the district.
Yes.
Yeah, he would get $10,000 a pop. So what
Yeah.
he would do is, he was a lawyer, so he would write a very detailed letter wanting, 8 things, which could take you days and a ton of staff time trying to get it together. Then he'd send a letter like a week later, that was exactly the same, except there was like one additional little thing in it. Which of course you go, oh, well, that's the same, we'd go to public affairs or whatever, they're trying to put it together, they go, oh, well, that's the same as the one that came in a week ago with the same things. So then you give him the 8 things, and then he'd sue and say, oh, it's been like 3 months now, you didn't give me whatever it was, the extra little piece. And
Sue
so,
him for taking money from our children?
Right.
And he would get money off of
for
that.
being
$10,000, you just settled.
Yeah, that's.
The bottom line is, as soon as you go public explaining what he did, you create 10 more.
Yeah.
Right.
This is all
Right.
about other lawyers.
Right.
It's robbing the children.
And
Yeah.
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 And the other thing, we were sued, I remember we were being sued by Inquirer, actually.
Usually.
And, but the thing is, we won the lawsuit because we were so keyed into the law and the rules
Right.
that just because you're being sued doesn't mean you're doing something wrong.
Right.
It doesn't change the fact that that money had to be spent on an attorney
Yeah.
to defend the
Exactly.
lawsuit.
Exactly. So
But
it's not-
that's the peril of being a public institution, and
Yeah.
that's just always going to happen.
Right.
Yeah.
It is.
All right, we're gonna do a quick game here. All right, so this is sunshine laws and executive session, so we're gonna do our stand up if you think it's okay. Sit down and give a thumbs down note, and you can always tell us you don't know. All right, our first one, board secretary text all 7 board members to remind them there's an emergency meeting scheduled for noon tomorrow. Is that okay for her to do? Okay, if you wanna stand up, you can, I know you've been sitting a while. All right, so yes, totally fine for her to do, right? Like you just giving information. So there was no discussion or deliberation, just giving us some info. Okay, how about a board member texts back to the admin saying she doesn't think we should hold this emergency meeting. And then other board members chime in about what they think. Oh, thumbs down, why? Tell us why.
Discussion or deliberation.
Right. So now it's because now you're discussing board business. Do you see how easy it is to slide into that? Right?
So even
Yes,
if you're
Annie.
not discussing why you're holding the meeting, if you're just discussing, I don't think, like if she literally just texts back, I don't think we should hold it, and other members say, I agree, even that's considered
You're
business.
now discussing board business, because the board
It's not
business
the
was,
content,
right?
just like the, okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
we together had already
See,
decided
so
we're
that's
having this,
so-
yep. Mm-hmm.
She's not saying, I don't think we should.
Yes,
have it.
yeah. I mean, and there would, again, this would happen, and it's so easy to get into, and it takes other board members checking ourselves. I would often jump in and just say, guys, we're now discussing something. Everybody, cut it. Melanie Bates was very good about this because she's been on the board a long time. You'll get to meet her at a future session, and she would say all the time, "Stop it. We're starting to get into discussion territory." And so, but it is so easy to get to.
Can I ask a question about that last
Oh
one?
yes, go ahead.
So can you go back to it?
Oh yeah,
Right?
yeah.
What's the way to handle this situation then? Is it a let's meet so that we can talk about this?
No,
Is
we
it-
already decided as a board we're holding the meeting, so you text Jane, you say we cannot discuss this, we already decided in public that we're having this meeting.
So that
So
if
everybody-
there's a complaint about the meeting, then
So
you
she
have
can-
it at the meeting.
She can come to the meeting and complain about having the meeting.
I
Yeah.
understand. Thank you.
That's
Or
exactly right.
6 people show up and the 7th board member
That doesn't come, yep, that's another
And
one.
that rarely happens because that's how you get paid. So even the
Little
most
as that is.
troublemakers were always happy to have a meeting.
Come get their $150.
I understand.
Okay, so how about this one now? 3 board members are on the phone talking about one of the topics on the next meeting's agenda. Is that okay to do? 3 board members. Think about what a quorum is. So, all right, I see a lot of shrugging, a lot of I don't know. Okay, so technically, this is okay to do. A quorum is 4. So 3 board members could call each other and say, like, I need some context here, what's going on, blah, blah, blah. According to bylaw, that's okay. Whether or not that's okay for board culture or any of those things is a whole nother topic, but it's okay because they're not a quorum. However, so it's not against the law. However, they can't hang up and then round robin style call the other board members, because now that, as you might have read in the bylaws, according to ORC, the Ohio Revised Code, that is called a round robin, and that's the same thing as holding a meeting.
It's also the same thing as Mean Girls.
This is true too. But yes, so it is, like, technically it is okay for a couple people to get on the phone and talk. It is not okay once you hang up and say, hey, I just talked to the other 3 board members, what do you think about this? Hey, I talked to the other, that is against the law. Okay, one of the board members is having a graduation party for her son, invites the other 6 board members, they all come and have a good time at the party. Is that okay to do?
Like,
I know, everyone's like, wait, okay, that is okay.
No relationship.
So it's okay. And here's the reason why. It's a quorum, right? I think that's what got people confused. It's a quorum. It's a prearranged place and time. However, it's not board business. It's not board business. As long as it's not board business, y'all are welcome to get together, have a good old time at that graduation party.
Invite the entire district to your.
You don't. I'd like to have a public meeting for my son's graduation. Well, it's gonna have to be bring around the pizza, but yes.
Does the answer change if it changes to 3 board members?
No, it's as long as you're not discussing board business, it is not a board meeting. Y'all are welcome to go out and have fun. I mean, even
personal.
yes,
It's not.
right. And some of this is actually important for board culture. And we've talked about this before too. That it's such a weird thing because in any other work environment, you get together and you do team building stuff and blah blah blah. You have to do all of that as a board retreat in public, right? And so we would sometimes get together and just go get a glass of wine and talk about your kids and your dogs and your vacations and stuff, because it's important to build your board culture. And as long as you don't discuss board business, you are okay to be human beings existing in the world together.
What if I'm having a keg stand and I decide to throw out a question about the board?
Well, then that's not okay. And I will say this also happens a lot, like, because board members are often invited to the same events. So for example, like, some community organization says we'd like to invite all the board members to X event. You are welcome to go to that event. You cannot talk about a board business, discuss, deliberate, that kind of stuff at the event. Okay, another one. The board's notified by the superintendent that a staff member in the district's been arrested. They call executive session and send notification to the public. Is that okay? Yeah. Yes, so that's exactly what you should do, right? So board member is, board is notified because someone's been arrested, they call executive session, send notification. What would you call it for? What would you call executive session for? Yep. Yep.
Okay, can you go back for a minute?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yep. So unfortunately, sometimes this would happen, and the superintendent would say, we need to call an executive session. I need to talk to you about an incident that happened with a staff member. So you call an executive session, it's notified publicly, you all get together. You call it for, you guys got it, for investigation of charges. Now, during that executive session, a board member asks for an update on a lawsuit against the district that was discussed previously. Is that okay? Okay, good. So why is that not okay?
It's not the reason you call the meeting.
Yes, woohoo! Yes, exactly right. Because that is not, pending litigation is a completely different reason. Okay? If you had said when you were calling that original executive session, hey, I want to add to it pending litigation, and both of those things got noticed, that's fine, you can talk about those. But if that executive session hasn't been called for that purpose, you cannot talk about that topic.
Is there any catch-all phrase you can put in your
posting?
All of the things.
So sometimes our admin would say to us, what do you guys need to call executive session? Because we'd almost always have executive session before our board meetings, because there's almost always something, a sale of property or something, and the district is this large. And so sometimes we'd email back oh, we need to call it for this or that. And suddenly there's 3 things, and she'd be like, should I just put all 4?
Yeah.
And you'd be like, yes, let's just put all, the 4 most common, because that gives you the leeway to talk about all of them. But if it was called for something specific, you can't actually talk about anything else.
Lisa, in that,
yes.
in that case, is it really just the board holding itself accountable? Because it's executive session, the...
Mary Ronan, would you like to talk about how you got sued because something exactly like this happened?
Yes, well, a board member called Jack Reiner, the lawyer for the Enquirer, and said we had an illegal executive session, and then we all got deposed.
Not me.
She missed the meeting.
So a year later, we're all down at Frost Brown and Todd being deposed, and the mass being like, who called the meeting, who seconded? And when you have 100 meetings a year to save our lives, I couldn't tell you who called and who said second, It was bizarre, and we lost and it was interesting, it was about what you mentioned before. The city was reneging on their $5 million a year for tax abatements they're supposed to pay us. And I'd gotten a call from either a council member or city manager who said, city manager saying, we're not gonna give you the $5 million. So that's what we went into executive session for, but whether we were gonna sue the city, but I guess it wasn't pending legislation yet, so that was what they said. It wasn't pending, we were just discussing.
So the legislation wasn't happening yet.
So that's the technicality that we got caught on, but as a board, you didn't want to start discussing in public, we're gonna sue the city, because I got this call, and it could have just been, and it was only from the city manager, so the city council really hadn't decided yet that they were gonna do it, but he was trying to give us all a heads up, so anyway, messy.
So someone in that executive session either has to hold each other accountable and hopefully does not go calling the Enquirer first, but that's...
Yeah,
so, and I will tell you, there were times that again, it is in our bylaws, what's in executive session stays in executive session. But as all of us up here will say, there were times that you'd hear something from the public and be like, has a what? Like, somebody in that room said something, because that is the only place we've ever talked about it. So, yes, okay.
What if you have 5 things on your agenda for the executive session, and you can't get to all of them? Is that a problem?
Oh, no.
Because you.
No, it's okay. If you put them on there and you don't talk about it, that's okay.
Okay.
Yes, you just can't talk about it.
Another
inside.
meeting,
Another
meeting
time.
to cover what you didn't cover?
Yeah, so you'd have to call another meeting. So sometimes like you'd have to do executive session again after the meeting, after a meeting to continue it on. So you'd have to like, I don't remember what it was called.
It was
called
a 10
break.
o'clock at night
Yes.
executive session.
It was awful, but yes.
We've done that.
We've done that. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to, it looks like we've covered a whole lot of territory. So before we have lunch though, we did want to, we'll have to probably do this a little quicker than we had anticipated because this has been such good conversation. But we want to just talk a bit about these last 2 objectives that we have these folks here for, is really understanding kind of the structure of the board and the administration of how they get their work done. And so I'm going to walk through an example of this kind of quickly because we actually got to some of that in the conversation. But one of the things that we heard often as board members is I sometimes have people say to me like, you know, and Monday night board meetings, do all just rubber stamp stuff. Like you don't even have discussions. And I'd have to try to explain that's because by the time it's gotten to a Monday night meeting, the work's been done. So really trying to help people understand that the work of the board happens in our committees. That's where most of the work is done. So when you do go to those Monday night meetings, understanding that at that point, it really is more of a business meeting. We're kind of addressing business topics or voting on things. We're not kind of doing the work. So that's why as school board school, we're going to some of those meetings, but we're also going to each committee's meeting so you can see them do that work. Yes, Renee?
And also the subcommittee meetings that you're talking about are also open to the public.
Yes,
correct?
exactly.
I've been to some of those.
Yes, so those are the ones we're going to. So we're going to, as a group, we're going to a student achievement, finance, and policy committee meetings so we can see them do this work. We put this pretty simple graphic in your pre-work. And the reason we kept it this simple is because we really want you to understand that the board is community one step down, not administration one step up. Right? So like that's the point of this right here. And that we oversee the superintendent, the treasurer, and the internal auditor. And yes, the treasurer oversees some people when we say everyone else, but really, everybody else is with the superintendent. It is not your business as a board member. Oh my goodness, none of their pictures came up. This looks really weird. So in your binders, it might be an easier place to look. In your journals, there's one of these. This is so weird. Without the pictures, I have no idea why. On Google, Google Slides, it took out all the pictures. But so with the board, how the board is organized, and you'll see in your journals there that there are 7 board members, and even though we put who the board president and vice president are, we also just put them all in a line because the hierarchy is really flat, right? So like there are board presidents, and we talked about how the board presidents do have some additional kind of power in that they get a direct line to the superintendent, they get to speak to the press. But really, all of you are responsible for the same things, right? It's not like you get 2 votes as the board president. And then from there, the board divides itself into its committees, and the 3 major committees are finance, policy, and student achievement. And as you can see, there are 3 board members on each committee. Like we said, superintendent puts liaisons from the admin onto each of those committees, because that's how the work's actually going to get done, and also because they have the deep understanding of each of these topics. And then you'll see in each of the committees, one of the board members is the chair. So again, kind of like being board president, the committee chair has some additional responsibilities. So they're the ones who create the agendas for each meeting. So when things get assigned, there's usually lots of topics that your committee is responsible for. You decide when you're going to talk about them, how long you will. As the chair, you run those meetings. And so you do have a lot of control over kind of what gets talked about and when. As you guys read about in pre-work in the bylaws, each committee by bylaw has certain responsibilities and functions, and then you're supposed to stay within those. There's a work plan every year that gets voted on, that those are the things that committee will work on. And this is where the work of the board gets done. So we really wanted to emphasize that. Walking through a pretty quick example, we've talked before about the last policy that I was a part of creating was the student voice policy. So again, I know Mary described earlier how this kind of moves through. So as a board member, at a full board meeting, one of those Monday night meetings, I talked about how I wanted to figure out a way that we could bring students' input into board decision making. And so I asked my board, is that something we agree that we'd like to work on to figure out? They say yes. I say, great, I'm gonna assign this to the policy committee. Because I knew from the research I had already done that districts that do this, there's a policy in place. And so then you ask that committee chair, you say, will you accept this assignment? They always say yes, unless it's like really confusing, and then you say like, what are you talking about? Right, and you try to get some clarifications. So the committee accepts that assignment, and then the committee chair will decide kind of where and when it gets discussed. So as a contrast, my first year on the board, we talked about high school start times. It took until and it got assigned to Student Achievement Committee. It took until my last year on the board before it made it to committee. Some of that is just there was lots of other things that kind of needed to be discussed. Some of it was what the board chair thought were more important things to discuss. This one, I was on the policy committee, and the policy committee chair at the time, Carolyn Jones, who you all have met, this was one we were really passionate about, and it got put on the next committee meeting's agenda. So from there, kind of how it goes back and forth, so when I say that work happens in committee, so we talked kind of as a committee, what's our plan? Eileen mentioned Council of Great City Schools earlier. I was very lucky, we had a fellow working with us, kind of like an intern giving us like 10 hours a week to help do research on board matters. We asked her to contact Council of Great City Schools and ask who has board student input on board decision making, and if so, what's your policy? She gathered all of those policies and wrote a white paper for our committee on kind of who has it, what are some of the options, etc. She emailed that to the policy committee, but copied the full board so that the full board is involved. We then discussed that and said, well, this seems silly as a bunch of adults to be coming up with a student voice policy. We should bring in the students, right? And so again, when we talk about engagement, we could say, yes, we'd like to engage the students. We have to now bring in the administration, okay? So the administrative team got in touch with all the principals and said, we'd like for you to send about 3 to 5 representatives from every high school. They arranged the transportation, they arranged the meals. The community engagement staff folks, they held like the small group conversations for us. And so we brought all the students together. Every time we had a meeting with the students, we would type up the meeting minutes and we would send those to the full board. So the full board was getting input all along the way, and then you'll see in board meetings there's a time for each committee to report what they've been working on. We would report out, here's where we're at. Any questions we had for them, we'd ask them right then so we could get their feedback, bring it back to committee. When we had the first draft of a policy that our students helped us write, we brought that to the full board. We got their feedback on that policy, brought it back to committee because our legal counsel is the one who actually wrote the policy. So we brought it back to committee, said here's some of the feedback. We brought it back to the students. Once they came up with what we thought was the final policy, we brought that to the board. And at that point we knew we've gone back and forth enough times, keeping everybody in the loop, getting feedback, we're just voting on it. But we did want the students to come talk about the process. So we had students kind of talk through how this came to it, and then the full board voted. So if you were at that last meeting and you saw that happen, you would probably be one of the people who said like, what, y'all just rubber stamp, you don't even talk about things before you vote on them, without realizing that actually for about 6 months, we had gone back and forth, getting feedback from the board and getting input from the board, from our students, from our staff about how this could work and what this could look like. So that's kind of the example here of how we use committees to actually get the work of the board done. This is a very tiny version of CPS's org chart. You guys have a bigger version in front of you that you guys can put right in your journals when you get done with it. This is not the same org chart as when Cheryl and Mary were in the district, but I think they can talk through just kind of big picture, like what do the different departments do, and how is it arranged just to be as efficient as possible. And I think Mary from the superintendent's perspective, and then Cheryl, I mean, you led one of these departments, so from your perspective as well.
Well, probably the most interesting thing, well, it's what Elisa had said before. At the very top, it's your citizens, your taxpayers, your students, your families. It's who elect the board members. Now, in Ohio, the superintendent and treasurer both report to the board. That's not true in every state. And it's kind of a weird situation. The treasurer has a whole department, 35 accountants and everything, but it's the superintendent's budget. So, so you definitely had to stay close to your treasurer because they've got all the folks, and then you're trying to, work through the budget. So that's different in Ohio. And then, since we're a large district and we wanted to ensure that the public knew we were being fiscally responsible, we have an internal auditor. You're not gonna find that in most small districts because it's another person you have to hire and pay. But your big urban districts have that because it's politically wise, and that internal auditor has an audit committee that really validates everything, and they report directly to the board, not to the treasurer, so it's like another level of control. As you go across here, the current organization, we've got an assistant superintendent in charge of the principals, sports, homeless, the community learning centers, career tech. And then we have one, a deputy superintendent in charge of a lot of the curriculum areas. And then one in charge of special services for children, also HR, talent management. So, that can vary depending on who's superintendent, but those blocks are pretty much the same. You've got your general counsel and assistant general counsel. We're so big that you actually have 2 lawyers on staff just because there's constant items in the district that come up that you just needed 2 lawyers, as you can hear. So at one time there was just one. I was fortunate when I was superintendent, we got to hire a second one, just because, and a lot of the litigation is around student services and special education, that just takes an awful lot of time and money. I mean, because we have about 8,000 children on IEPs for various reasons, so there's just a lot of time and effort there. And then, of course, you've got your, like your COO, because there's transportation, there's security, there's food service. When there's 5,000 employees in the district, there's a lot more employees than just teachers, which I think lots of times people don't think about, that make things work. Then there's your HR function, and it's civil service also, because it's to hire your teacher assistants, your security, your accountants, your food service people. So there's both certificated and civil service. We've got a communications office, which is incredibly important. It's called Communications and Engagement Officers. When I was superintendent, it was Public Affairs. Oftentimes you just change the title. Then we have Chief Information Officer, which is really more your data, your software, because believe it or not, you have, when there's computers in every school, hundreds of computers, and there's 60 different schools, and then there's the whole Ed Center. That is just massive, just trying to keep that network up and running. And then you need offsite storage to back up all the information you have. So I just know there was a lot of people down in the basement trying to take information, and I try not to go down there. Ooh. Let's see. What do we do? Oh, and then there's the huge treasurer's office, because there's the purchasing department, there's payroll. So it is a massive operation, and just so you know, the district's budget is over $500 million. So it's just a huge organization.
And Cheryl, can you talk about, from your perspective as one of the people who was on that level of the chart, how you all worked together so that you weren't kind of just in your silo? How did you guys do that?
Well, we just had really set time aside that was dedicated to doing that cross-functional work. So we had some very specific meetings in the way that those worked. So one meeting would be, and has continued to be, your senior leaders would meet with the superintendent, and that's very much more about the strategic planning piece, alignment to board goals. And then there was one where it was much more just the assistant superintendents, and that was much more about the work that was happening and how there could be crossover of the work. So for example, curriculum is one of those areas. For example, when I was there, I had preschool and K-3, but I was certainly working with those managing student services, for example, even transportation would be there because that touched a little bit of all of our buckets. And so very intentional times with very specific meetings to get, a very tight agenda and being very clear about the things that we wanted to talk about and accomplish. And then a lot of that helped trickle down messaging, right? Because when you look at top rungs of those buckets, you have a lot of people underneath you. So then that becomes, how do you begin to inform some of those other people? Because you're gonna get things out of those meetings, right? There's gonna either have to be some changes or there's some scheduling areas, and then it becomes, how does that impact the people under me, and who do I need to meet with to make sure that we have really tight communication? The other thing is then there's the upward lead, right? The people under you may be experiencing or seeing or hearing some issues or problems that you want to uplift higher in the chain and maybe potentially take to a leadership meeting because it may be something you want to consider in your long-term future planning. So the organizational chart really helps you begin to think about what I call the double feedback loops, the up-down communication, but it also gets you thinking about who do you need over other departments in an organization that's really big that probably need to be at the table, and it helps with that. So, when you think of just, for example, preschool, when we would be getting ready to do, magnet enrollment, you need a lot of people there, right? You need transportation at the table, you need people from external affairs at the table, you're gonna need somebody from IT at the table. So it's just really helping you plan too with intentionality of who are the people you need to have there.
I know that is a lot, and this chart is big. Any questions about either how the board is structured or how the district administration is structured before we have lunch?
I have a simple question. So you were an assistant superintendent. What's the difference between the assistant and the deputy superintendent?
So, workload buckets, basically. When I was there, we did not have a deputy superintendent. We had 4 of us that were all the same, and then things change, structures change, so then it comes down to buckets owned, caseloads, basically, work management.
And when we were talking about the formula earlier, are all of these positions static? They're always gonna be there, or are some of them on the chopping block because you didn't get enough money?
Yes, things can be on the chopping block, and every superintendent, looks different than when Cheryl and I was there, so, and I think Laura put the deputy title on, it just depends on how you wanna organize things. And the board is usually very supportive if you wanna make a few changes and move things around in your administration to function what you think is more effectively or efficiently.
And all that will have to be reorganized in those 2 months you were talking about?
Well, that's part of your problem too, is people are under contracts. So if they have a contract that runs through the end of the year, you really just can't lay someone off because you could, but you still have to pay them. So it doesn't really help you with your budget. So then you have to look to see what discretionary funding can I cut out in the last couple months of the year if I'm running short. So that's what, you cut off buying supplies. I mean, that would be one area. You really can't cut transportation costs when you leave children standing at a bus stop. So you don't have a lot of flexibility. So you try never to get in that position. But there have been years where there's a shortfall. I think in some ways it was easier having a larger budget. I think if you're in a smaller school district that has a little teeny budget, $10,000 or $15,000 could really throw you off in a very small district. I mean, we were shuffling monies around oftentimes at the end of the year just to make sure everything's covered, because the state isn't very helpful in terms of being timely and letting you know what you get. And then sometimes I remember one time mid-year, there was a court case that said we had to it was around transportation. MRDD, for developmental disabilities in the county, they were paying for the transportation for all the children to these specialty schools. I guess they took it to court, and all of a sudden, over the holidays, they said, oh, well, the district has to pay for that starting January 1. So you're scrambling over the holidays, because now you're picking up hundreds of bus routes and all that money that's not in the budget. So, you know, we had to go back to the board to say, in this particular line, we're gonna have to move some money to cover this that we hadn't seen when the budget was created back in June. So, but like I said, I think I was blessed that I had a bigger budget as opposed to, you know, little, if you're in a small little district, that really impacts you.
Yeah, and even, so to Dorika's question, you know, by the time I was on the board, a lot of the central office had shrunk because during the recession years, the district was getting so much less money that they were being forced to not renew contracts, even of jobs that were important, but that just they couldn't afford anymore. And so at that point, we were encouraging, I mean, I think we had only 3 assistant superintendents when I started, and I was like, I'm sorry, huh? Like, how are these, they are amazing human beings, but they are not superhuman, like, right? Like, how do we, and so we had said, you know, would you consider hiring another? And what Mary said was, not until the levy passes. Because she was not gonna add another position unless the levy passed, and we knew we actually had
and then have to lay that person off, that's
right.
horrible. Lots of times you just freeze positions, you don't refill them, I mean, that's what you end up doing.
Let's take like 1 or 2 questions, and then we'll have lunch, and the great thing is you get to have lunch with these folks, so you can ask them lots of questions. So go for it, Jay, what was your question?
So how does the board hold the administration accountable? Is there a list of like goals, or is there a list of like, is it transparent, what's being held accountable? What are those, or maybe are those online? I mean, is that something that you can, is generally available?
Well, they vary by year, and sometimes the board would do my evaluation at a committee of the whole, actually in public, and I'd have to do a presentation of all the things I did to meet the goals that the board had given me.
But usually she develops the goals with the board president. I mean, you develop the goals for the year, and then the board says yes or no, or there's some other things. So we know what the goals for the year are, and then we do the evaluation based on those goals.
You know, academic achievement was always in there, but then, you know, the years with the facilities master plan, you had goals in getting things completed. So there was a lot of that also.
And that is a public document, to your question, yes, that is anything, and we were even told, so when each board member would then evaluate the superintendent, and then we'd roll those up into one evaluation that we would then discuss with the superintendent. But again, our legal counsel was very clear that, like, if you write it on your individual evaluation, that is subject to being, you know, to open meetings. And so be careful what you write down. So a lot of what we did was just discuss together what we wanted to bring to the superintendent as the things we wanted to work. Because if it was just like one board member who was mad at Mary about something and wrote that on the evaluation, you know that's going to be the headline in the Inquirer, right? When that's not actually what the board as a whole thought about the evaluation. So even that is a tricky thing to do because it all is done publicly. But yes, all those are public records. Yeah. Okay, so, whew, that's a lot to cover for one morning. So now we get to have lunch. Okay, so we've got some tables. We asked these folks beforehand who they would most love to share some lunchtime with, and these are who we came up with. So we're gonna, Nicole ordered some great lunches for us from here. So there are some boxed lunches here if you're vegetarian. So as you have probably guessed at this point, we kind of talked about each of these individual objectives, and as we kind of understand each of those objectives, they kind of roll up into what makes effective board members. This was, you know, some research that you read about. Just to remind ourselves of these characteristics, let's take a minute and we'll go around this other table over here this morning. These guys got to all read out loud. But let's just go 1 to 8, starting with Amber. Could you read the first one?
Yes. Effective school boards commit to a vision of high expectations for student achievement and quality instruction and define clear goals toward that vision.
Excellent. Arthur, can you read the second one?
Effective school boards have strong shared beliefs and values about what is possible for students and their ability to learn, and of the system and its ability to teach our children at high levels.
Excellent. John?
Effective school boards are accountability driven, spending less time on operational issues
Johnny, number 4.
I'm gonna say I can, but I
You can't
cannot
see that far.
She just put eye drops in, so she can't.
Okay, so give me those two. That's why we're reading them out loud, so we can also hear them.
Oh, folks, table.
Yes, right. Amber's like, I am not. All right, Sarah, go for it.
On 4?
Yes, number 4.
Effective school boards have a collaborative relationship with staff and the community and establish a strong communication structure to inform and engage both internal and external stakeholders in setting and achieving district goals.
Excellent, Rika.
Effective boards are data savvy. They embrace and monitor data, even when the information is negative, and use it to drive continuous improvement.
Effective school boards align and sustain resources such as professional development to meet district goals.
Number 7, effective school boards lead as a united team with the superintendent, each from their respective roles with strong collaboration and mutual trust.
All right, last one. Alex, you want to finish us off?
Effective school boards take part in team development and training, sometimes with their superintendents, to build shared knowledge, values, and commitments for their improvement efforts.
Very good. All right, thank you. So those were the characteristics we read about. We talked about a lot of this specifically today, but not all of it. And so we had some questions that we figured we'd just kind of throw out to our panel here. Rick, you're kind of trapped behind a lot of chairs. If you can.
I'm on my way.
Okay.
I was trying to take a moment while I wouldn't disrupt.
We have marooned you behind like 6 chairs.
Okay, this is what timeout looks like for a board member.
I used to put them on a regular.
Okay, so I've got a couple questions to start us off, and then hopefully we can get some more as well. But for our panel, and again, not everyone has to answer every question, but can you tell us about a time that you saw one or more of these in action and how it helped move student achievement or move important work in the district? So when you saw one of these, either as a board member, you all were doing this well and it moved something forward, or as district administration, when you saw your board doing this, how it helped you get some important work done.
Well, number 8 over the years, I know you brought in consultants to really do board development, and you included me as the superintendent. And over time, a number of boards did do that, and I thought that was very effective.
I would agree with that. I think that when boards don't do that, it's really hard to even come to agree to disagree. Making everybody stop, bringing somebody in who could facilitate a good process that gets you moving in the same direction at least. I found it to be very helpful, and one of the things was calm down our board quite a bit.
You know, and one of the things we discussed at our table was just every 2 years, even getting one new board member in the mix or 2 board members just changes the whole dynamic, and you really need to go back and do that again. And then one year, I know we brought someone in who did like personal characteristics, so you kind of saw it, and they did it with colors, and you saw why some person always asked those kinds of questions, or, you know, you kind of, it led you to understand where they were coming from.
But you still didn't like them.
So you still thought you still thought the question was wrong.
And that's why he was behind the chair.
How about if we flip that and ask the other question? When one or more of these wasn't at play, how did it hinder either the board's ability to get stuff done or the administration's ability to get stuff done?
Well, you know, that number 7, Eileen, you brought it up, I think, before when, or you did at least, like when the board president didn't meet with me and the vice president for almost a whole year. That causes issues in terms of communication.
That's the most diplomatic way of putting it.
The president didn't meet with the vice president?
That was the example I had given of the president just canceled all the meetings because didn't want the vice president there, so canceled.
And the vice president thought
With
that
the
I wasn't
superintendent.
meeting, because she told the vice president, well, Mary's too busy to meet with us. So then he came to me and I said, oh no, I have this scheduled every 2 weeks or once a month, but he'd been told that I was too busy and that wasn't.
Welcome to school board.
Anything else before we move to another section?
Yeah, I think that when we did, number 3, and that's when we did not spend time on operational issues and we were actually able to do our shared work, policy work, I think things went reasonably well and allowed Barry to get her job done.
And like,
Yeah, so-
how did that happen? What was in play that, where you didn't have to be concerned about operational? What was happening that?
Well, one thing is, if we used 8 for people to understand, here's what you're supposed to be
Okay.
working on, and then we set goals and we work towards them. So by really directing the board to its work and then coming to some agreement about that, even if it was loose agreement, still allowed her and her staff to move forward with it. Because before that, I mean, it was all over the place. It was when it's fractious at the board level, the rest of the work doesn't get done very well, or one person has to do it even if they're not the superintendent.
That was actually one of my notes that I wrote down, that I got from both of you, was that you gotta choose your battles, you gotta, understand that sometimes people are gonna be upset or that they're gonna say whatever they can to get a rise out of you and to cause trouble, but as a board, as a unit, you gotta kind of stay on point with each other and focus. Yes, Steph?
Also, you will notice how there's been a few cracks made about Mary and her diplomacy. It's one of the best things she brings to the table in that position. And a lot of how the board gets managed is an effective superintendent.
Yeah. So when we think about this here too, I mean, I think a lot of this goes to a common question that we get from folks is, what is the school board's role in student achievement? And what is the administration's role in student achievement? Could you talk from your perspectives how you saw your role as board members? What was your role in student achievement for the district? And as the top level people in the administration, what was your role in student achievement?
You know what's interesting about number 5? I was on the board during that period when the state decided to get more involved in student achievement. And they were passing a lot of laws around data, what data should be collected, how it should be used, being accountable for the penny dollars that they gave us. And I remember it being important for the board to accept data as a tool, because a lot of the administration wanted to ignore all of that. They were living in a world of do what you want and ask for forgiveness, as opposed to following rules and the like. And the ramifications of that, when you're talking about data and student achievement, are much greater than other things. So I think at that time, for our board, we had to be really diligent about the importance of this data and what it means, and making sure we were actually getting it.
I'd like to follow up to that. So I'm glad you said that, because that's one that I had written a star by, in helping the board really experience that mindset shift, getting to really appreciating data as a tool. Are there examples of the data really owning the negative data around student achievement, like disparate outcomes?
Unfortunately for Cincinnati Public, it was negative data about student achievement. And just as a specific example, for what I meant by that, because it hit me right after that, okay, no, that's, and Mary will know what I'm talking about with more specificity, because I appropriately and happily don't know all the details as a board member. But there was this test that I remember, it was a Cincinnati Public Schools test. It was not in any way shared by others. And it was given to students, and based on the results of that test, there were raises, there was not a report card, but a standard about the effectiveness of that school. There were a host of things that occurred with this test being given. This test, the performances on that test were typically high for the specialty schools and typically low for the neighborhood schools. And it just continued to contribute to the idea that these are the best schools and these are the lousy schools. And it was based on this test that was not in any way a real measure of anything other than they've been doing this for a long time. And so it was dumb data, I'll call it, for lack of a better term. And I don't know what that test was called.
It was district developed, I believe.
Yeah, it was definitely district developed because the fight was the state's not going to pay any attention to that at all. And then when the public presentation of these specialty schools from the data that the state was putting forth was so different from this other thing, it was, oh no, we don't need to pay attention to that. Pay attention to the man behind the curtain. This is the real data. And it was during that period that struggle began of public accountability for real data or separate data.
No, that was before the state report card.
Yes, it was before all that, yeah.
But even then, I think there was always, for me, I mean, we would go, yay, we were in continuous improvement, but that wasn't so good. Yay, we were the best urban district in the state.
Yes.
Okay, you know, but the bottom line is that what's going on for all the children in CPS, and it really is a struggle to have to do both, and it's hard to look at the negative data. And it's easier to fight the folks who give you negative data when they really don't know what they're talking. I mean, when the state just gives you stuff that doesn't mean anything, it means that you sat in a room. I was on the state task force that dealt with data, and they started talking about scaled scores. Well, by the time you get through with understanding what they're really talking about, I said, so you mean all you gotta do is pass 20% of these and you're okay? What kind of nonsense is that? You know, so you really do have to watch what data you're actually using. And you do, and so that's the kind of stuff that the board can talk about. We can say, this is the kind of data we want. You know, whatever they say, okay, I got it. But let's talk about what is the data that we really need to know how well children are doing. Yeah, and because that's the only thing that you can develop strategies around, for me, is good data. If you develop your strategies around stupid data, you get stupid results.
That's a great segue, because in the session on systems change, the first thing we're gonna have you all do is look at a whole bunch of data that tells a whole bunch of different stories and figure out what stories they're telling and why, and who might benefit from the different stories. So definitely something to keep in mind. When we talk about student achievement though, the role of the administration, the role of the board, what are kind of the levers that you have in each of those very different roles to actually like impact student achievement? So collecting the right data, but what else can a board member do? And then for the administration, what were the kind of levers that you had? And I know, Cheryl, you led some of the biggest kind of initiatives, whether it was preschool or third grade reading guarantee, to really improve that student achievement. When you think about what those levers were.
Well, I mean, when I think about some things, and I think the story that Eileen just shared is so appropriate, because you do take your cues, and I say cues from the board, but when a board starts questioning, is this the right data, or they begin to say things like, and I remember hearing this in one of the meetings, and it's great that we might be the best urban, but how do we stack up, you know, nationally, et cetera. That kind of starts giving you some cues, right, about how you begin to function in your work. And so, leadership, you know, we were always, I think, but it's a balance there too. I want to be clear, we were always trying to do what was best for kids, and we were always trying to figure out how to move forward, also under a guise at the time, for many of my years as principal and at district, in a very public spotlight, right? So you're trying to do and look at the right data and do what's right best for kids, but then you've got this media running around that wants to blast, you know, A, B, F, D's, failing schools. So there's that balance, right? So how do you do what's best for kids academically, social, emotionally, extra school activities that lend themselves to those are very important pieces of developing a whole child, versus the public scrutiny of, are those schools really where I want my kids academically? So it's that balance. But I felt like when I could hear things like, yeah, data matters, and yes, data can help us inform specifically maybe some groups or genders that are or aren't, skills that we may be lacking or not lacking, and it's used to inform, not evaluate. That was extremely beneficial. And when I began leading, for example, K through 3 literacy, you do have to have some data. There's no, you have to be able to articulate to teachers, to parents, and to kids, here's where you are, here's where we need to be. You have to have a goal and a carrot, but we used it more as just a way to inform our work and to really begin to understand what were we doing as adults and teachers and principals. What were the practices that were really working to help move our kids forward in that data, understanding that data is not the end all be all. So it's, all of it becomes very aligned and meshed, right? But I think having boards that also kind of have your back, so to speak, in that helps administration. Having a superintendent that sits and is clear about, we wanna do what's best for our kids because I wanna feel like when they leave, they're productive citizens. That trickles down to the work that you do, which trickles to the principals, that hopefully trickles to the families. It's a
Now,
trickle
understand
effect.
that support does not necessarily mean that you're in agreement all the time.
No.
So, one of the
That's
things,
right.
so, it does not mean
That's
that,
right.
so one of the things that happened very shortly after, I think it was very shortly after you became superintendent, is we took a look at the elementary data, and for the 14 or 16 lowest performing schools, we said, you lift this boat, you lift the whole boat. So we said, superintendent, go back and come back to us with a program that allows us to see how you're going to improve these schools, period. And that was our charge to her. And they came back with the elementary initiative, which developed very specific strategies. So part of it is for the board to ask for the things that the community wants from its children, and say, and then it's their job as the educators to come back with those particular plans. And then for us to not just leave it there, but monitor and say, okay, how you doing here? What's going on here? Or another example is music and art. For a while, there were some schools that didn't have any. You hear what I'm saying? And when I found that out, I went berserk. And so, but thankfully there were a group of teachers too who were, Katie, they would come and they would say, okay, look and see what this looks like at every school. They come to board meetings and that's how we knew. We said, okay, you got to do something about this. So really listening to your community, listening to your staff, when it's done in the appropriate way, and then asking those questions back of your administrators is how you get those achievements, how you take a look at achievement in the particular situations, whichever situation you're talking about. And the last thing is the policies. The policies that the Student Achievement Committee ought to be addressing as it helps to direct and guide the work of the administration. That's where a good deal of it would take place.
The most important thing that a board can do for student achievement is hire an effective superintendent. The rest of this cannot occur if that person is ineffective. And so, if separate from all of the specificities and activities and stuff, you all had, my tenure included 3 superintendents. 2 were extraordinarily effective, but they were change superintendents. And Mary, fortunately, was able to come in after a lot of the disruption of change and actually synthesize a lot of stuff because she was there throughout that entire time, and in my opinion, be the most effective superintendent for decades. And I think that is very, very important. I think that there's a difference between, there's a difference between student achievement and test scores and test prep. And if a board understands that, then they will know what to ask of a quality superintendent, because if you have a lousy one, all you get is test prep. And the desire to be known as somebody who did something because one of those stupid state categories got moved, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that you have graduates from high school who can't read.
So when you think about those constituents, like the folks we have in this room, when you think about the constituents who are kind of most effective at getting some stuff done, either at the district level or at the school level, the board, who you saw coming to the boards, what kind of distinguished those folks who are effective at those kind of your average constituent, what distinguished those folks who were able to be effective in getting stuff done from those who kind of just...
From constituents?
Yes, from constituents. Like what?
Not showing up and expressing themselves.
Yeah.
Those who are persistent about showing up and expressing themselves. I mean, that's really the bottom line was for me, because the squeaky wheel usually gets paid attention to. So it's hard. You have to be really intentional about staying broad and looking at everything. But when somebody keeps on hitting you in the face with it, you want them to stop hitting you in the face. You're going to address it in some fashion. So I mean, and what that looks like is, of course, it ranges from people who are screaming at you to people who just are persistent, like the teacher I talked to you about who came at every meeting and talked about the fact that some schools had art and some schools didn't. It was that. So doing it, hearing it, and in public, as Rick would say, bring it to the public, because we might not hear it otherwise,
And that is true, but it doesn't mean that it's the good people doing it. It's still the best way to get things done and get attention and make things happen, and sometimes it's the wrong thing to happen. But that is the most effective way to get it to happen. So just make sure you're the good things to happen and doing these things. Because there are gonna be bad people who are doing the same thing, getting the wrong things to have happen.
And sometimes our constituency had solutions. That's what I discovered when I was out in the community.
Yeah.
They would have the answer, and I go, ooh, why didn't I think of that? So you come back and do it because they offered an idea of how you could make it better. So that was really valuable. Instead of just complaining, they had solutions.
And I think there's a how involved too. Like, yes, some people came and they are upset and angry. And I think we always said, like, we get it. There's nothing more important than your own child, right? So like, we get when you're in front of the mic and you're angry with us. But I'm thinking about, we had, Mary, remember there was a family from Gamble who was coming all the time saying, like, they're building, like, they're Montessori, they need to be sitting on the ground, and the rugs were disgusting, and their auditorium was kind of, not great. Like, there was all of these things in their building that just weren't very, aesthetically was not okay. And so she kind of came first, and she was very kind about how she was approached. She acknowledged we were not part of the facilities master plan. We lobbied for this building to be reopened. Kind of acknowledged, so it was not an accusation against all of us. It was like a recognition of why, but then it's still not okay for our kids, right? And then she brought kids with her. We talked about coalition building, right? So the next time she came, she had kids with her talking about how it impacted them. The next time she came, she had other families with her. And then once it all got, and like they helped, when we said, yes, we're gonna come out, we're gonna do these things, a bunch of the kids came and volunteered to like paint stuff in their building and whatnot, right? So they were part of the solution. Then once it was done, they all came back and did, in their 3 minutes, a thank you. They just wanted to come back and thank the district and the board for hearing them. And that is like, okay, that's like we're working together on this, right? It wasn't like us versus them. It was, look, we all care about the kids at Gamble. Here's how it's affecting us. How do I keep building a bigger and broader coalition? And then I'm gonna come back and thank the folks too. There's a really nice example of just kind of how we get stuff moved through.
I have a side question,
Yeah,
just
go for
really
it.
quick.
Yeah.
So, when we were talking about the policy committee and the student achievement committee should be like, they should work well together. There are instances where the subcommittees meet together, right? Can they do that?
Call a board meeting.
Yes,
See,
they can.
Yeah, they can
That's
do
what I
that.
wanted.
They can do
They
that.
can. Committee meetings can't meet together because if there's 3
I get
board
it.
members here and 3 board members here, you now become
That's why I
quorum.
asked.
Yeah.
It seems like it would make sense.
Yeah. Good question. Good question.
But it's a call to board meeting then.
Yeah.
mean, so, I mean, which
And
is
it can
okay,
happen,
and
yes.
that's what you just call it, so that's when that might happen.
Then I have a
Yeah.
question about the data.
Yeah.
Who collects the data? Where is it stored or housed? How do we access it? And if it turns out we want some data that's not being tracked, how do we get that to be tracked?
We as community or we as a board member?
Speaking as both, I'm neither one right now. I'm part of the community, but I'm not part of the board, so, and I don't know who takes it, so I don't know if it's something
It's the state.
within the schools or somebody else or.
It all gets sent, everything gets sent to the state.
I have a huge warehouse.
But
Yes.
it's our data.
It's
that
our
we
data,
develop.
and then they create the report card and they send it all back to us.
Not just student achievement, data across the board. Student achievement, but data across, I mean, because we're
Like
doing
how
a
many
whole bunch of
lunches are
issues in our group
served?
work.
Yeah,
So
like-
say, for example, it's about, the group issue on discipline. I'm sure you're not sending that to the state. But if it's something
Yeah,
about,
because
if
they
you
track
have
bullying
questions
and
about from the
everything and
community that you may
exposure.
not be tracking within the school, then how do we
So we
find
do
that
have
out?
discipline data, and that's collected, and there's actually a discipline subcommittee that collects that data.
Yeah.
So the first place to go is always asking at the district, right? So is this data being collected that I want? Because chances are it is, because as I think you keep hearing them say, the state does ask for a ton of data. It might not be in the way you need it, but like the data is likely being collected, and again, like everything else we keep saying, it's public record, so you should be able to access it.
And the only issue with the data that we send to the state is that the state cleans it. They won't let it be good data, until they mess with it and clean it, compile it.
Mess with it's probably
Yeah,
the best
better
word.
word.
That's the best word.
Yeah.
To their calculations,
Yes.
Like, we will never see the raw data again.
No, that's not true.
Well, especially if it's test score, see, it's really bizarre. There was litigation, I don't know, right at the beginning, probably about 20 years ago now, the whole testing, state testing, no child left behind, that said the state can't have access to the child's name and the data. So, we have millions of pieces of data collected, like they wanna know, like if you're in the second grade, where you are every half hour, so you've gotta put like a schedule, like a high school schedule into the computer, that all gets sent up, all the test scores, all the attendance, a lot of discipline issues, all to the state, but they can't look at it because the student name's attached. So they send it off-site to some data site, there's a bunch of them all over the state, and they do something with it, then they take out, I guess, the names, and they send it to the state, and they mess with it, then it goes back to the data site, and then comes back to us. And especially when you're trying to clean up all the data where there's mistakes, where kids are in the wrong grade level, wrong school, whatever, you're trying to correct it here and send it back, but they haven't sent it to you yet, so you've changed it, but you haven't changed it in the latest version. So it is an amazingly ineffective, it's called the EMA system, and I think it's old technology, and then your software that you use in your district doesn't necessarily communicate with the EMA system, and then we had to hire like programmers to put patches and stuff. So I mean.
To redact this information rather than
It's a
just
fortune, then you find out,
pains.
yes, then you have to hire data people instead of teachers, it's really
Yeah.
costing us a fortune.
It
And
is.
the data's never,
Sorry, I was
there was
like,
always
oh
a
my.
couple schools in the wrong category every year, at least when I was superintendent, and the state won't change it, I mean, whatever the drop dead date is, wherever you are, you are. And even though you'd send letters and say, well, there's mistakes here, it's just, it's probably, the state probably collects too much data for them to handle and for all of us to handle. In all honesty, we're almost on data overload at this point because they wanna know everything. And I'm thinking, why do they really wanna know where a second grader is every hour of the day? It's just gotten to be too much, but I'm not.
Yeah, in school.
You're a good
That
teacher
said,
in school.
you should be able probably to get most of your.
Yeah, you should be
data
able,
from the district, from the district.
From the
That's
district,
probably
because
what
the
you're
state,
talking about.
Yep, and I think also, like, we talked a lot when we were on the board about how, we measure what matters, right? Like, once you start measuring it, if it matters to you, you should measure it, right? Like, we should, and so, we as a board talked about how some of that stuff from the state matters a lot to us, right? We do wanna know how many kids are reading at a third grade level at each school, that matters, right? But there was also stuff that we knew mattered that the community told us mattered, like how many kids get to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner at our buildings? How many schools have sports in their buildings? You know, there was other things that mattered that we also wanted to measure, because once you measure it, then you can see where are the holes, where are the inequities, and also what are we doing extremely well, you know? And so those kinds of things. And so each of the departments, when Mary was the superintendent, came up with their measures that matter and started tracking those as well. And then, Cheryl came in and gave us a lot of presentations right at the beginning of the third grade reading guarantee, where they were using data by school site to figure out where they should have more instructional coaches, reading coaches, and would move those around very frequently based on the changes in the data to really help drive the student achievement.
So are these decisions that are being made at the state level that we're talking about? Are they made by the State Board of Education, or are they made by state legislatures?
Both.
So in our policy session, you will hear more about this, but one of the things to keep in mind is that the state school board does not make policy. So it's not just like a local board one step up. They can only make recommendations, and then the governing bodies in the state they're the ones who actually will make the policy. But yes, it's coming from
like the education committee of the Ohio House.
Yeah, and the Department of Ed at the state level, the state school board, they're all making recommendations, and then it's gonna be voted on in the state house.
But I mean, this is how crazy it is. This is the example that Cheryl and I had to deal with. Third grade guarantee came out.
Yeah.
So at that time, they said, we had teachers who've been teaching reading for 25 years, great reading teachers, but they didn't have that reading endorsement, okay? So suddenly, they were not allowed to teach third grade anymore, okay? And you're going, oh my God. Then, but in state law, it said you had to have the reading endorsement and 2 years of experience teaching reading. Okay, all the new teachers graduating from the universities had the reading endorsement, but they didn't have the teaching. So here we are, and we had 100, I think about 20 teachers teaching third grade reading, of which 60 of them,
We only had half.
only half met the requirement. And the state says, oh, this is terrible. Well, what were you gonna do? You have to apply for a waiver because, and that is, it took a year or two for the legislators to say a reading endorsement or 2 years of experience. So for 2 years, we're out of compliance with 50% of our third grade teachers. It was insane. But that's legislation that gets passed with no clue of what really goes on. And it was really treating teachers disrespectfully. If you've been teaching reading for 25 years, you're fabulous. Now I'm gonna put some new person in the classroom. Eek. You really wanna see the scores go down. So it was, but that's the kind of things that go on these days. Everything very mandated. There's really lack of local control, and it really hasn't improved things. And state taking over, like Lorraine and Youngstown, things haven't improved there. In fact, they've gotten worse. I know there's a whole list. But it's
the state is in trouble. That's who's in trouble, because they don't know what they're doing, and they keep on making these pronouncements and making local school districts do it, But what I'll also say though, because part of the problem is that I've never, and Rick and I used to talk about, I never want to be just compliant. What's that? That's not what we want. I mean, what we want is more than compliant, because their compliance is really not very high bar. So if you set your bar at their compliance, kids still aren't gonna graduate doing a whole lot. So it's gonna have to be more than that, and that's the way that board members have to think, that it's gotta be more than a compliance issue in terms of our children doing well.
Another thing about some of this data is there's money attached to it. So the administration has to not only keep track of those things that are just about learning, they're collecting some of the same data in order to get money from the state, in order to earn money from the state. You're keeping track of types of students, you're keeping track of attendance. There's a whole host of data collection things that make it worthwhile to hire data people instead of teachers, because only do they pay for themselves, they pay for teachers. Just their existence to organize this data, it becomes like a necessary evil.
Yep. And it's a lot of measuring outputs instead of outcomes, right? Like, and so a lot of what they're talking about, being in compliance. We have check this box, this output, instead of what's the outcome, like what actually came of all of this. And when you were telling that story about reading teachers, going into my 7th year of teaching, I was told that because I hadn't taken one test that apparently we needed, that I was going to have to send letters out to all of my the parents coming in if I didn't take that test over the summer and pass it, that I was not a highly qualified teacher, and was not going to be able to, or wouldn't be able to be rehired at my school because I hadn't taken that test. And as you all heard last time, like my story of like, hello, like I raised the test scores of my kids so significantly, we were accused of cheating, right? Like I had been voted teacher of the year at my school. And and I knew my kids and their parents would have read it and been like, I'm sorry, what? Like this doesn't make any sense. But yeah, I had to spend money and time that summer taking and passing that test so that I would be a quote highly qualified teacher, because they were measuring an output that like you had taken and passed this test instead of the outcomes. What had my students actually gained from having me as their teacher? One more question for you all that I would love to know, is there anything that you wish you knew before you started in your roles that you didn't know that this group could all learn from? So whether it's as a superintendent, an assistant super principal, or as a board member or board president, something you wish you had known that would have just helped you in your work accelerate the impact that you all made?
Accelerate the impact or change the decision?
Like, not your decision to ever run. Let's not just wait people to run. But like, I think there's so many things I wish I knew because I would have just done them sooner, and I could have gotten more done in my role. Like, what's something you wish you knew that you really feel like, gosh, if I could let folks know this is part of the role, or this is something that you should do or shouldn't do.
This is addressing probably 95% of the answer to that question. Something like this, if I could have experienced it, would have made a huge difference. But it's an anxiety difference. I'm just joking about whether to run piece. But I think it's great that there are people here who already know they don't want to do that. I also, the other 5% is embracing the fact that there are just rotten people in the world, and therefore there are going to be rotten people on the board, whatever board you're on. There are rotten people in the world, so they're going to be. I'll never be a great superintendent. And there are rotten people in committees. I mean, they just are. And so that reality is one that I had to understand quickly, because I have not been around that level of rotten ever. And so when you understand that if you approach rotten people with a level of integrity and good, it is data for them to do you in. And it just is. It is data for them to get things that are about self-service and have nothing to do with children. And yes, I'm not being diplomatic, but this is what I wish I had gotten before I did this. And it would not have talked me out of it, but I would have been able to go,
Yeah, it's the politics of politics we talk about, right?
I support what you say, and what you say made me think of this mural. One of my favorite murals that you can see going downtown. It's at the bottom of Reading Road, right across from Jackson in the Justice Center. On that wall, it says, "The limits of our city are not carved, or the limits of our city are carved in our hearts, not in stone." Rotten people all day long.
Eileen, would you like to take a turn here?
How people follow that? He's the introvert, though I'm the extrovert, so that's how we always. I know his answers are going to be different than mine. So the first thing is I did have training about 6 months in, and I'm a Broad fellow. So Broad took us for a week and it must have been about 30 of us from around the country to took us for a week and actually taught us what it was like being on a board. And we went through all kinds of case studies about things that happened all over the country. And the one thing they taught me, well, two things. They said, pay attention to two things: finances and student achievement. Finances, student achievement. Finances, student achievement. Finances. The rest of the stuff will take care of itself. Do the finances, stay on top of the finances and the student achievement. And if you do that, you can at least move your system, your system forward. Because every district that got in trouble either had trouble in what? Finances or student achievement. You know, and so those are the two primary things that you want to keep your eye on. The second thing is that unlike Rick, what I learned. Unlike Rick. So before I got on the board, I was a child advocate for 12 years. I ran the Children's Defense Fund in Cincinnati in the state of Ohio. And that meant that, and I was a lobbyist actually at the state level. And so what that means is I was always advocating and pulling folks with me to advocate. I gained 40 pounds doing that, by the way, said don't do that. But what I learned about on the board is that your advocacy has to be different because rotten or not, those other 6 people were voted in just like you. And so no matter what you thought of them or they thought of you, they were duly elected just like you were, rotten or not. And so, and particularly as a president, and Rick knows this, it's about all of you moving forward. Because if all of you don't move forward, you're not going to be nearly as effective as you can. You know, and so that was the hardest thing for me because I was used to saying, I know this is right for children. I don't understand what's the matter with you all or why you can't get next to that. It doesn't make a difference. Everybody will tell you, I am doing this in the best interest of children because that's what they believe. That's what they believe, whether you think so or not. That's what they believe. Now there might be some other things attached to it, like giving lists of their friends to marry to hire. But regardless, all of them. This is not a paying job. It doesn't pay you, and it is reasonably thankless. You know, so you have to want to do it. You know, so I had to really just shift my whole thinking, whether I wanted to or not, and say, okay, so we're all here for a reason. We all got here the same way. We were elected by people. We represent somebody because they voted for us. And so that's the way. If I had really understood that in the first instance, then I wouldn't have, it would have taken me a little bit less time to get okay with the nuts.
And I'm over here nodding because I would call Eileen and saying like complaining about the shenanigans, and she would say to me, and she got it, you know, because I complained about this one person more than others, and she'd say, and how many votes did she get? And how many votes did you? Yup, she got voted in by the same amount of people as you do, so she has as much right to be there as you do. And so you have heard it here. You don't have to wait till you're me in that seat. That is absolutely right. Yup. Wrapping us up here, Cheryl and Mary, something you wish you knew before you had started in your role.
The fish bowl that I'd be in. I did not realize that, and that was the biggest shock.
Everything you do is being watched. And also you had a daughter in the district, so there's additional pressure there too.
Yeah, she went to Walnut Hill. I sent my husband to all the parent conference nights and everything because, you know, because you didn't want a teacher to feel intimidated and then say, oh, she's in here pressuring me. So I just stayed away our high school years with my husband. Just because, you know, you're right, see, because you were in a fishbowl.
Yeah. That's exactly right. I mean, I joked with the class last time about how I take my kids to Kroger and be like, please don't have a meltdown, right? Like, I can't even control my 2, and you put me to control their health 35,000, you know? It was like, oh, you knew you were going to see somebody. Or at least don't be wearing my campaign t-shirt when you are melting down over red aisle. There was like literally one time I was pushing my kids in the truck. Hannah Sparling, who is our, the Enquirer reporter for the education, I'm pushing my kids. My daughter is melting down because my son got to put the bread in the cart, and there's Hannah. I'm like, hey, Hannah, nothing to see here. It's all good. We got all this. And I was like, get this freaking loaf of bread. Like, we just gotta get away from the Inquirer reporter. I was like, get going down. Yes. Anyway, yes, you're in a fishbowl. Cheryl, how about you? What do you wish you knew?
I knew it would be a lot about people and the people part of the job, and I knew that, but I think what surprised me was, because so much of my career had been in the buildings with kids and families, teachers, but this went to another whole level. I just wasn't prepared for how tightly some people, for the sake of power, could hold on to some things, and it can bring out the worst in people. On the flip side, there were some things that I saw and witnessed that really moved me with how good people really are and how united they can become for a common cause. So I think for me, what I didn't expect is to see a little bit of both. How sometimes things can just bring out the ugliness in us, and then on the flip side, in the same breath, bring out the best in us. So I think, and wish I probably would have been a little more knowledgeable, especially being in such a fishbowl with some pretty big things like preschool promise and stuff that kind of went to another whole level, probably just better understanding political nature even outside of a local district, but political nature in terms of the city as well. I think if I had been able to have maybe some of those better connections of how such a large urban city district really is part of this much larger city, Cincinnati, and how what I'm finding unique in my travels and experiences is just how political this position can be in a place like this.
Well, thank you. Can we all thank our... We just so appreciate you sharing all of your expertise with us. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and at 1/4 Farah from All right, thanks everybody. So that was a pretty great way to start a Saturday. And now we're going to continue our fun. So as you can see behind us here, this is Farah from IOB. She gets to see all your beautiful faces, and we'll let her introduce herself in just a sec. I just want to set some context for why we're doing this. So y'all know we have 2 more objectives for our day-to-day. One is believing that being able to fundraise is important no matter what role you want to take on in education, and the other one being that we can develop the beginnings of our plan here to reach a fundraising goal. We've talked about this a couple of times already, that we really think it's important to keep school board school as accessible as possible. We talk about equity in here all the time, so equity and access is one of those things. We asked last year's class about, at the end of the class, we asked them a couple of questions, one being, would you pay for a program like this? That given what you learned from it, 100% said yes, and then we said, would you have been able to pay even a nominal fee, say $100, and 2/3 of the class said no. So that's where our decision was like, okay, so we're going to keep making sure that this is not a program you have to pay for to be a part of. At the same time, it does cost a lot to run this program. And so we came up with this idea of having our group fundraise together to help offset some of those costs. We also know that just this skill of being able to fundraise is so important for each of you to have, no matter what role you want to take on. So of course, if you want to run, you gotta be able to fundraise. Most people don't like it. It was like the most awkward thing, asking everyone I knew for fundraising money, but you have to be able to do it. But no matter if you want to be on your PTA, our PTA is constantly fundraising. You want to start a soccer team? How are you paying for those uniforms and the referees, right? Like, you want to show a documentary in your neighborhood? Well, that documentary still costs something to screen. Like, no matter what you want to do, you have to be able to fundraise. So we're really excited to help build this skill as one of the things that will now be in your toolkit of skills. We partnered with IOB, which I know you guys read about for your pre-work, to help us with this. You all are our first class, and we've set your fundraising goal as a class, you'll raise $15,000. y'all are gonna set the bar, right? After this, every class will raise at least, she's back.
But I thought I might take my purse.
Oh, that's even better too. We're gonna get far without that.
That's what happens when you get this old.
Oh, I know. It's happening in the brain. That's at least what we say. My daughter's always forgetting things. Somebody's like, that's because she's thinking about so much. Maybe that's just me as a mom trying to like make it okay. She forgets things all the time. But that's another story. So yes, so whatever you all set, that's the bar for each class to work from beyond this. We want you to also remember there's a part in your journals. If you turn to the back to the other info, the first thing is your group project. Right after that is fundraising. It's a great place to take notes today about just kind of in general what you're hearing, but also a great place once we get to like some specifics about the fundraising plan. You'll see that there's also a place for you to write just kind of like an action, who is an owner, and all that kind of stuff into a fundraising plan as well. That is all I'm going to say for kind of setting context. I'm going to turn it over to Farah to introduce herself and take it away from here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Saturday. Can you all hear me?
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, great. Because I have like a headset and it looks kind of weird when I wear the headset talking. So I prefer not to do that. But it is a pleasure to be with all of you guys here on Saturday and talk about money and fundraising. But before we launch into like the specifics of IOB and creating a successful campaign, I wanted to get to know you guys a little better. So I have this little short icebreaker type of thing that I wanted to ask you guys to participate in. And the question I'm going to pose to you actually is two questions, but the one that probably would require a little bit more time is if you had an extra hour each day of free time, how would you use it? One extra hour each day. And then as you start to think of what your answers are, or answer is, if you can introduce yourself by saying your name, and what you love about Cincinnati, and then your response. So I'm gonna give you guys maybe a minute or two, and then I will start off with my response. Has everyone got their answer of what they would do with their extra hour? Yeah? Or still need a minute to think about it? All right, cool. So again, my name is Farah LaFontaine. I am a leader success strategist with IOB. And that's a long title to just say crowdfunding coach. I am from Brooklyn, Brooklyn native. And I guess what I love about Cincinnati, I guess this is like tricky for me because I've never been to Cincinnati. So I guess what I would have to say
I said it's easier for you to answer what you like about it if you've not been here.
Okay, fair enough. But I think what I love about Cincinnati so far has been the people I've been able to talk to who are from Cincinnati. Like there have been some really dope individuals that I've been able to interact with the past couple of months or so. Some individuals who are part of Mortar, and then of course School Board School, and then I also am working with a group that is currently crowdfunding with IOB, and they've just been like really cool people. So I guess I would say I love the people of Cincinnati, and if I had an extra hour of free time every day, I would quilt. So if I had free time, that's probably what I would do, or an extra hour. So if we could just go around the room and share what you love about Cincinnati and what you do with your extra hour, that would be awesome.
All right. Anyone want to start us off? And let's try to keep it to like 20 seconds each, because there's a lot of us in the room. All right, Sarah, tell us
Yeah.
what I got.
So my name's Sarah Henry, and what I love most about Cincinnati is we have amazing options for local ice cream, like big chips, different flavors, around the corner, big fancy ice cream, old style shops. And if I had an extra hour, I would want to spend it just talking to my 6-year-old about anything. No agenda, no homework, just fun.
All right. Renee, you want to go next?
Sure, so my name is Renee. What I love about Cincinnati are its parks and its outdoor spaces. It's wonderful, I love that about Cincinnati, and with that extra hour, I would spend more time in those parks. Cycling, walking my dog.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Beck, nice to meet you. What I love about our city is the little big nature of it. Like, we're like a big city, but we're a little version of one. And if I had an extra hour, I would sleep.
I hear you.
Yeah. I'm John Hay. I too I love our parks. I think we have an awesome park system. And really, if I had to do an hour, I would probably end up doing more work. But what I would like to do, though, is I'd like to take an extra course.
I'm Arthur. I wasn't born in Cincinnati, but I chose to move here, and because I think I made a good choice, because it's a good family place. And if I had an extra hour, I'd probably rest/sleep.
Hello, I'm Amber Brown, and I like 2 things about Cincinnati: the parks and the people. The good, the bad, the ugly. And if I had an extra hour, I would write short stories to redevelop that muscle.
Nice. Alicia.
My name is Alicia Rogers, and if I had an extra hour, I would make music with my husband and travel the world. Oh, that's an hour. I got into my dream right there. I love, and that's what I love about Cincinnati, is our music culture and our live band clubs that are starting to open up everywhere. I love it.
Hi, my name is Gay Glasscott. What I love about Cincinnati is that even though I wasn't born here, I'm from Indiana. I came here in the 60s, and while we're still a very conservative city in a lot of ways, from the 60s to now, I've seen a lot of growth, a lot of potential, a lot of positive change, and I just want to keep it going that way. And then if I had an extra hour, because I am mostly retired, just more pleasure reading. I just love to read, so I would do that.
Hello, my name is Dorita. What I love most about Cincinnati is 3 things. It's history, for the history of the city itself, but also the history of my family within it. Its location, due to geography, how central we are, perfect place to be for traveling. It doesn't matter if you're driving anywhere in the country or flying. And then also for affordability. And for an extra hour per day, it's a toss-up between either sleeping or like just taking a bath, a long bath, and pampering myself. It's me. It's my hour.
No, let's come to the next table.
Right. I'm Nona Landis. My favorite thing about Cincinnati, to echo what some other people have said, is the people. I'm not from here originally either, and in living here, I've met some of the best and kindest people that I think I've ever met. So that's probably my favorite thing. If I had an extra hour, I would get better at music. I'm trying to learn how to play a couple instruments, but I've never had the time. So.
My name is Pam Schultz. I actually live across the river in northern Kentucky, but I come over to Cincinnati, no big deal. I guess what I love most about here is what everybody else said. It's very central. There's a little bit of everything. You can drive 30 minutes in one direction and have farmland, drive 30 minutes in another direction and go skiing. There's just a little bit of everything. And if I had an extra 60 minutes in the day, I selfishly would read, and if I was not being selfish, I would get off my lazy duff and volunteer more.
Hi, I'm Mayana. Let's see, what I like about Cincinnati. I'm not from here, I'm from like a little Andy Griffin town, so really close. We know everybody. So coming here was a huge thing, but I'm meeting some wonderful people, So that's what I love about Cincinnati is that there's so many more people that I'm able to reach out to. If I had an extra hour, I would probably sleep. Not sleep.
This would be a common answer.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean, and I think what I love, probably my favorite thing is the parks, and that's where I would spend my hours walking my dog more. Like I probably walk my dog about 2 hours a day, but I always feel like I cut it short, and it was just because like walking is my best way to brainstorm and think about things. But what I think about Cincinnati is, I think as Gay said, like we are a very conservative city, which can make it very difficult, but also there's so many opportunities to start things in Cincinnati because they haven't, like in other places, like in larger cities, you feel like, the market would be saturated, but there's a lot of opportunities to, actually innovate here.
Hi, I'm Jessica. And Cincinnati, for me, really represents a fresh start. And I think that they're sort of always willing to make a fresh start in Cincinnati, so it expands farther than my personal story, and I love the parks. And if I had an extra hour a day, I would create, and I sort of mean that broadly. I do some art and I dance, and so in some way be creating something.
Hi, I'm Dawn Adams. I just moved back to Cincinnati from Atlanta, Georgia. So what I love about Cincinnati is the lack of traffic. Blank, fireworks, Pride Parade, all the theater that I can walk to living downtown. I can walk everywhere, so it's great. If I had 1 hour extra a day, I would read and do improv.
I'm Indy Akanaika. I grew up here but just moved back now about a month ago. So my favorite thing about Cincinnati is actually kind of related to Sean's idea, but essentially the fact that there's so many people here who are willing to work together to try and do new things. So it's actually the easiest place I've ever lived in to network if you have a really clear idea of something that you want to do. With that extra hour, long cooking projects, reading, but probably sleeping.
Hi, my name is Akshay Krishnan, and I love Cincinnati because there's so many unique pockets and unique people that you can meet. And if I had an extra hour, I would learn how to cook. More than 4 things.
More than I know. My name is Amy Sarenka. I'm also brand new to Cincinnati. So my favorite thing, there's so much to do. Like every weekend I've got to explore something new. So your parks are awesome, your people are awesome. Loved it so far. And if I had an extra hour, I would either read books that have more than like 1 sentence on a page, or like extreme crafting. Like I'm a bit like intense cookie designing or like I've never done these things. But yes, in theory, I would really like it. Extreme crafting. Like bring me all the supplies and like the cupcakes are ready. I just am decorating them.
Thank you.
Alex,
Thank you.
you get the question. We have one more.
One
more. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
My name is Alex. I'm also new in the city as well. I enjoy going to Philly Market, all the shops and stuff. And 1 hour to do. Okay. Plan for retirement.
All right.
Did everyone get a chance to go?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm glad that I got to hear your awesome responses and get a sense of what you guys love about Cincinnati. It makes me want to come down and visit y'all. And now I'm gonna launch into like the slides and the presentation, so you won't get to see your faces. So for a little bit anyway. So I'm gonna start talking about crowdfunding with IOB. introduction?
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, great. So, School Board School crowdfunding with IOB. This is a little the agenda of what we're going to be covering in our time together. Some of the stuff we've already done, like introductions, and then we're just going to go into all the other bits of the IOB overview, steps to a successful campaign, talking about the team, have a little activity in the middle, and then some other further content. Of course, I would want, if you have questions, please ask the questions. I love this session to be as interactive as possible, especially since I can't get to see your face. So, this is me. I'm Farah, I'm your Air Crowdfunding coach, and I'll be leveraging about 20 years of experience in community engagement and grassroots organizing to help you run a successful campaign. And probably what you might find most interesting about my experience is I served as a parent liaison in an elementary school in Brooklyn, New York for 10 years. So it was in that time that I got to learn a lot about public education and parent engagement and all that entails. So what you guys are learning to do and considering being a part of is awesome and commendable. And any questions you have for me from the New York perspective, I'll be more than happy to share. And so now I'm with IOB. And what's IOB? IOB is a nonprofit crowdfunding platform, but we're more than just like crowdfunding. We really are committed to helping neighbors and community residents and stakeholders lead positive and long-standing change in their neighborhoods. So we are very mission-driven in the work that we do. It's more than just about raising funds. And the way that we expand beyond just the crowdfunding component is the resource organizing. Because as you know, it takes more than just money to get anything done. You have to kind of understand the assets and the resources that you have available to you and organize those resources, leverage the resources so that you can actually implement change or do something significant. So we're more than just the crowdfunding. And we are based, we support projects all across the country. So in this map, you'll see like little dots, and wherever there's a dot is a state that we've actually had an IOB project. There's some states that we still have to get to, but thankfully we are gaining some traction, and we have IOB offices in 5 different cities, New York being one of them, Cleveland being another, Detroit, Pittsburgh, and Memphis. And we have plans to grow and add a 6th office soon, so keep posted. I'll keep you posted. And what makes IOB different in terms of other crowdfunding platforms, we are a nonprofit, and we also offer fiscal sponsorship to non-formalized groups, like let's just say neighbors who live on a block. We offer fiscal sponsorship for their projects where they can raise funds that are tax deductible to anyone who donates to their campaign. And so that oftentimes is a very valuable service for individuals who don't have a formal structure. We have a 87% success rate with our projects that crowdfund with us. And again, to emphasize, we're more than just a website. We offer one-on-one support and training with like a live person, me, and I have colleagues who also support me in this work. And we have on-the-ground staff in the cities where we have offices. And so now I have like this 3-minute video that I want to share with everyone that talks about the 7 steps to a successful campaign. We've trained many community leaders on grassroots fundraising. We've learned a thing or two, and here are our top tips on running a successful campaign. 1. Build a strong fundraising team. IOB leaders who fundraise with a team fundraise 6 times faster. You can on your network and work with teammates
results right away. See if you can have your campaign conclude right when you can start implementing your plan.
3. Set a smart target. Donors that can feel like their gift is important. Honest budget helps everyone feel like their donation truly matters.
4. Know your donors. Think about your network and think about who's most likely to give. What's important? How will you reach them? And what messages are they most likely to respond to? 5. Tell a story that sticks. Your story should be concise and make a clear ask. Talk about why you care about your project and others will too. 6. Have your deadline from the rooftop house. You want to use your deadline in all of your communications. It will help keep you and your team accountable, and it's going to build a sense of urgency for your donors.
7. And more, work less. IOB provides a lot of resources and training to help you build campaigns. And we meet with our staff to build a plan and be more successful.
This is helpful. If you have an idea, go to iob.org/ideas to get started.
So in our time together, we're going to talk about the steps of the system. More detail, and thankfully, a lot of the work for us in terms of taking care of a few of these steps. One being building a strong team. That is very vital to a successful campaign, and fortunately for everyone in the room, you guys already have one. Here are your members. Here are the members of your strong fundraising team. I think I recognize some of the faces in the room. And so in this team, what will make it work best is assessing the strengths of the members of the team and talking about team roles. So in our time of doing work with many members and many leaders in IOB, we've noticed that there have been a trend of some of the team roles that are most, I guess we would say, critical to have on your team, or we strongly encourage to have in your team. And we've identified 4 of them. And the 4 are socialites, marketers, politicos, and digital natives. And what we mean by each of these teams, or these roles, I should say, are for socialite. Typically, a socialite will have a large network of people that they know. They are considered schmoozers. You know, they could go into any room and feel comfortable talking to everyone. Typically, they're viewed as extroverts. And because they're so comfortable talking to people and have a large network, they oftentimes are also very comfortable making asks or asking for things. So that is really critical and crucial when you are asking for people to support a crowdfunding campaign. So a socialite is great to have on your team. A marketer we define not necessarily by professional or education. You don't have to have a marketing degree or an actual marketer of sorts, but some of the skill sets of who we define to be marketers are they're really great at strategizing and coming up with communication and outreach plans for the team. So you have a strong strategy skill set, or you plan, or can or feel comfortable creating like outreach and communication strategies. A marketer would be a role for you. A politico, again, is kind of like a socialite, but in the sense that many of those that they're connected to are those within government or are adjacent to government, or they know a lot of key stakeholders and have a lot of allies that can make decisions on larger scales. And sometimes, or most times, we find this to be really influential in a campaign if the groups are trying to do something that is locally based. Let's say start a community garden. Sometimes having a political on your team can help you navigate some of the infrastructure of city government so you can have that project actually implemented in your city. So that's Politico. And then a digital native. So a digital native we define as someone who's comfortable with working with online tools and social media. Again, not necessarily have to be like experts on SEO or any Google Analytics or anything of that nature. Just have a sense of feeling comfortable with online tools and subsequently our platform as you build your campaign page. So the next thing that we're going to do based on these 4 different roles is kind of have you guys think about the roles some more and break up into these 4 groups of a socialite, a marketer, politicos, digital natives. We're gonna, because the activity that we're gonna launch into will be working as a team to craft a story as those team roles. So I'm gonna go back to team recruitment. Give me a second. And ask if there are any questions about 1 about IOB or 2 about the activity that we're going to be doing. Questions?
Are the groups like all socialites is one group, or is it one of each is a group?
All socialites together, okay. All marketers together.
We're going to self-identify, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Yep. And when it comes to crafting your stories, I know Farah knows that because we talked about the pre-work to give to you guys. So we know you all came up with your 90-second pitches. So you've already got some, some start on how you would pitch a campaign. So Farah, do you want the first thing for us to first divide up and then you'll give us the next set of directions? Okay. So Nicole,
we're gonna do socialite, marketer, politico, and digital native.
Digital native, got it? Digital native right here. Yeah. Which one are you? Where are we going? Head to wherever you think you are. Wait, we got no socialite? Wait. I know, it's like this is a very extroverted group for no one to claim they're a socialite. We got a couple,
Well, those are close to each other.
Are these the socialites?
Yeah.
This is the socialite. Yeah. Worse. Politico. I'm gonna come with those names down and people because I couldn't decide.
Politico.
I think we're all struggling with that. That's one way to do it.
That was what I was between. There's too many marketers. Marketing department's too many.
Alright, I think everybody has found a seat. So let's go ahead and find out from Sarah what she wants us to do in these seats. Okay. Hang on a second, we can't quite hear you. One second. We're turning your volume. Alright, go for it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. So the activity is going to build off the work that you guys have already done in your pre-work, where you started to craft your pitch, your 90-second pitch. But now you'll be sharing these pitches as a group of your fellow politicos, your fellow socialites and marketers and digital natives, and using it to kind of craft a single story that you will share out with the rest of the room. So you'll share it out each individually, like you take the 90 seconds to share with each member in your group what your drafted 90-second pitch was, and then together come up with one that represents your little team, I guess, that will share out as a larger group. So for the next, I would say, I don't know, I want to say like next 10 to 12 minutes. If you could do that, does that sound it's feasible, because I can't see all, I see, Alex, what group are you?
So digital marketing has 3 people at it, so they will get done. But they're just because they don't have any people to it. But yeah, I think why don't we start
and
with
next to you?
Yeah.
Who else?
Oh, who are you all? Political. Socialites. And over there? Marketers. All right, so why don't we start with, yes. We'll start with about 10 to 12 minutes and see if we need some more time. Sound good?
Okay.
All right, so go for it. You got our assignments? Everyone knows what they're doing? I cannot wait to hear these. I'm so excited.
Are we sharing? And then
Each
we're
share yours, and we're going to figure out what are your themes, how you're making this work.
Gonna be a little red. So, I just said if I heard your question correctly, you wanna know why I'm giving up another Saturday, for this group of people in the school board. So I divided this, my way. School is, why I'm a part of it, so is and is not. So school board school is about, engaging citizens and with knowledge and power regarding the workings of CPS, but it's not about, so it's equipping them to hit the ground running, but it's not about keeping the status quo. So it's always gonna be a little bit, it is this, but it's not that. It is about engaging a diverse group of people, and about significant change, and, but it's not about,
So those of us in this program are motivated to.
but it's not just about CPS, it's more about creating links to the community and to the businesses in our area to make sure that every child succeeds. It is about interactive school. It is an interactive school that delivers materials that we study from experts and from varying perspectives. It's not set in stone. It's a fluid thing that, like, we will learn from class 1 and class 3 will learn from class 2, that kind of thing. And then I just finish with, it is important to me because our students need to be set up for success. It's our opportunity, but it's also very important. And it's not to its
Thanks.
School board is actually doing that.
I don't think mine is 97. School board school literally should be like a breath of fresh Cincinnati air. CPS is a dedicated, knowledgeable community who share the vision of every CPS child having the opportunity to be successful not only in school but in life after. It takes financial planning, contributions in order to continue to be effective in attracting engaged citizens and potential CPS school board members. We ask that you be responsible, generous, community-spirited citizens and support this
Trial attorney, I'm used to standing up and looking at keywords.
Sorry, I just realized I left my pitch part off. I forgot to say it, but I did have one.
But I learned how first to come around to show me the money.
Show me the money.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I forgot to read that.
I want them to feel pumped up, and then I'm gonna say, now, I want them to be responsible, generous, and
different
let's donate.
skills, very
First I said
providing
donate, and I thought, no,
different
donate.
learning
How about support?
Yeah.
You know,
teachers
and I mean,
who have
show me the money,
some
but.
who know that they have the administration and the school board in their back.
Yeah.
If any one person,
I mean, I couldn't see any one of us.
Gay for Congress.
knew how to implement this, we would
Gay for super.
we would already have this perfect.
I can go.
They got what they needed when they walked in.
So
Work with other leaders to create a more diverse.
I'm just gonna read sort of this
But we have a lot of.
drafted. So
I
hi.
should do the interpretation. Okay.
So hi, my name is Aviv, and I'm speaking on behalf of School Board School's second class. Too many students in Cincinnati are currently being underserved by our school system. As much as courageous and highly skilled individuals throughout the system, like teachers and counselors and school psychologists, can create positive change, their impact ultimately will be limited implemented structures and policies of the school.
When parents are engaged in their children's school,
A lot of school boards, this is getting funny, I typed this with my voice when I was driving.
But who's involved in the school district?
So a lot of school boards are
So the
not.
school board will work with
Yeah, I
you.
like talked to my mom
The idea
because I was
that
in the car for an hour.
successful district.
He's like,
we are living in the future.
Basically, we need to reorient school boards towards serving students in a local way. Far too often, private citizens are given the skills to campaign for public office, but once they get there, they're unprepared for the task at hand. Being a public-facing school board member is very different than being and the best thing for students in our city is to have elected officials who are actually prepared for the job they've been elected to do. Then let's
Developing cultural
School board school is a 6-month professional development opportunity for passionate, caring, and talented individuals with the specific demands and responsibilities of participating in a publicly elected school board. With your support, we'll continue. With your support, school board school will continue to be able to provide meaningful leadership and learning opportunities for its participants, including but not limited to the following: professionally facilitated sessions on diversity, equity, and inclusion, the opportunity to meet with current and former members of the school board and school administration, the use of professional meeting spaces throughout our city, which we know can be expensive, and a true understanding of what it means to make change on a systems level through work with other nonprofits and socially oriented organizations in the city. Too many Americans and too many Cincinnatians are frustrated and disillusioned by the political process, feeling like their political choices are not actually speaking for them. We believe that the way to fight this is through comprehensive education for those officials before they even take office, making an election a true choice about governance and what you truly want out of your public officials instead of a popularity contest. That was the line that I was talking about. Thank you for your consideration and your work to make our city better for everyone's advocates. So more on the purpose and less on the money. A little bit at the end though, which I think is important.
Alright, so again, I didn't really talk about the money so much as what we're doing.
We're the socialites, you know?
Yeah.
Get them in the door.
Mr. Charming was the heroic.
That is.
So I just read this little pitch that says, our youth of Cincinnati will be our future leaders in the city. We want to educate our youth and keep them in this beautiful Queen City. We want to grow our community to be connected to our schools, nonprofits, as well as other businesses. In order to have a strong public school in Cincinnati, Cincinnati Public School Board members must be a guiding force in creating and governing policies that promote reform of the current school policies. Providing education for school board members will help to activate a diverse network of engaged citizens and aspiring school board members to create significant and substantial change in our society. School board provides a training for potential school board members and citizen advocates to help understand major issues facing the CPS. A strong policy set in place by the CPS can implement a curriculum
Because it was like, I like where you started, that you said something about like, and then Elisa,
upon completion of high school will be ready for the workplace, college, military, or trade school. School board professionals are working pro bono toward the mission of preparing future school board members with the skills, mindset, networks, and experiences that are needed to serve as effective school board members. Pros working pro bono for the CPS. The success of all organizations, including school, begins with the leaders of its school. Educate and form school board members with something that our high our students and toward making certain every child will succeed. As Nelson Mandela stated, education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. School board members can help all participants change the world in a
sometimes
positive way.
it's like more that like, it's a one-on, like, I think too, it's like, what's where something that
Alright. Did you graduate from
Before we get up to 10 minutes.
graduate?
Three more minutes.
No, why?
And then we can see if we need more time.
What is school board school?
Oh, okay, we're
Well,
still doing our presentation.
I know, I've never been accused of talking finance. What is school board school? Well, lots of folks can tell you how to win an election. Who can tell you how to make it count? have a positive impact, how to make sure every child leaves school with the skills and knowledge they need to succeed in life. Do you want to vote for your school board candidate, for right now or for the future? And then I'm just kind of like what you guys were saying, we have many candidates or we have many challenges facing CPS students, get on the right side of history. And then I was just gonna kind of go into some of the challenges that you guys were talking about. I mean, I think the challenges that you guys talked about with the money, with the financial pulling of what Gay had to say, then I know Alicia's working on something. I mean, I think we've got enough of the, like the, almost the political pull of, here are the inequitable challenges that these different schools face. And the shame on you if you don't step up and do something, and here's your opportunity to cut me a check. You know, and we throw Sally Struthers up on the screen to make the commercial. I think Sarah she is. Sarah McLaughlin. She's Hugh Jackman. Hugh Jackman.
Do you wanna go or do you need a minute?
Hugh Jackman.
Which one? You don't wanna go or you don't need a minute?
I want to go.
In the U.S., our life journey begins as once a student, a university, a parent. At which point do we believe we are truly a part of the public school system instead of blind walking through? School board school provides that opportunity as a young student, adult member, or parent. Everyday citizens have the chance to learn exactly how they want to make sure Cincinnati Public Schools is just that, Cincinnati. Strong, smart, economically ready to provide, business savvy, and ready to compete.
Yeah. We have to come up with one. And that was, that was kind of like what
we go right into.
We did go right into getting together, one, kind of merging all of your themes into one.
Just got to do everybody sharing their own.
Yeah, so what are some of the things you saw? What are you going to unite and how would you take
some of the things I heard were like talking about diversity, right? So there's a number of different kinds of people who all have a stake in the education system, whether that's ages, life stages, or ethnicity, race, social class, gender. A lot of people talked about students, so they're talking about essentially the end in mind, right? What do we want from students? And then how do we make decisions now to support people to make the best possible organizational moves for kids.
That's exactly what Rick said when we were talking to him. Is I said, where are the students in all these power grabs of the school board? And he said, the students don't have their intent. Nobody's in it for the students. And I thought that's the worst possible intent to give them.
Well, yeah, I think. I feel like the most common themes are probably those two things. You as future leaders, it's like diverse network of engaged citizens, this vision for all CPS students to be successful. Like it's something there.
And I like what Alicia pulled into it is there's a pride to it, there's a challenge to it. Like these are our students. It's not just, I mean, I don't have a dog in this fight, but I do because I mean, you want everybody to have the same opportunities.
We are, who our donors are, like, that was the main thing, like, people who want our donors to be, like, a lot of them, they get so many requests, it has to be something very distinct, to like, where it makes them feel like they are going to be a part of a legacy, or like, a lot of them are much older, I'm not trying to, a lot of them may be players, they're getting stuff to the point, they wanna know where their money's gonna go in the next 20 years. So it's like, we can figure out a way to make them know that no matter what you believe, will be spread across the city through memory, you know, like, that just being one of our main concerns.
That was my favorite part of yours, is that if you can put any city's name in our speech, or then it's not when you put in like a specific of our city, it But is it a point of difference from whatever else they may have heard? Like, because there's always somebody else asking for the same.
Even with the attributes that I was putting my resume for Cincinnati, those weren't concrete. It was just when I heard you all talking about it, we're like, they have to know like, oh, that sounds like me. That sounds like something I would get to. Okay, this is what my business represents. And like this is where I'm at.
Personal connection.
I want to just throw this out, and I did a little search on the fact to get a testimony beforehand. So for the pitch part of this, it's just to make sure that you ask for something small, like don't you make a small gift to them, a small donation of whatever, so it doesn't feel like you're asking for the world. And if there's a way to give them instant gratification with that, whether that's they get a really price and you made a good investment, or say this is what it went to. You can get your expertise endorsement of like what we're doing, so the city or the mayor, whoever you think would be value, and just to make it very specific.
That could be the funding page notice, like if there's a personal appeal.
Yeah, and again, doesn't have to be perfect, but one of those things that really resonated with you all that you would want to put in this first go around.
Are we presenting?
Yeah, so
whole
each group will present.
Are we supposed to pretend like what those themes are? Or are we supposed to present an
Like a
actual
speech,
thing?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we are doing like this?
Yes, yes. So I just asked Mary, you want to know the themes or do you want to try to do a pitch? So try to do an actual pitch. So what were some of those things that you want to make sure are in there in your pitch?
Well, I have talked with Jim Tallbell, who knows this. He's very much, I was gonna say, this is a great idea. Jim would not be a bad.
Okay, so she just said give her a couple more minutes to write it all down.
Jim Tarbell, I talked with him as part of the agreement. He's very excited. He said, I love what she's doing. Mr. Cincinnati would be a bad endorsement.
4 more minutes.
Jim Tarbell.
Do we have time to see that right now, or do we need to provide a very generic or general? So what are the things that we really care to say? It's essentially like.
We need to take the chunk of the money, we need to pull in the city pride, we need to pull in future leaders, we need to pull in the diversity. And the leader part here.
Throughout the entire district.
You organizing?
And the alumni.
Yeah, like some way of bringing making that,
Alright, so we're just gonna do 2 lines for each one. Make sure that
I go back to, I think.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be 90 seconds.
So, when it comes to, we want to start with SBC, future leaders, what do they say about future leaders?
You've had a lot of opinions and things
About education.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't wanna.
What's the two sentences you take from that?
About like,
We want to grow our community to be connected to our schools, nonprofits, and other businesses in the city.
Yeah. Yeah.
say it one more time.
Grow our community to be connected to our schools,
You said something. School, you said, schools.
Yeah.
Do we want our community, you say you want our community, what did you say?
To grow our, to be connected to our schools.
Yeah, to be connected to our community.
I think we would like to be school ambassador
Connect community members.
Do you want to say to schools, nonprofits, and other businesses?
Nonprofits and what?
As well as
other businesses?
Yes. As a profit.
Diversity, somebody touch that.
Maybe you could say something like,
From all walks of life, something like that.
the school board should represent our city. School board should represent our city, which means having a diversity of voices.
Alright, so then, like, 1, 2, blurb about Rick, and then Sean. I'm gonna change that up a little bit, which is why Springburg School, is important.
All right, I feel like you just volunteered. Hi, Rick.
They recruit.
So that's why I'm like, that's so much a title.
All walks of life.
Is that
What's everybody's role here right now?
Educator.
Educators. bodybuilding one for bodybuilding. No, seriously, bodybuilding.
Yeah, do it.
Don's like, why did you ever put that in the video?
Can't get away.
How about retired educators and celebrant?
You're my plus one.
Celebrant, or an officiant, what, most people don't know what a celebrant is.
Okay. So,
Wedding.
for everything. except for
All right, let's give it one more minute to wrap up.
I think
And
we could
remember,
just,
we don't-
yeah, it could just say.
They want to slap that table.
It's all about fun.
Okay, let's try to go last. I'm trying to wrap all of that.
Good job.
You can present it based on an outline.
Yes,
You
they
can
are.
do it. Do you?
But I feel like if it gets to us, I'll do it. I'll go.
Just trust you.
So they're gonna keep on farmers and putting together
Do you want to use
Hang on, Ted. We're gonna make a really social class, and we would like to do it alphabetical order.
I think we were saying go with the video though, like putting together.
Oh, it's
Yes, going last. Well, I realized we'll bring something to this party, so.
Because of this program, you had access to people who've been in that city, and this is what they said. So it's not just you said.
As women, something we have to learn.
Pam, you had a hand raised too.
Oh, girl, I already got it.
Okay, good. Thanks. All right.
So we're gonna
Oh, okay. So Nicole's got an alphabetical order going on here. Okay. Okay. So each group is going to get to do their. Okay. All right, guys. Let's come back together. I think Farrah, do you want to? Can you see all of the groups? So I guess we'll turn you. Okay.
So digital natives are
Okay.
first.
Okay, digital natives, there you go, loud and proud.
There you go. We're doing it in different I know, I'm like,
Of course, there's an iPad. For sure.
Alright, so today's public schools have huge challenges, and this can be a little overwhelming, but you can be part of the solution with school board schools. Help prepare the next generation of educational leaders and advocates.
Knowledge is power, okay, to achieve our success goals. Knowledge is what school provides, and without school, many people will not consider running because the amount of knowledge needed to be competent, okay? Which is why I believe this school needs to be required for any school board member if they want to run.
School Board School builds a diverse coalition of passionate community members and equips them with the knowledge of accountability, equity, and community engagement to support all children in CPS. Your contribution is an investment in the next generation of educational leaders.
That was nice.
Awesome. Great. And thank you for being first. I know sometimes it's
Yeah, that is fantastic.
going in alphabetical order.
So you got a marketer.
Is marketer.
All right.
Right. Your marketer.
Alright. I am the product of public schools from kindergarten all the way to graduate school. I know that they played a foundational part in shaping me into the person I am today. But public schools don't just serve kids like the one I was, eager, ambitious, overachievers who love school. They benefit a huge diversity of students, which is why they're so necessary and powerful. They help students like my brother, for example. My brother is on the autism spectrum, and despite many challenges, today he has a job and can express himself in ways we never thought possible, all thanks to an incredible public school for students like him. I know that the strength of public schools is enabled by the strength of their leadership, the administration, and the school board.
School Board School is the premier training and support organization for community members who want to improve the future of public education in the greater Cincinnati region. former CPS board member Elisa Hoffman's mind has now evolved into a launching pad for local residents who have pondered running for school board but didn't know where to start or who to connect with. In its second year of operation, School Board School has already increased its recruitment of a diverse cadre of participants by 100%. The program is designed to provide deeper knowledge and awareness through expert trainers and presenters, field trips to local schools, interaction with current and former CPS board members and administrators, and project-based learning. This classroom experience is one that is centered on building knowledge of how to affect a positive change on the education system, particularly at a governance and policy level. The program distinguishes itself as the only one in the area that goes beyond preparing community members to run a successful school board campaign. In fact, the sweet spot here is providing the training necessary for becoming an effective board member, or rather, a well-informed education advocate should one decide to improve the system from the outside. We invite your support in scaling the model across the region by making a gift today. And then we have 3 leadership levels. The first level is United Way person. So we have 3 leadership levels, and so one we say make a gift, so that's open. But then there's a $500 fellowship sponsor, and that's the school board advocate level, and we're calling ourselves fellows to just add a little bit more pizzazz and credibility.
Sounds very
More than like member.
Yeah.
So fellowship sponsor will be $500. That would cover the cost of one fellow making it through all 22 sessions of School Board School. Then we have the operating fund, which will be a school board ambassador level gift of $150, and then the school board supporter, which will be a gift of $50.
All right.
Woo! Marketers. Is that the biggest group?
Yes. Maybe socialites. They look about even.
Yeah, but we were talking, so we didn't do it.
Okay, so we go to Politicos. There you are. All right.
Were you more comfortable
So everybody knows that if you want to be a pilot, you go to flight school. And if you want to be a nurse, you go to nursing school. But what if I want to be on the school board? Oh, well, there's school board school.
Imagine, if you will, it's a Tuesday morning in the city of Cincinnati. 35,000 children are waking up all across the city, CPS students. Some that live in your house, some that live across town, some that you love, some that you'll never meet, some that look like you, some that you have nothing in common with. They're all going to schools where they feel supported. They're getting the resources they need to succeed. They have educators who are able to cater to what they need. They have resources that are filling in the gaps where they're not otherwise receiving them. How does this happen? We know that we have good things in place, but we know that there's a lot of room for improvement here in the city of Cincinnati with our public schools. This happens with community, collaboration, and building coalitions to go forward and make this happen. And that's what School Board School is doing.
Even former school board members have said, I wish I had this class before I ran. Quote, Rick.
In our short time together as school board school members, we are already advancing important issues such as increasing student voice in decision-making, exploring disparities in discipline, supporting the development of culturally responsive curriculum, and pursuing equity to ensure every student can reach their full potential.
I'm gonna go here. So if you want to make a difference for our youth in public schools, but don't know how, send a few bucks our way, the School Board School, so we can continue to educate citizens like you and me. The dollars help fund materials, inspiring facilitators, and meeting spaces. So join the movement for the sake of our youth.
All right. That was beautiful.
Renee, at the end, I think you should say, and if you don't want to help support us,
No.
right.
Yeah. We don't need rotten people.
This is our spokeswoman.
Oh, all right.
School Board School
connects community members to schools, nonprofits, and other businesses. School board school members should represent our city, which is why a school board school is important, because they recruit citizens from all walks of life, from current and retired educators, stay-at-home dads, a bodybuilder, and healthcare manager. School board school ensures Cincinnati School Board will have the best chance. It takes financial planning and contribution for school board school to continue to be effective in attracting engaged citizens and potential CPS school board members. Be a part of this movement. Contribute to the making of future Cincinnati leaders. Donate to School Board School, the most worthy and rewarding, even legacy-driven fundraising event.
Amazing.
Oh, you guys did. I don't know about you, Lisa, but I feel like the goal needs to be higher.
I mean, this was amazing. I feel like I just need to crowdfund y'all to do all of my writing, right? I was joking with this group after I heard Amber. I was like, why did I pay a writer last year? Like, this was amazing, and I will be totally honest, I was over here trying not to cry, so thank you for that, too. That was amazing.
But thank you. I wanted to highlight some of the things that were incredible and amazing that will definitely speak to crafting a compelling story for your campaign page. A lot, I heard personal testimonials, so there was some sharing of personal stories. I got the feeling of personality in many of the ways that you guys expressed your thoughts. There was a sense of urgency, which is very important with crowdfunding. Calls to action, like be a part of the movement, donate to us now, send a couple of bucks our way. You gave really specific language about what you wanted the individual reading the page to do, so that's very important too. The idea of having donor levels, so kind of making it easier for a donor to select which level would work for them, right? So to take some of the decision process out of the way, that's helpful as well. And the talking about the impact, I think that was incredible also. So I could see all of the different roles collaborating and synthesizing their thoughts and making one compelling story that will be added onto the campaign page. I think you all did an amazing job, and I want to applaud you again. The one thing I wanted to ask about the process was, what did you guys feel about the process? Was it difficult to come up with a compelling story? Was it difficult to make the ask? So share some of your thoughts about that, because I wanted to get a sense of the feel in the room about how it felt to engage in this process.
For me, for the homework, it was difficult to do it individually, but not so much when I got in as a group. It was a lot easier, a lot better as a group, because for me, it was like, all right, I felt the whole responsibility was on me for the homework. I'm like, let me just write a check. I ain't asking nobody for nothing. When it came in for the group, it's like, oh, okay, how can we make this fun and what can we do?
Yeah.
I'll ask your person, you can ask my person, or we can just ask people, walk away and see what happens.
Yeah.
So it was a lot easier in the group for me.
Yeah.
Awesome. The beauty of crowd and crowdfunding.
That's right, right. Alex, are you gonna?
All right, I was kind of confused because I didn't know I had to write a pitch based on my medium I was in. So digital, right? I didn't know. Okay, there's a different writing for digital versus other things. So I didn't really know. So we just winged it.
And you did agree. It was great. I think one of the things that you talked about was kind of who's your audience? Am I supposed to write it from a digital native perspective? Am I writing it from another perspective? So your story and your pitch will evolve based on your audience. And you'll use the most applicable story at that time. But for purposes of this activity, however you chose to approach it, that's fine. It's just kind of collaborating with those who self-identify with having a similar skill set to you.
Makes sense.
All right, Jessica.
I think the hardest part for me was paring it down. Like, I want to tell everybody everything, every detail, all of the time. Like, don't ask me about a movie I saw because it's going to take 2 hours for me to tell you. And so what I had was already cut down. My husband was like, you need to cut that down. So I had it cut down, and then I brought it here, we're like, we need to cut that down some more. So I think containing the excitement for this process, like, while also sharing the excitement was the toughest part for me.
I think about your story as like an appetizer. It's not the whole entire, it's not all the courses in the meal. It's just enough to kind of get people really excited and want to engage further.
Nona.
Yeah, kind of to go off that, I feel like I like telling stories, and I am able to do that really easily, but I have trouble with like the numbers part of it. And then when it came time to think about the ask, I was like, I can't quantify this. Like, I don't know, whatever you want to give is fine, or nothing. I don't know. I hate asking people. So like, it was nice also to like work with people who were more thoroughly experienced in that and could say this is what it would look like, and this is how like a story would contribute to that. So.
I want to just say something. This isn't anything about like our process, but it's about you in particular. Like what you said, I almost cried when you were talking too. I think one of the most challenging things about doing a pitch like that is to have some kind of quick emotional connection to your audience. And like, you know, we're all kind of listening maybe, but we're also thinking like, is ours ready yet? You know, and then all of a sudden I was like, you know, just, you totally, so I was getting my wallet out while you were talking.
It's like, tell me more about this school board school.
That sounds very familiar, but.
You can make the check payable to school boards.
Yes, and I should add too, because Jonah, this is, and one of the things Farrah and I talked about when we were talking about fundraising is like, the ask for a lot of people is like the hardest part, right? And so when I was running for school board, I would like, you know, even when I'm just calling friends and family who I know are gonna wanna support me, right? Like they're gonna want to give me money. It was still so awkward to ask. And I remember saying that to one of the people who was working on my campaign, and she completely changed my mindset when she said, wait a minute, you're not asking them to give money to Elisa Hoffman. You're asking them to give money to invest in this idea for what CPS could be, right? You just gave them your pitch of the 3 Ps, right? It's preschool, people, you know, and parents. Like, and that's, you ask, you say, so will you support me in bringing these 3 Ps into CPS? And so that's also just kind of a way of thinking about, like, you're not saying, like, so will you give Nonas $50, right? But like, would you give $50 to building more educational leaders in Cincinnati? For me, that was just a mindset shift where it was still not the most pleasant thing to do, but it helped me just understand and kind of frame it differently for myself even.
Thank you for adding that. That's so very true. So now you've had a couple of stories that you've heard within your groups, your small groups, and in the larger group, so that when you are making the ask, you don't necessarily have to kind of think about it on an individual level. You have the other stories to draw from of like why this is important. So that is great. So all of the everything you need is already in the room. It's like getting it onto the page and making those asks. So in the latter part of our time together, I'm gonna just quickly talk about crowdfunding myths. Elisa already alluded to one of them, and then kind of familiarize you guys really briefly with the campaign page and like the structure of it, so that as you are working, kind of making the ask or building the page, you kind of are familiar with our platform. But you guys did an awesome job, but I'm gonna stop sharing. I won't get to see your faces until the end again. So I shall see you in a little bit, but here's the rest of that. Okay, so. Okay, I'm taking the end. All right, so yeah, there are some myths out there about crowdfunding. And I wanted to share 4 of the most common crowdfunding myths. The first one is the crowdfunding platform will fundraise for you. I call it like the field of dreams, I guess, philosophy. If you build it, they will come. So there's a thought that once the page is up and it's activated and it's online, the money will start to roll in, and whichever platform that you're on, GoFundMe, Kickstarter, all of them, they will just magically find those donors to donate to your project. And that is not the case. Building the page and having it online is one aspect of it, but the crowdfunding and raising the funds, you guys as a team actually do that. And we are part of that team, but a lot of it is really on you guys. And then the other aspect is social media will save the day. And I'm sorry, digital natives, if this offends, but some people will think if I just tweet it 7 times a day, or I post it on Facebook once a week on a Monday at 9 a.m. according to the algorithm, then magically the funds will just start to come in onto the crowdfunding page. That is not the case. Social media is a great tool to build awareness, to get the message out there, to allow you to connect with people who are not immediately a part of your network, but it will not save the day. Then the other aspect that Elisa talked about a bit was that asking for funds or asking your networks will annoy the people that you know. Like, it will annoy people in my network. My friends and family will be sick of me, or they won't like it. On the contrary, people love to support things that they strongly believe in. So being presented with an opportunity to do that, to contribute in a meaningful way, is not something that will annoy your friends and family or anyone in your network. It's more so your inner voice that's telling you that that's the case. So don't approach it from, I'm gonna annoy people, approach it from, I'm affording them an opportunity to be part of something that's awesome. And then the other part of it is feeling like the way that people feel like they have to express their stories or their project so that it's on trend. Like it's something that's popular right now, or you want to make it go viral. So I think what speaks more to being on trend, or using language that people will get have given attention to, that has its place. But what's more impactful is the personal connection and making sure that people feel that level of enthusiasm, commitment, or just a compelling way to kind of share the information. It doesn't need to be on trend or have any kind of flashy words or new words or what have you to kind of make the project sexy, so to speak. So those are the 4 biggest myths of crowdfunding. Does anyone have questions or want to share something about the myths, or are we good?
There are no hands, just because I know you can't see us
Yeah,
anymore.
because I can't see. Okay.
Oh wait, Alex has a hand now. Alex, what's up?
So if I I'm a heavy IT type of person, social media, internet, right? So if I put out, or I paid for an AdWords account, okay, and got the name out there that way, right? That's not a viable way of, just sit on the couch, just put it out there.
The amount of investment that you'd have to make to get the exposure that you need, it usually is not as impactful as the face-to-face ask. So the success rate for like a face-to-face ask or an over-the-phone ask, more specifically face-to-face, is 1 out of the 2 people that you ask will donate if you ask them face-to-face. Whereas if you are just buying ads and flooding timelines, you have to reach a larger pool of people more frequently and make that investment in order for that impression to translate into an action of someone clicking donate. Right. So you can use that tool, and some larger fundraising entities do that, but they have that. They set aside the funds to make that investment to do that. So it's not that it's impossible, it's just that it may not be the most effective in terms of the size of your group and small grassroots fundraising.
Makes sense.
Yep. Alicia, did you want to add something or question?
Yes. Will you be able to give us some suggestions, ideas on fundraising events that keep your costs low so that most of that money that you make, you don't have to give back to pay for your expenses?
I definitely can. And as we continue on in the process, we can probably talk about those further. Like if you have some specific ideas of events that you want to host. Some people, I know a mom who was raising funds for a PTA project. She would prepare lunches for the school staff, like have like a Wednesday hot buffet type of thing, and sell plates. And the food was being donated by other families or moms or other people who wanted to contribute. So there are ways to raise funds that have like a minimal, low cost investment. But it's pretty much the team that will help decide what events would make the most sense. And I can definitely share some examples. Okay, so as we move on further, I know this slide might be really hard to see, but I just wanted to kind of cover some of the basic components of your fundraising headquarters or your fundraising HQ, which will be your IOB campaign page. And then I'll show you also an actively crowdfunding Cincinnati project, as well as another one that I worked on in the past to kind of show you what these look like in real time and not this small image. But some of the major components, in addition to the title that you will give to your campaign project, there's like a tagline, and that's usually like just this bite-sized 1 second summary of, basically 1 second summary of your project. So you try to make it memorable and try to probably pull some examples from some of the pitches that you've heard to kind of summarize what the project is about in this short bite-sized nugget. Then there's the project component, and I think as a group, all of you will be working to kind of meld the socialites, the politicos, and the marketer stories all into one, and that will fill out the rest of the campaign page. But a lot of what you guys, the most powerful statements from each of the groups, I would strongly encourage you to include in the project section of your campaign page, because that's usually where you get most of the people's attention. Like a lot of times people will be donating probably through their mobile phone, so that's the first thing that they'll see, aside from the images, of course, is that the first paragraphs that are in the project section, and then the steps. So the steps are talking about you can use your experience or your upcoming experience as fellows to kind of list what happens in school board schools so that people know about the program and understand the steps that are involved to kind of train you guys. And then the why we're doing it, the why, like that's again another opportunity to create that compelling statement, or to kind of get people to understand why this is so important. And on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll have sponsorship levels or donor levels, and then on the back end, or which are a couple of tabs behind the first front facing page, you'll have an opportunity to include a budget, just a very basic budget, updates to your campaign, maybe a field trip that you guys are going to take or have taken. You can include some images and some text around it so people will understand what the experience is about. And then you'll see on the donors tab, those individuals who opted to share their names listed of people who donated to your campaign. I'm going to share in real time. So this is a Price Hill project, and they are steadily raising funds. Their overall goal was a little bit over $3,000, and it's to have a fitness series in the Price Hill section. And so they have their pictures, as you see here, pictures of the fitness. So you can include pictures as well as, or images as well as video. And they have their project, or what the project entails. Their donor levels are on the right, some of the steps, why they're doing it. So this is what a active page looks like. And then you'll see an opportunity to include a budget. They revised their original budget, so worked on kind of modifying a few things based on some in-kind support that they received. And they haven't used the update section, but in the next example that I'm going to show you, that particular leader did, and they have the donors listed. So in this particular project, yeah, here in the updates page, this individual is working on a bee-based film. So a lot of the pictures you'll see are about bees and researching bees. So Matt is the IOD leader for this project, and he was really on that tight schedule of every week I want to post an update. And his page also included a little movie as well. So these are examples of what your page will look like after you build it out. And with that, the presentation, because we're going to talk about our next steps. So our next steps are to formally assign team roles. If there are other roles that we didn't talk about that you feel that your team needs, kind of make sure that everyone has a sense of what role they will play in the team, in addition to crowdfunding. If you haven't had a chance to review the IOB Leader Toolkit, it's online, and I can make sure that we get a copy emailed to you guys as well. But the Leader Toolkit talks a lot about what we talked about here today and covers other stages of your campaign. So for individuals want to kind of get a preview of what some of our sessions will include over the course of the time that we work together. You'll kind of see some other elements of the stages of your campaign in the Leader Toolkit. And then this link right here will allow you to start building the page. And the other part that is where strategy is involved are prospect charts. So prospect charts are basically just lists of all the people that you intend to ask, and how much you intend to ask them for. So it'd be great to start working on that and completing it as much as possible with the information that you have available to you right now. But it will also evolve as you get to network more and more about town and get to know people or connect with people. You'll probably add more people onto your prospect chart. And then always, I think this is probably an ongoing thing, but perfecting that story, perfecting that 90 seconds, or perfecting the information that you're going to share with individuals that will encourage them to donate. So that's pretty much for me. And here's my information, should you need it. But I'll also share it in an email as well. But in the last, like 2 minutes to keep on schedule. Are there any burning questions that you have for me about how to get started with crowdfunding? But to cover all of the information, just to get started.
And we do have about another 10 minutes as a group after, yes, to start doing some of this stuff. So just to make sure I'm understanding correctly too, it sounds like our two biggest next steps are we need to get our page written. So that's taking all of the stories that you all told. Nicole and I have tons of images that you all are welcome to have access to, that you guys know we take pictures all the time of you all hard at work, and kind of putting that into a page. And so when we think about the groups that we have here, would that be like our marketers are the ones who are in charge of pulling together that main story, and then they hand it to the digital team to actually start building out the page? Is that how it usually works? And
that definitely would probably be the approach that I would share.
Okay.
And then of course including input from the politicos and the socialites, and everybody kind of, as you said, everyone is contributing to it. Marketers will fine tune it, so to speak, and then pass it off to digital nomads, or digital not nomads, natives. You're right.
That's right. You can become a nomad when you go into the digital universe. Yes.
You certainly can.
Yes. Yes.
But that would be a really good process.
Okay.
Unless people felt that process doesn't make sense, or they want to be part of another process, but I think that would probably be the best way
has his hand raised. Go for it.
So, is it required to have a website?
Yeah.
For crowdfunding?
No, we use that.
So we're
No,
using the
you'll be
IABO
using-
Not
website.
external.
Yes.
Yeah, you'll be using IOB's
Right.
website to host your campaign page.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, sometimes I've worked with other groups that have their own separate website, and when they hyperlink it on the campaign page, it causes confusion for the donor because they won't know. Like if they go to the other page, somehow they think it's all the same, and they might lose the message of donating to your campaign. So we encourage individuals to not have another one that they reference on their crowdfunding page because it might cause that confusion for donors.
So we'll put a link on the school board school website in case people go there. That will direct you to the IOB's page. When you guys are out and about, that link to the IOB page will be where we're directing people. And like Farrah said earlier, like the donations will be, since it'll be a nonprofit, they'll be tax deductible and all. And the reason we have to go through IOB also is because they're doing all of that work for us. Like they do all the back end work where they're processing every donation. They're making sure people get their letters, their tax letters, all of that stuff. So it is amazing the resource that IOB is to do all of that. And so that's why we go through them. So we'll be, the IOB pages that you just saw, that's where we'll be putting in our information. So once you all come up with your story that you've agreed on and the pictures that you think will be great, we'll put it all in there. So we could start in like the next 10 minutes kind of pulling together a group story if we think that's a good use of time, or if you want to kind of divide, or we could use the next 10 minutes to just kind of divide up jobs, like who really loves that writing part. I think I know a couple people who love writing, who like that part, who might want to take that on, and then we can bring it back to the full group, and the next time we're together, and get everyone's feedback and try to finalize it. We can do that outside of this group, and we just got to figure that out, because then the other thing that everyone will do, as you heard Farrah say, is come up with your prospect list. That was, again, one of those things when I was campaigning. It feels kind of, really? I'm like putting down everybody I ever knew's name with a $sign next to it. But when you make the ask, you really do need to make it for a specific amount, right? And so they can always say, well, I can't give $50, but I can give 20, but you should ask for a specific amount. And so that's something everybody will do as a next step coming out of this, is spend some time when you get home, like not just thinking, but like putting down in an Excel spreadsheet or down on paper, however you're gonna track it, everybody who you think you're gonna ask and how much we'll ask for. And then every session we have together, we'll do a check-in. How's everybody doing? We'll get to see, Farrah's gonna send us updates of who's donated already. We can come up, like Alicia said, or maybe we wanna do some group events, like we want to have a happy hour at a bar who agreed to give 10% of the sales back to school board school. Like we can come up with all of those things. Today is just the first step in our months-long campaign. Yes, Renee.
I just want to make a suggestion when you come up with your list, just to go through your phone, because when I ran for school board, that's what my campaign manager told me to do, is just go through your phone and just list all of the people out and think about how much they could give to you. Just from knowing them, whether it's your
I would
family or.
encourage that prospect chart. Initial one, have 30 people, like the minimum of 30 people on your prospect chart with a dollar amount kind of you want to ask for. And the reason why it's important to do that, although it feels kind of like icky, like I'm putting $100 in here, is because when you reach back out, because you'll have to nudge people, you'll have to follow up with folks. It will be really great to remember or to have listed how much you asked them for when you spoke the first time.
Yeah.
So that's why.
Yeah. And it's also, I mean, that's so true. Like it was, and again, sometimes like people are busy, right? So again, like I know Renee ran for office too, like, get on the phone, talking to a friend, they'd be like, of course I'll give you $50, yes. And then as soon as we hang up, they go back to work, right? And so I would always send a follow-up text or email just being like, it was so great to catch up today, thank you so much. Remember, you said you could give $50 and here's the link, right? So like just having that follow-up. The other thing that I would do literally is I'd say, oh my gosh, thank you so much. I know we are all so busy. The minute we hang up, you're gonna go back to kids and blah, blah, blah. Could we like just, while we're on the phone right now, would you mind bringing up the website? And I literally wouldn't hang up until they brought up the website. And then like literally my campaign manager was sitting next to me. She'd be like, when she saw it go through, right? Like give me the, and then that's how we knew, we could wrap it up. And it's just to help save everybody time, so you don't have to follow up. And then to Renee's point, I talked to a city council member who I was just asking for tips on campaigning, and he actually said, you should go through your Facebook page and every single person who you are Facebook friends with should be on your list. I was like, wait, what? Like some of these people I've met once at some conference, and then he was like, yep, and they should be on your list. The worst they're gonna tell you is no, they don't wanna contribute. And so my list was huge. Not everybody contributes, but you at least put them on there. Yes, Pam.
So for those of us that are long-winded, do you have a template for the writing and
that's what we're gonna come up with. Yep, so this, like the story, and again, like we'll have a class story, right, that'll be on our page, and then you need to make it sound like you, exactly. So like clearly Nona's not gonna drop her story, right? She's like made Ronnie cry over here. So like Ronnie, she's gonna keep that in her story.
I'm still not right.
Right. Don't blame that on Nona.
Oh,
sorry. All right. So, but like she's not gonna lose that. But you know, we're gonna also include some of the kind of the themes that we know were really resonant. But you're gonna make it your own pitch. But yes, you should definitely write it out. As you can probably tell, I'm a little long-winded myself, so I always had it written out what I was gonna say when I got on the phone. Yeah.
Well, I mean, from the page. Like,
yes.
Is that front page like? Is there a character limit? Is it 20 sentences? Is it?
Yeah. So
there isn't a character limit. We have suggestions that the project portion of the page be no more than 3 paragraphs.
Yeah.
So there aren't character limits. But again, we encourage people to kind of be as concise as possible.
Yeah.
Because people may not have an opportunity to read all of the information that you're sharing with them.
And think about how it looks on a phone, right? Like that's where most people are going to be. And 3 paragraphs is a lot of scrolling, even on a phone. Yeah. Jessica. Yeah.
This is just a comment for everyone since I was in sales for a long time. Keep track of your no's. Like every time you get a straight out no, like make a tally of it, because then all of a sudden all of those no's turn into like one big yes. And you have to get through no's before you can get to yeses. And so that was something that helped me find success in sales, is that if you had a long day of calling and everybody said no, then you knew something big was coming.
There you go. I love it.
Nice.
Yes. Jay. I'm John. Sorry. There's even a Jay.
Whoever you are.
You're combining his first and last name.
John,
So let me ask you a real dumb question here. So our objective here is to raise funds. We're talking to people. Is it so that there can be a class next year?
Yeah.
Is that like what at the end if we collect money, like what
Yes.
will?
Good question. Yes, I think what we're talking about is sustaining school board school, right? And talking about how like we do not charge for this program, so if we want to build this pipeline of leadership, then you're supporting building the next class of school board school. Yep.
So no pressure, but if we don't.
It's all done. The program's going up.
It ends
But
with us.
yeah, I mean, but it is. I mean, it's a big part of our budget is coming from this. So yes, I think making sure that people know that like this is part of building this legacy and yes, building school boards. That's a great question. Yep.
Kind of related or a follow-up,
Yeah.
I think it would be really helpful to have, I think we've heard it in a couple different pitches, like your money was going
Yes.
towards the spaces or the facilitators or
Yep.
whatever, like somehow having a more comprehensive list,
Yep.
I think would be helpful, because there's things that I'm not even thinking about, you know,
Yes.
we're.
So we can definitely let you know kind of some of the bigger line items, right? Like how much it costs to do an hire professional evaluators, how much do we pay for, yes, all of that stuff for sure. Yeah, printing. Oh dear Lord, yes, yes, for sure.
One of the things that I saw when I was looking at effective fundraising, and you can see if this is correct or not, Vera, but that there's a lot of value put into instant gratification or some kind of like reward for giving. Not necessarily do you get a calendar or anything like that, but do you get something from you? Like when someone donates, do they get, you just did something great, or what do they get? What kind of news or what do they get in response?
Yeah, so at the office, and I'm sure it's probably more of an industry term, but there's what you're talking about sometimes is the warm glow. It's kind of like that warm feeling that people will feel as part, like being that they contributed to a campaign. So you want to kind of create something that will make them feel that warm glow. And that can translate into a thank you. I know one of the campaigns that I worked on, they would go out of their way to thank the people publicly that wanted to be shared. You're like, thank you, Jackie, for that donation. This is it's gonna help so and so, so and so. So you can do that as immediate response to a donor donating. But overall, that keeping that warm glow happens through your updates, you're sharing what's going on through your process. So that way people will feel that they help make this happen, that feeling that you're experiencing or what you're doing, or what your fellow colleagues are doing is what they made happen in a way. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So is there a way, and I don't know anything about this, but is there a way that if they contribute through Facebook, can a message go back to their wall saying, thank you for your contribution? So
no automation on our end to do that. So like if someone donates on IB.org, it won't link to their Facebook profile and then post a message. That's something that you can do.
So that's like encouraging everyone to make that donation through IOB, so that there's a streamlined way of tracking all of your funders.
And then as long as they didn't donate anonymously, like the reports Farrah is gonna send us, we'll see who the donors are, so that like you all personally, if it's your person, can get back to
on
it.
the page
Oh,
under the
yes,
donors.
of course. Yes, so
So
you
we could make a little
you could-
video to post to them.
Totally, or you could thank them obviously yourself. If it's your uncle or your neighbor or whatever, then you reach out to them and thank them too. Yes, John.
So two questions. One, do you have the ability to have like a match on your site? So if we did something that was raising money for a match?
Say that, is there ability to do a match, you said?
Yeah.
Like if somebody says, I'll give you 5,000 if you raise 5,000?
So like, yeah, a lot of times you get things in the mail saying like, hey, you know, your donation of $50 will be like $100 today.
Yeah.
We have a match.
And that kind of comes along with let's say your fundraising strategy. If the team wanted to go after a larger donor who would donate an amount that would, like let's say $1,000 for example. So you go after a larger donor or ambassador that wants to donate $1,000. We can create an individual match for this campaign so that we have this $1,000 pool that you can now use to market to upcoming donors to say for every dollar that you donate, it will be matched up to this $1,000, right? So you can leverage larger donations to create a match opportunity for people who, let's say, want to just see their donation double, like immediately. You know, like say, I only have $20 to give, but it's really cool to know that there's this pool of match funds that when I make that $20 donation, it's matched with another 20. So some groups do that. They have a portion of the team that will kind of prospect and solicit individuals who make larger monetary donations that they can use to create a match environment. That's something to consider.
My other question is how do you start off a conversation? So if you're talking to your friend Fred, whatever, you like, hi Fred, I'm asking you for money, and then you give a pitch.
Don't start with that.
And then you have to tackle them when they run away.
So yeah, the ask and how to make the ask is something that we probably will talk about in one of our upcoming sessions. But for purposes of the fellows in the room, I would say you can start off the conversation by sharing what you're a part of.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if I told you, Gary, that I'm a part of school board school. The next couple of months, I'll be doing X, Y, Z, and then and then use that as a launching pad to kind of go into the ask. You just are sharing what you're currently up to.
I've already been sharing the school board school Facebook page from the past couple weeks, so people already know I'm involved in it.
Yeah.
So when I start banging on their door for money, people have already been reading that I'm a part of it.
Yeah.
So I'm easing them into it.
It's for the kids.
Yeah, it's for the kids. That's right. Sorry, Annie, go
I
first.
was trying to say like a starting point for us now.
Yes.
So by the next time we get together, so will we always have like a fundraising portion now of
Yes.
our?
So we're gonna try to reserve time in every session to check in on fundraising and to check in on group projects from now on, see where we're at, what's our next steps. So
our goal from now until our next time is to get kind of the project piece written.
exactly.
So I would love to leverage those people obviously next to me.
Yes.
Or to anyone else.
Yeah.
Writing is not my strength.
Uh-huh.
But I think that if someone wrote a draft
Yep.
for then us to read that we could then add to next time might be the most effective way rather than trying to
I think that's absolutely right.
piece together all of the pieces.
Yes.
So if someone could write a draft and then I would sponsor coffee or whoever. I will bring you something next time. And then we can add like the line item pieces that you'll bring next time, or we can kind of add to it. I think that might be a good start.
I think that's absolutely right. So I think, so we have clearly on video the different pitches. So what we need is a couple of volunteers who want to kind of take everything, all these different pitches, make it into maybe one potential page. Like what are those 3 paragraphs that are going to go on our page? Who, maybe 2 or 3 people who want to get together each, oh yes, no, not Amber.
Thank you.
Yes.
I like it.
So okay, so they're gonna take those pictures, they're gonna come up with a draft, and then maybe, you know, just like a couple of days or before our next session, if you guys can post it to Slack, let us know and we can get an email out to everybody. And if everybody will read it before you come, so you come with any of your feedback on that, and in our next session we can get all that feedback and kind of try to get that finalized. And then from there, once we have that, that's kind of like, that's the biggie. And maybe Nicole and I, we can throw some pictures on Slack that we think might be some that you might want to use. You guys can narrow it down, maybe do some voting, which ones you like that we can use on the website too. So we'll have some pictures, we'll hopefully have the words by the next time, and we can hand it off to our digital folks who, Farah can help show how you actually build this into a page. They're like, great, I did not know I was getting this job when I chose that group. But yeah, so it'll help us actually build it into the IOB page. And then obviously the other next steps between now and the next time we meet is just work on that story. So everything you heard today about what kind of all these different pitches are, bringing that all together into what's your pitch going to be. Because the more you practice it, the less it feels like, hey Fred, will you give me money, right? So between now and next time too, kind of figuring out what feels right coming out of your mouth in terms of your pitch.
And sessions are our Saturday classes, right?
Or even, so not our next ones are the board meetings, so we're not going to talk during those, but we will have some time at the debrief with Carolyn. We'll save some time then.
Oh, that's
Yep.
Thursday.
That's a Thursday night, yep. Yep, so during that one will be the time, the next time we'll come together. Very good question.
And then we also have 4 folks that are out today, so we'll
Yes.
make sure that we get in touch with them and see which one of these groups they also want to support.
We need help over here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So can we thank Farah for today, and we'll see a lot of her. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
You too.
Let's go. Bye.
All right. Thank you.
I think one thing that we
Right.
definitely do, socializing wise, is start thinking about businesses that either you have a relationship with or that you go to a lot. Because I did a lot of fundraising stuff in Seattle, and it was super easy, especially things like breweries, bars, coffee shops, on off nights, like Tuesday through Thursday, basically say.
So thank you.
Got a lot
I
of,
know
like,
this is a lot
dollar
to kind of
so it
absorb
wasn't
in
even
one
really
day.
doing anything to try to take it.
But we're going
Just
to
think
just
about who you
close
ask.
out together today with
No
a
cost.
couple of things. One is thinking about commitments you want to make coming out of today. So we're going to give you all about 10 minutes. We're going to talk as a group with some reflections, especially over lunch. People were saying, like, woo, I got a lot going on up here. I need to talk out, right? Like we just learned so much today. So we want to take some time as a group right now to just throw out there some of the things that you're thinking about, reflecting on, etc. Then we'll take about 15 minutes for you to pull out your journals, do some of those reflections on your own, thinking about a commitment you want to make coming out of today, thinking about your vision for impact statement, right? Like how is that maybe changing based on today? And then I know Jarika just stepped out, but the other thing that we'd love for you to start thinking about is when you think about the candidates who are running right now, all that you've learned today, what are some of the questions you want to ask them? So before getting into any of that, just, like anything people are thinking about, just taking about 10 minutes as a group here to just throw out things you're thinking about, things that really resonated, things that, whatever, are buzzing around right now in your brains.
I think I was, and again, I come from a smaller district, and I get it. But I think I was just so disenfranchised to hear Rick say that, and I knew it, but how political it all is, and how none of it is about the kids for the majority of the people that are involved in the school board. And I think we probably all knew that in the back of our minds, but to actually hear that with an outside voice. And I know that's not speaking for everybody, and I don't even think it was necessarily speaking for him. I felt like he was in it for the kids.
Yes.
But I imagine that that's a very lonely place to be, because it doesn't seem like that's probably how it is for a lot of folks. And I said, well, how do we get it back to that? And he said, you don't. And I thought, I don't know, I think that was just a really.
That's where recruiting people to run for these roles who you know are running because they are actually about the kids is so critical, right? And I think you also heard Rick's point of view on that, and then you heard Eileen's, right? And there was an evolution of the board. And by the time Eileen was on the board, there were a whole lot more people there who were there because they were about the kids, not everybody. And then by the time it came to mine, same thing. Not everybody was there about the kids, but we had a whole lot more, and we were able to do some pretty big things because there was a whole lot more people on that board who were actually there because they wanted to make decisions that were best for kids. I mean, I think even just thinking about, like we were saying, what questions do you want to ask candidates? I mean, I would suggest asking them, like, what else do you think you might want to run for someday? Just hearing if they have answers, right?
Yeah.
So when I was running the charter committee, that's one of the questions that they asked in their endorsement interviews, and I was like, oh, what? And they were like, well, like, what else do you, after you've been on school board, what do you want to run for? I was like, oh, nothing. Like, I am so not qualified to ever run for anything else, like school board. That's what I want to do, and that's it. And I remember they were like, okay, good. That's the answer we want to hear. And I was like, oh, I'm glad that my lack of ambition is impressive. And they said, no, but that's actually what we want to hear, because we want to hear that, like, this is it. This is what you're passionate about. This is what you're into. And when you make decisions like that, then, you know, if I made some people mad, I don't care, because I'm not worried about your vote for when I run for city council or state rep. Like, I'm running, I did this because this is what I'm about. So that is something interesting to just ask candidates, like, what else do you think you might want to run for? And then also, so similar to Eileen's story, when a friend of mine had asked me to run, I was like, oh yeah, no. You know, like I said before, I said, like, oh, I'll help you pull together some folks. What I ended up doing was deciding, when I did decide to run, I was not going to do this on my own, and because I didn't want to be screaming into a black hole, right? And so even if you are thinking about running, at some point, thinking about running on a ticket. So I ran with my friend Erica Copeland-Dansby. She now runs Cincinnati Youth Collaborative, which is in this building as well. Just knowing that I was running with somebody who also I knew was going to be making decisions that were right for kids. We also, I mean, I know a lot of you in this room knew Chris Nelms, who passed away while I was serving on the board with him. But oh my gosh, if there was ever a human being who was there because his heart was all about children, it was him. So yes, I mean, so it is in some ways discouraging. Those politics are always at play. I was shocked by the politics of it when I got into that role.
I mean, what do you have to gain? You're making the gains I see, or the ways to really screw somebody over are the kids.
Yeah.
I mean, so how can anybody as an adult gain anything from it? I don't know. I guess I just don't sit in bed and think, how can I screw somebody over?
But that's just interesting to me. I don't know if anyone really thinks that, but I think that, because like, I think very few people in the world are like, well, this is naive. I don't think as many people are like just like true evil geniuses who are like plotting. There are a few probably. I
could if I tried.
Yeah, but like I think a lot of people in their mind, you can justify the actions they take, right? But because they don't, you know, for them it makes sense, even if like the big picture people can step back and say, but wait a minute, this is gonna screw over a lot of kids and a lot of communities.
And I think for that reason is why we do the What's My Why session first, right? Because this all winds down to all of the values, assumptions, beliefs that we talked about, and being really clear for ourselves about what that is, but also understanding, you know, how others are coming to the table that you are not agreeing with, what's motivating them, how do I, you know, sort of, I don't have to agree, but how do I understand the things that are getting them to this place.
I thought it was really clear at the state level that the state and the local aren't necessarily working as a team in the same direction. And again, you know, there's probably some pressure at the state level to be able to say you've done something with education, and then that maybe doesn't turn out to be something that's actually beneficial at the generating extra work. I mean, that's kind of what it sounded like.
I think if we all look back on our own educational experiences, didn't you know and have teachers and principals who really did not like children? I mean, it came across, they really had no affinity for children, and yet they were in these such critical roles as a classroom teacher or the principal who set the tone of the building. So it's no surprise to me that we have school board or former school board members and superintendents who didn't necessarily like children. They were in there for an entirely different agenda, and then it tainted everything.
Yeah.
I mean, there was that court case like 4 or 5 years ago about the woman who was suing because she did not want to work with children. Like, who was a teacher. They moved her to a different school. Like,
Well, and that's the thing. In a lot of school districts, they never get rid of someone, they just pass them around. So what ends up is just not the 30 kids in that class get affected negatively, but it's another school, another 30 kids, then another school. You just don't, and part of it's tenure. You know, it's hard, it is hard to get rid of a bad teacher or a bad principal.
Part of what Day just said, you move
No,
on.
go.
What you just said about think about your own experience. One thing that came up today, I was, I'm a product of parochial schools until college, and to hear that part of the CPS budget goes to kids that, you know, for transportation and whatever else is inside of that was completely shocking to me. And if I think about like just my parents or whatever, they were never complainers, but I would hear other parents that would say, well, I don't want to pay all that money for someone else's kids to go to school. I'm paying for my kids with this tuition. And I'm like, what a marketing miss this is. Like, if we're going for this increase in budget or whatever that is, you know, whatever is necessary, how could this still be the best kept secret if everyone knows it's true? Like, where is the marketing in that? It just made me crazy to sit here and think.
Right, so the next levy.
The next levy, like.
How they market well at the school board, but when the district markets, they really should put out there that transportation costs.
Why in the world wouldn't
So much,
they?
and like they were saying, beyond even transportation, there's
beyond it,
curriculum, there's special services, all of
This
it.
would soften the edge to so many people.
Yes, let alone that just in general, you should have an educated population.
Well, of course, but you know, for the
Right,
people,
I mean, I'm
but
just
those are,
saying,
this isn't that audience though.
Yes, you're
This
right.
is the audience that doesn't
Doesn't
think
think
like
that
that.
way. Yes, but mine is mine,
Yeah.
and understanding that, yes, part of yours is being, yes. Jessica, some of your reflections from today.
Well, I think one of the things that happened to me today is like, I feel like my why at this point, maybe the school board isn't the space for me, and maybe it's a combo of sort of like Pam's feeling about it, but like, how do you become a lobbyist? We're sort of chatting about this in the bathroom, but how do you become a lobbyist if you don't already work for like the NRA, who we know lobby, or healthcare, or whoever, or like, how do I become an education lobbyist without necessarily have been an educator or an administrator or have been on the school board? Like, what is the path to that? And just like, how do I keep myself educated continually, just like if the board is supposed to be having trainings all the time, and we know that like teachers should be getting trainings all the time, like how can I set myself up to like always be in a space of learning, and then how do you break into something at like the state level?
I mean, I think there's the official lobbyist, right, like that's your job, but I also think some of the examples that were given today of like, as a constituent in the city, you can be a lobbyist, right? And that you do have, your voice has power, and I think even the example I gave about the high school start times, I did sit there for 3 years saying like, but really, like all the data shows this is a good thing for us to do. It wasn't until parents got together. That's when it actually moved forward. So I did not have the power as a school board member that a group of parents did who came and lobbied. So they organized, they brought doctors, parents, students, they brought the data, and they just didn't stop coming until it made it to an agenda for the Student Achievement Committee, and then it has finally gotten to see not just the light of day, but it's now was passed as like the law of the land here. So I mean, I think there is like, yes, you could figure out it'd be pretty awesome if you wanted to be a lobbyist at the state level, but also like what could you do as just again, like build a coalition of people who believe in the same, is there an issue that you're passionate about? Get those other people involved. I mean, I think you worked on the food, the healthy food initiative.
The good food purchasing program, yeah.
Yeah, that was another one where there was a board member who was passionate about it, but one board member alone doesn't do it. Having a group of community members coming and saying this is important is what actually got that finally to get on an agenda. Yeah, Sarah.
So I was gonna say I appreciated the pre-reading and like the reality of Rick's statements, just that like there have always been bad board members and there will always be bad board members. Like I know that sucks and that's not what we want to hear, but the reality is we all know that's the case, right? And it's not all roses and sunshine, and we can't use that as an excuse for not getting things accomplished. Like, and we can sit and question people's motives all day long, but all of us have different leadership roles in the city already, and like, just being on community council, I'm like, why are we flinging this shit at each other? Like, and it's because people enjoy the cheap little bits of power that they can get. Some people do, right? And they latch onto them, but you still have to figure out a way to channel that productively or exist with them. And I really did appreciate that about the pre-reading. Like, this is unproductive boards use like scapegoats, like, oh, this person or poverty or other, like, and that's not enough. Like, it's not enough to not get things done, so.
I guess I think I wanted to hear more about, and maybe it's a different session, how the school board builds a coalition with city council, because I know that there's a lot of things that happen in the city that the school board doesn't have any control over, that city council does. And what happens at city council then flows to the schools, right?
Yes. Well, lucky for you, we're going to have a city council person at our policy making session. So we're going to, in policy making session, we'll have national, state, and local policymakers there to talk about what happens at each of those. And in the local room, we'll have a school board member and a city council member to talk about how they. Yes.
Because it was one of the things that I asked when I ran, and Kramer was at a thing, a fundraiser that I went to, and I told him, I said, I don't understand why, we don't have a working coalition committee between city council and school board. Because so many of the stuff, policies and things that you guys implement, budgets, whatever, affect us. Not only taxpayers, but the school, what schools can do. Then as I sat here, I said, maybe I should run for state legislature.
No, you should.
Right, Sarah?
Sure, yeah, I've been nudging her,
It's like, no, is that my lane? Like, I have a problem finding my lane.
Yeah.
I know school is my lane, but man.
Yeah, well, that's an important one too, because last year, and we'll have a state legislator at our next session too, or at the policy session. But one thing that's super interesting to think about is we had Kathy Ingram at our session last year, who, as most of you know, was like a local school board member for like 20-something years, and is now a state rep. And one of the things she said that kind of blew my mind was, and she's not going to be here this time, which is why I feel like I can steal her thunder and say this one, is she talked about how to run for local school board, she had to get like 20-something thousand votes to impact just the local district, but to run for state rep, she had to get a tiny fraction of that number of votes to impact the entire state. And also she had been in the local school board and knew so much of what she wanted to get done, her hands were tied because of state laws. So if Renee wants to run for state rep, I think she has a pretty good campaign team around here that would back her up on that one.
In the pre-reading, I really, really loved the 8, things that are effective. And as I'm in Norwood, and I'm really active in Norwood's messy political situation, and I feel like there's so many parallels between a board and a superintendent and a community council and a mayor, and so I feel like a lot of this will translate into any sort of governing situation, and I'm grateful for that.
I think something that came up a lot in conversations like at lunch and then just in general were like after hearing the conversation, a lot of people were like, well, this just solidifies it, but I definitely don't think I can. I found myself saying that too. But then also there was this moment where we were talking about how like things were frustrating or that we didn't like that all these people like, oh, if people are rotten, like, and they keep getting elected, what do we do? And somebody's like, well, someone else has to run. So it's like, I'm not saying that's me, but maybe somebody should be agree.
That's absolutely right. And I hope you were starting to get a feel for the fact that, like, you know, Eileen and Rick serve together, and clearly they, deeply care for each other and are lovely human beings, you know. Obviously, Eileen and I have a long-standing relationship. I just said that Erica's one of my closest friends now, because it's also like, this is only this small band of people who ever knew what it's like to be a board member. They're your people for life, you know. And so you do. I mean, yes, there's the downsides to it, but the opportunity to make huge change is also obviously the reason why we should have more people in this room in particular who do jump in and do it.
So if you would, or if one could say that there's a return on this, like if there's so where would that come from? Is that a state board? That's another state.
So the state,
would mandate that for all boards.
So when you run for state rep, yes, and then
When
you
you-
then you would legislate that, yes.
I got it.
Yeah.
So Cincinnati can't decide that for itself.
Unfortunately not.
I got it.
Yeah, but then that's why you have lots of people, because one of the other things that I'm sure you have heard, but that was a lesson learned, is name recognition is like more than half the battle on ballots. And so one of the things is people who have run for many, many years, one of the reasons incumbents win so often isn't because necessarily they've been doing a great job, it's just like people are like, oh, I've heard that name, and so they vote for that person. So it is one of the harder things to overcome. Yes. Any other reflections from today, thoughts? All right, I'm gonna give, I was like holding back from giving this because it's got a little bit snarky as my answer, but Ronnie, when you were saying like people were like, my kids don't go to public school, why should I pay for it? Like my response, and this is like, again, but I was like, I really, is like whenever I'm like, oh, it's so interesting because my house has never burned down, but I get why other people might need the fire department, right? Like, so like I'm okay spending my tax dollars pay for the fire department,
Also,
right?
how like weirdly cool does it sound to be like, these aren't my kids, so I don't care about them.
But
Like,
they
oh
say
wait,
it.
like you're still kids. Like,
Yeah,
But
but
they
that
say
is,
it. They
yeah,
knock
they will,
on doors.
yeah,
They
and they'll
say
say
it
it.
right to your
And so I
face.
do usually say in a little bit nicer to people than that snarky answer I just gave. It's like, oh, so your tax dollars also go to the fire department. Has your house burned down? No. Do you get you get why we should pay for the fire department?
Yeah,
Yes.
I said
Yes.
public services, whatever public
Yes.
services they have.
I always say the same thing with roads. Like I don't drive on most of the roads in this city, but I get why other people should have them paved in front of their houses too, right? Like there are a lot of public services that we don't use all of, but we still should pay for.
I shared that letter with you last Saturday, right?
Yes.
They're all our children.
They're all our children.
The unfortunate part about it is, which is what I found working with the city, that yes, we can combat these things with great statements because they need that opener for people to rethink, but understanding that there's always an underlying, like, I don't know a lot of people who are above middle class, like, just in my regular life, through working with the city I have now, but like in my actual life, if we had this conversation about, there's a new levy coming up, and they say that they wanna say no, I know exactly why they don't want to. Because they don't want their taxes to raise, they don't want to lose money because they're barely making some to deal with the living wage. Like it's always more than just simply, oh, I don't want to give money to kids. No, they're already spread thin. So it's like there's always an underlying issue of why people don't want to give more, and that's work on a whole nother side. That's why we do need social pushers and people who are willing to go out there and work for people who are in poverty or who don't understand. Like we are fighting education, but we still need a whole nother sector of people who are continuing to work so people can have a livable wage and like feel like they can be comfortable with giving. Like it's a fight on all fronts, and it's just part of it.
All right, so we're going to spend, just so you know the rest of our time together, how it's going to go, we'll spend about 15 minutes with you all quietly on your own, doing some of your reflection. I also sent you the survey, so if you guys could spend a couple minutes on the survey. Then we'll come back together just to real quick go over our logistics for our next few sessions, and then we'll give you some time to work in your groups, and you'll head out from whenever your group work is done. So do your reflections, but don't leave right after this, after you're done with your reflections, so we're going to go over some logistics. So about 15 minutes, quiet.